Today was different. Today the wind screamed. A wind-swept frontier hides secrets deeper than gold veins, where shadows murmur truths too perilous to speak aloud. One woman's quest through dust and despair unravels a mystery woven with ancient power and human greed. In a land where silence reigns, every whisper carries a cost. Tune in to hear a tale of courage, loss, and the unseen forces shaping destiny. Chapter 1. The Wind's Lament. The wind was a liar and a truth-teller, all in the same breath. Wren knew this better than anyone. It scraped across the baked earth, lifting curtains of red dust that stung her eyes and coated the back of her throat, tasting of grit and distances crossed. It whispered through the sparse skeletal branches of mesquite and creosote, a dry, rattling sound like old bones stirred from sleep. But beneath that physical voice, the one that chapped her lips and tangled loose strands of her dark hair across her face, there was another layer, fainter, stranger, a current of feeling, of thought, snatched ragged from the minds of others and carried, fragmented, to her unwilling ears. Most days, it was a low hum, a background noise she'd learned to filter, like the buzz of flies on a hot afternoon or the distant cry of a hawk. Snippets of worry over drought, a fleeting flare of anger about a cheated card game miles away, the soft, warm contentment of a woman kneading dough in a sunlit kitchen she would never see. Annoying, persistent, but bearable. Today was different. Today, the wind screamed. It clawed at the high peaks of the San Juan Mountains looming ahead, vast shoulders of granite and pine guarding the approach to whatever pocket of civilization or desolation called itself Crimson Gulch. The air, thin and sharp at this altitude, seemed to amplify the psychic currents, turning the usual hum into a discordant chorus. Fear sharp as shattered glass, greed like thick, cloying oil, a deep bedrock loneliness that resonated with the emptiness inside her own chest. And beneath it all, threaded through the cacophony like a blood-red ribbon, a persistent, aching grief. It wasn't hers, not entirely, but it snagged on her own sorrow, amplifying it until tears threatened, blurring the already harsh landscape. Her horse, a sturdy buckskin mare named Dust Devil, plodded onward, head low, sides heaving rhythmically. The animal sensed the tension in the air, the unease radiating from her rider, the oppressive weight of the mountains that seemed to lean closer with every step. Dust Devil had carried her faithfully for weeks, across plains that shimmered with heat haze and through canyons where the shadows clung long after dawn. She was tired. Wren laid a gloved hand on the mare's sweat-dampened neck, murmuring soft words of encouragement she barely felt herself. Almost there, girl, almost there. Where there was, she still wasn't certain. Crimson Gulch. The name itself felt like a warning, spat out by a disgruntled prospector in a dusty cantina 3 towns back. Place sits in the shadow of the peaks like a tick on a hound's ear, he'd grumbled, swirling the dregs of his whiskey. Folks there keep to themselves, got secrets thicker'n molasses in winter. Secrets. Wren felt a familiar cold dread pool in her stomach. Secrets were the terrain her brother, Liam, had always navigated. Charming, restless Liam, with his easy smile and eyes that promised adventures he rarely saw through. He'd written to her 6 months ago, his letter filled with feverish excitement about a strike, a claim nestled high in these unforgiving mountains, near a town called Crimson Gulch. Enough gold, he'd boasted, to set them both up for life, to buy back the small farm their parents had lost, to finally stop running. Then, silence. No more letters, no word carried back along the sparse communication lines of the frontier. Just a deepening void where his presence used to be. Wren wasn't naive. Liam had disappeared before, chasing wild schemes or escaping debts, but never like this. Never for so long. Never with such a complete and utter lack of echo. Even his usual chaotic energies seemed to have vanished from the world, until the wind started carrying whispers. It had begun subtly, weeks ago. A fleeting sense of Liam's familiar frustration, sharp and sudden on a gust of wind, vanishing just as quickly. Then a wave of fear so potent it made her physically sick, tasting metallic like blood. It wasn't constant, wasn't clear, but it was him. She knew it in her bones, in the place beneath her ribs where her gift resided, an unwanted inheritance from a grandmother whispered to be touched by spirits. It was Liam's essence, tangled with the harsh energies of this remote place, lost, afraid, maybe worse. The wind gusted again, harder this time, and with it came a cacophony that made Wren squeeze her eyes shut, her knuckles white on the reins. Images, sharp and unwelcome, flashed behind her eyelids, the glint of moonlight on a shovel blade, the suffocating darkness of earth overhead, a man's face contorted in silent agony, the chilling certainty of being watched, and woven through it all, Liam's terror, raw and primal. "No, please, not here, Wren." His name, her name, fractured on the psychic wind. It wasn't a call for help, not exactly. It felt older, an echo trapped in the stone and soil, replaying a moment of sheer desperation. She gasped, swaying in the saddle, the world tilting around her. Dust Devil whinnied nervously, sidestepping, her hooves crunching on loose shale. Wren forced her eyes open, breathing deeply, trying to anchor herself to the physical world, the cracked leather of her saddle, the smell of horse and dust, the immense indifferent blue of the sky. The gift was a curse. It offered glimpses, fragments, emotions torn loose from context, leaving her to piece together a horrifying puzzle with half the pieces missing. It drained her, leaving her perpetually weary, perpetually braced for the next onslaught of unseen pain. She scanned the trail ahead. It snaked upwards, narrowing as it entered a cleft between two towering rock formations, stained crimson by iron deposits. The gateway, she presumed, to Crimson Gulch. The air here felt heavier, stagnant. The wind still blew, but the whispers felt closer, more concentrated, as if the town itself were a focal point for the region's anxieties and buried histories. The grief she'd sensed earlier intensified, pressing in on her. It felt old, layered, like sediment deposited over years of loss. Not just Liam's potential fate, but something deeper, woven into the very fabric of this place. A town built on hardship, perhaps, or stained by tragedy. The prospector's words echoed, secrets thicker in molasses. She urged Dust Devil forward, her own exhaustion momentarily forgotten, replaced by a grim determination. She had to know. Whatever waited in Crimson Gulch, whatever truth lay buried under the weight of those secrets and that pervasive grief, she had to uncover it. For Liam, for herself. Because the not knowing, the silence punctuated only by these terrifying psychic echoes, was its own kind of torment. As they rounded a bend, the trail widened slightly, revealing a small, level clearing sheltered by a cluster of wind-stunted pines. A thin trickle of water, startlingly clear, seeped from a rock face, gathering in a shallow, moss-lined pool before disappearing again into the thirsty earth. It was a meager offering, but water nonetheless. Wren swung down from the saddle, her muscles protesting the movement. Her legs felt unsteady after hours of riding. "All right, girl," she said, her voice raspy. "We'll rest here a spell, just for a bit." She led Dust Devil to the water, letting the mare drink deeply before taking a long, cool drink herself from her cupped hands. The water tasted of stone and snowmelt, pure and cold, washing away some of the dust and the lingering metallic taste of fear. She refilled her canteen, the simple act a small anchor in the overwhelming strangeness of her quest. While Dust Devil grazed on the sparse patches of grass clinging to life between the rocks, Wren sat on a flat boulder, pulling her worn woolen shawl tighter around her shoulders, despite the lingering afternoon warmth. The sun was beginning its slow descent towards the jagged western peaks, painting the sky in bruised shades of orange and purple. The beauty was stark, almost violent, mirroring the emotions swirling within her and around her on the wind. She closed her eyes, not seeking the whispers, but trying to find a moment of quiet within herself, trying to remember Liam not as the terrified echo on the wind, but as the brother who'd taught her to skip stones on the river, who'd shared illicitly acquired penny candy under the porch steps, whose laughter, though often reckless, had been infectious. Where had that Liam gone? Had this harsh land swallowed him whole? A new whisper slithered into her consciousness, insidious and cold. Outsider. Doesn't belong. Watching. Her eyes snapped open. It wasn't Liam's fear this time. It was suspicion. Malevolence. Directed squarely at her. She scanned the surrounding rocks, the dense shadows gathering beneath the pines. Nothing moved. No sound but the sighing wind and dust devil's soft cropping of grass. Yet the feeling persisted, a prickle of awareness on the back of her neck, the distinct sensation of unseen eyes. Crimson Gulch wasn't just secretive, it was wary. Hostile, perhaps, to strangers probing its hidden corners. Did they know why she was here? Did they know about Liam? Or was this the standard reception for anyone who strayed too close? The grief she'd sensed earlier pulsed again, stronger now, closer. It felt female. A woman's sorrow, deep and enduring, like a wound that never truly healed. Was it connected to Liam? Or just another thread in the town's tapestry of pain? Wren pushed herself to her feet, her brief respite shattered. The sun dipped lower, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe like living things. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of a mountain night. Staying out here was foolish, exposed. She needed the dubious shelter of the town, even if it felt like walking into a trap. She checked Dust Devil's cinch, swung back into the saddle, her body aching but her resolve hardened. The whispers were a torment, but they were also her only guide. They had led her here, to the edge of this isolated, unwelcoming place. They hinted at darkness, at danger, at a grief that permeated the very air. As she nudged Dust Devil back onto the trail leading into the narrowing canyon, the wind swirled around her, carrying a fresh flurry of fragmented thoughts from the town ahead. Marshall asking questions again, keeps poking around the old mine. Nobody saw anything. Better keep quiet. Gold changes people. Blood on the stones. Blood on the stones. The phrase hung in the air, chilling Wren to the bone. It wasn't attached to a specific image, just a raw, visceral knowing. Violence. Recent? Old? Liam's? And then, beneath the fear and suspicion, a different current. Something unexpected. A flicker of weary integrity. Another lost soul blown in by the wind. Hope she finds what she's looking for, or finds the sense to leave. It felt tired, resigned, laced with a deep-seated cynicism, yet carrying a faint undercurrent of something else. Duty? A reluctant sense of justice? It was distinctly male, grounded, unlike the frantic whispers surrounding it. The marshal, perhaps? The one asking questions? Wren straightened her shoulders, pulling the brim of her hat lower against the chilling wind and the encroaching twilight. Crimson Gulch waited, nestled in its shadowed canyon, hoarding its secrets and its sorrow. The wind carried its lament, a chorus of fear, greed, and grief, and somewhere within that lament, she prayed, lay the answer to Liam's fate. She rode forward, into the deepening shadows, the whispers swirling around her like dust devils, the weight of the unseen pressing in, her heart pounding a rhythm of dread and fragile hope against her ribs. The town was close now. She could almost smell the wood smoke, hear the distant, tinny clang of a blacksmith's hammer, feel the concentrated pulse of lives lived on the edge, braced against the wind and whatever darkness it carried. Her journey had brought her to the threshold. Now she had to find the courage to cross it. Chapter 2. Whispers in Crimson Gulch. The canyon walls pressed close as Wren rode the final stretch, the crimson-streaked rock seeming to bleed into the deepening twilight. The air grew thick with the smell of wood smoke, stale beer, and something else, something metallic and vaguely unsettling that clung to the back of her throat, the scent of the mines, perhaps, or something less tangible. The wind, funneled between the cliffs, moaned a low, mournful dirge, carrying with it a denser concentration of the town's collective psyche. Fear, sharp and splintered, rubbed shoulders with a sullen resentment and a weariness bone deep. Hope was a scarce commodity here. Frail as a moth's wing, Crimson Gulch revealed itself reluctantly, huddled in a shallow basin carved by time and tenacity. It wasn't much more than a single rutted main street, flanked by a collection of weathered wooden buildings, their false fronts leaning at weary angles like old men bracing against the wind. A few structures clawed their way up the lower slopes of the surrounding hills, cabins clinging precariously to the rock, their windows like vacant eyes staring down. Lantern light flickered weakly in some windows, casting long, dancing shadows that merged with the encroaching darkness. It looked less like a town born of hope and gold fever, and more like a place where people came to disappear, willingly or otherwise. Silence fell as Wren rode Dust Devil down the main street. Not a complete silence. The wind still sighed, a dog barked somewhere in the distance, and the tinny notes of an out-of-tune piano drifted faintly from a building marked saloon. But a human silence. Conversation ceased mid-sentence. Faces turned towards her, eyes narrowed, guarded. A man leaning against a hitching post straightened slowly, his hand hovering near the pistol holstered on his hip. A woman peering from behind a grimy lace curtain let it drop abruptly as Wren's gaze met hers. The whispers intensified, swirling around Wren like invisible eddies. Stranger. What's her business here? Trouble follows strangers. Look at her horse, worn hard. Come a long way. Running from something? Another one sniffing around after the Pritchard claim. Fools. She looks lost. Frail thing. This ain't no place for the lost. The thoughts were sharp, suspicious, edged with a hostility that felt almost reflexive. It was the defensiveness of a community bound by shared hardship and secrets, wary of any disruption to their precarious balance. Wren kept her eyes fixed straight ahead, her posture deliberately neutral, trying not to betray the turmoil the psychic onslaught caused within her. The sheer volume of it was draining, like standing too close to a roaring furnace. She could feel the town's collective gaze like a physical weight on her shoulders. She needed a place to stay, somewhere to gather her strength and figure out her next move. A weathered sign creaked overhead, Gulch Hotel and Provisions. Below it, rough letters painted directly onto the clapboard advertised rooms, board, supplies. It looked marginally more reputable than the saloon across the street, from which rough laughter and the sharp tang of cheap whiskey emanated. Wren dismounted stiffly in front of the hotel, her muscles screaming in protest. Dust Devil nudged her shoulder, a comforting, solid presence in this unsettling place. Wren patted the mare's neck, whispering reassurances, trying to project a calm she didn't feel. As she reached for the hitching rail, the hotel door swung open, spilling a rectangle of weak lamplight onto the dusty street. A woman stood silhouetted in the doorway. She was tall, gaunt, with iron-gray hair pulled back severely from a face etched with lines of worry and hard work. Her eyes, sharp and assessing, raked over Wren and Dust Devil with an unnerving intensity. The whispers around the woman were tight, controlled, like a carefully banked fire. Weariness. Rent overdue. Another mouth, maybe, but looks like she ain't got much coin. Careful now, Martha. Don't show weakness. Looking for a room? The woman's voice was flat, devoid of warmth or welcome. Yes, ma'am, Wren replied, keeping her own voice steady. Just for myself, and stabling for my horse, if you have it. The woman, Martha, considered her for a long moment, her gaze lingering on Wren's travel-stained clothes, the exhaustion evident in her face. Wren felt a flicker of the woman's internal calculation. Seems harmless enough. But Liam Pritchard's sister? Heard the whispers. Could mean trouble for the whole town if the marshal starts digging deeper. Liam's sister? How did they know? Had word traveled that fast? Or was it just the pervasive nature of the whispers, thoughts leaking out, pieced together by the collective consciousness of this watchful town? The realization sent a fresh wave of cold dread through Wren. Her anonymity, her only flimsy shield, was already compromised. Rooms 2 bits a night, meals extra, Martha stated, her tone unchanged. Stable out back, 5 cents for the horse, pay in advance. Wren nodded, grateful for the straightforward transaction, even if it was devoid of any pretense of hospitality. She fumbled in the small leather pouch tied to her belt, her fingers stiff with cold intention, and produced the required coins. Martha accepted them without a word, her knuckles bony and chapped. "Room number 3, top of the stairs, end of the hall, keys in the door," Martha said, stepping back to let Wren enter. "Livery boy's gone home sick. You'll have to see to your horse yourself. Hay and water trough are yonder." She gestured vaguely towards the rear of the building. The inside of the hotel was dim, smelling of stale cooking oil, dust, and damp wool. A narrow staircase led upwards from a small, cluttered entryway crammed with sacks of flour, barrels, and dusty shelves holding tins of indeterminate origin. The air felt heavy, stagnant, thick with unspoken histories and lingering emotions. Wren could sense the faint psychic residue of countless travelers who had passed through, leaving behind traces of their hopes, fears, and disappointments. "Thank you, ma'am," Wren murmured. Martha just grunted, turning back towards a curtained doorway that presumably led to the kitchen or her private quarters, the whispers around her already fading back into guarded worry about provisions and dwindling supplies. Wren was dismissed. Leaving her saddlebags just inside the door, Wren led Dust Devil around the side of the building towards the stable. It was little more than a lean-to structure attached to the back, rough-hewn and drafty. A few empty stalls lined one wall, the air thick with the ammonia tang of old manure and the scent of dry hay. She found the trough, thankfully full of clean water and a pile of hay that looked reasonably fresh. As she unsaddled Dust Devil, rubbing the mare down with handfuls of straw, she let her senses drift again, trying to push past the immediate noise of the town's suspicion and tap into something deeper, something related to Liam. The background grief was still there, a constant low hum beneath the surface chatter. And the fear, always the fear. Shouldn't have gone up there alone. Warned him. The mountain keeps its secrets. That claim was cursed from the start. Old man Hemlock swore it. Saw the marshal riding back from the ridge yesterday, face like thunder. The old mine. The Pritchard claim. Liam's claim. The whispers circled around it, laced with superstition and a definite undercurrent of unease. Had something happened to him up there? An accident? Or something worse? The image flashed again behind her eyes, the glint of moonlight on a shovel. A sudden spike of focused energy cut through the general miasma, sharp and clear. It was the same presence she'd sensed earlier on the trail, the marshal. Grounded, weary, observant, he was close. Wren froze, her hand hovering over Dust Devil's flank. She turned slowly, peering through the gaps in the stable's rough plank walls towards the main street, now almost swallowed by darkness save for the pools of light spilling from the saloon and the hotel. A tall figure stood silhouetted against the light from the saloon doors, broad-shouldered, wearing a flat-brimmed hat and a long coat. He wasn't looking towards the stable, but seemed to be surveying the street, his posture radiating a quiet authority and an alert stillness. Even from this distance, Wren could feel the quality of his thoughts, clearer now than on the wind. Not hostile, not exactly, but intensely focused. Analytical. Another stranger. Female. Young. Looks exhausted. Why Crimson Gulch? Trouble finds this town like buzzards find carrion. Pritchard's sister, rumor has it. Could be. Need to keep an eye out. Too many shadows here already. His thoughts were like his posture, contained, disciplined, revealing little emotion beyond a deep-seated weariness and a pragmatic sense of duty. There was a core of integrity there, the same faint spark she'd sensed earlier, but it was heavily shielded by cynicism and a profound skepticism about human nature. He dealt in facts, evidence, the tangible world. Her presence, likely already linked in his mind to the unsettling disappearance of Liam Pritchard, was just another problem landing on his doorstep. He moved then, stepping out of the light and melting into the deeper shadows near the assayer's office. Vanished. But his psychic signature lingered for a moment, a distinct point of calm logic in the swirling chaos of the town's emotions. He was watching, listening, assessing. And Wren knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with the whispers, that their paths would cross soon. He was the law here, and Liam's disappearance, coupled with her arrival, fell squarely within his purview. Would he be an obstacle or an unlikely ally? His skepticism felt like a solid wall, one she wasn't sure her strange gift could breach. She finished tending to Dust Devil, giving the mare a final reassuring pat before gathering her saddlebags. The stable felt colder now, the shadows deeper. The wind gusted, rattling the loose boards, and for a moment she heard it again, faint but unmistakable. Liam's terror, sharp and piercing, like an echo trapped in the very air of this place. Dark, so dark, can't breathe. Wren hurried back towards the hotel entrance, her heart pounding. She needed the relative safety of her room, a locked door between her and the watchful eyes, the unsettling whispers, the ghost of her brother's fear. The narrow hallway upstairs was dimly lit by a single smoky lantern hanging from a hook. Dust motes danced in its greasy yellow light. The floorboards creaked ominously under her worn boots. Room number 3 was at the far end, its door slightly ajar, the promised key glinting dully in the lock. The room was small, stark, and cold. A narrow iron bedstead with a thin, lumpy mattress took up most of the space. A rickety washstand holding a chipped ceramic basin and pitcher stood against one wall, beside a small window overlooking a dark alleyway. The air smelled faintly of mildew and loneliness. It offered little comfort, but it was a private space, a temporary refuge from the town's oppressive awareness. Wren locked the door behind her, the click of the bolt sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. She dropped her saddlebags onto the floor with a heavy thud, the sound echoing the weariness that settled deep in her bones. She walked to the window, pushing aside the grimy curtain. Below, the alley was a pit of darkness, littered with unseen refuse. The wind eddied down there, carrying scraps of paper and dust and faint, distorted whispers from the buildings on either side. Can't let him find out. Buried deep. She asks too many questions. The gold, always the gold. She let the curtain fall, shutting out the view but not the sounds, neither the physical nor the psychic. Crimson Gulch. It felt like a wound on the face of the mountains festering with secrets. And Liam was somewhere in the heart of it. Exhausted, Wren sank onto the edge of the lumpy bed. She didn't bother lighting the lamp. The darkness felt strangely fitting. She pulled her shawl tighter, the rough wool a small comfort against the chill that had little to do with the mountain air. The whispers continued, a relentless tide washing against the shores of her mind. The marshal's pragmatic suspicion, Martha's weary anxiety, the miner's superstitious fear, the pervasive underlying grief, and the chilling echo of Liam's terror. She closed her eyes, trying to find the quiet center within herself, the place where the voices couldn't reach. But tonight, the center wouldn't hold. The wind moaned outside the window, rattling the loose pane, and it seemed to carry one final distinct whisper, colder and clearer than the rest, settling like ice in her veins. He watches the sister now. She won't leave without answers. Make sure she finds only silence. Wren's eyes flew open, her breath catching in her throat. That wasn't just random suspicion. That was intent. A direct threat aimed at her, carried on the night wind. Someone in Crimson Gulch didn't just want Liam's disappearance to remain a mystery. They wanted her silence, too. The stakes had just risen. Finding Liam wasn't just about uncovering the truth anymore. It might be about survival. Chapter 3. Echoes of a Lost Brother. Wren woke to the thin, gray light of dawn filtering through the grimy window pane. Sleep had been shallow, fractured by uneasy dreams and the relentless psychic murmur of the town seeping through the thin walls and floorboards. The threatening whisper from the night before echoed in her waking thoughts, a cold counterpoint to the persistent ache of worry for Liam. Make sure she finds only silence. Who had thought it? Who in this tight-lipped, watchful town wished her ill, wished her gone, or worse? The room felt colder than it had last night, the air stale and heavy. She shivered, pulling the thin, rough blanket tighter around her shoulders, though the chill was as much internal as external. Crimson Gulch. Even the dawn felt grudging here. lacking the clean promise of a new day she remembered from the open plains. Here, the light seemed merely to illuminate the dust, the decay, the secrets clinging like lichen to the rocks. Her stomach rumbled, a prosaic reminder of physical needs amidst the psychic turmoil. She needed food, coffee if it could be had, and information, especially information. But the thought of facing the town, of navigating the suspicion and potential hostility, felt like wading into freezing water. Every interaction would be a test, every question a potential misstep, and all the while she would have to filter the constant barrage of whispers, searching for kernels of truth about Liam amidst the chaff of everyday anxieties and veiled threats. She rose, splashing icy water from the pitcher onto her face, the shock helping to clear some of the lingering fog of sleep and fear. The water in the basin turned gray instantly, reflecting the dim light. Looking at her reflection in the small, cracked mirror above the washstand, she saw the strain etched around her eyes, the pallor beneath her tan. She looked like what she was, exhausted, worried, and increasingly afraid. But beneath the fear, a stubborn ember of resolve glowed. She wouldn't be scared off. Not until she knew what had happened to Liam. Braiding her dark hair tightly, securing it against the inevitable wind and dust, she dressed in her sturdy riding skirt, flannel shirtwaist, and worn boots. Practical clothes for a harsh place. She strapped her belt back on, the familiar weight of the small, sheathed knife tucked inside her boot, a meager comfort. She had no illusions about defending herself against serious trouble, but it was something. Her true defense, and her greatest vulnerability, was the gift she couldn't control, the whispers she couldn't silence. Steeling herself, she unlocked the door and stepped back into the dimly lit hallway. The hotel was quiet, though not peaceful. The air hummed with the low-level psychic static of its occupants. Martha's perpetual worry about finances, the lingering resentment of a minor who'd lost at cards the night before, the vague unease of someone nursing a hangover. Wren focused on her own footsteps, the creak of the floorboards under her boots, trying to build a small wall of mundane reality against the unseen currents. Downstairs, the main room was empty save for Martha, who stood behind a makeshift counter tallying figures in a ledger, her lips moving silently. The smell of weak coffee and frying bacon hung in the air, a welcome change from the upstairs mustiness. "Morning," Wren offered, keeping her voice neutral. Martha looked up, her expression unchanged, wary, assessing. "Morning. Coffee's a nickel. Bacon and biscuits, 10 cents. Her gaze flickered over Wren again, as if expecting her to have vanished overnight. The whispers around her were sharp with calculation. Still here. Didn't run. What does she want? Best not get involved. Keep it simple. Food and lodging. Nothing more. "Coffee and biscuits, please," Wren said, laying the coins on the counter. She needed to ask, gently, carefully. "Ma'am, Martha, I was wondering, my brother, Liam Pritchard. He wrote he was staying near here, working a claim. Perhaps you knew him? Tall fellow, dark hair, blue eyes, usually smiling?" She tried to keep the tremor out of her voice, the image of Liam's easy grin suddenly sharp and painful in her mind. Martha's face tightened almost imperceptibly, the lines around her mouth deepening. Her psychic signature flared with something more than just wariness, a flicker of genuine fear, quickly suppressed. Pritchard. Knew she was trouble. Asking already. Say nothing. Nothing. "Can't say I recall the name," Martha said, her voice flat, turning away to pour coffee from a dented pot into a thick mug. "Lots of prospectors pass through, come and go. Most don't find what they're looking for." The dismissal was clear. Wren felt a pang of frustration, but also noted the fear. Martha knew something or suspected something and was terrified of revealing it. "He mentioned working a claim up on the ridge." Wren pressed gently, accepting the steaming mug. The coffee was scalding hot, bitter, but welcome. "The Pritchard claim, I suppose it's called?" Martha slammed a plate with 2 dry-looking biscuits onto the counter. "Wouldn't know anything about claims," she snapped, her voice suddenly sharp. "Mind your own business, missy. This town, it don't take kindly to folks poking their noses where they ain't wanted. Some places are best left undisturbed. The warning was explicit, bordering on hostile. Her fear pulsed again, stronger this time, mingled with resentment. Why did she have to come here? Stirring things up. The marshals already sniffing around. Wren didn't push further. Antagonizing Martha would close doors, not open them. She murmured a quiet thank you and carried her meager breakfast to a small, scarred table near the front window, positioning herself so she could watch the street. The biscuits were hard, the coffee barely drinkable, but she forced herself to eat, needing the fuel. Outside, Crimson Gulch was slowly stirring to life. A few rough-looking men emerged from the saloon, squinting against the morning light, likely having spent the night there. A buckboard rattled past, loaded with mining supplies, the driver hunched against the morning chill. People moved with a sense of purpose, but their faces were uniformly grim, closed off. The whispers continued, a low, anxious hum. Worries about dwindling ore veins, the price of supplies, the ever-present threat of accidents or violence, and underneath it all, that persistent, unnamed grief, and the suspicion directed at her. Every glance that slid her way felt heavy with it. The stranger girl, asking about Pritchard, asking for trouble. She finished her breakfast, the food sitting like a stone in her stomach. Staying in the hotel felt suffocating. She needed to walk, to see the town, to feel its energy directly, unfiltered by Martha's fear. Perhaps somewhere, someplace Liam had frequented, she would find a stronger echo of him. Stepping outside, the morning air hit her, crisp and cold. The wind whipped down the main street, swirling dust and carrying the sharp scent of pine from the higher slopes. She pulled her shawl tighter and began to walk, keeping a steady, unhurried pace, observing everything. The buildings were mostly clapboard, some painted faded colors, others weathered to a uniform gray-brown. Many showed signs of neglect, broken shutters, sagging porches, cracked window panes stuffed with rags. There was a blacksmith shop, the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil echoing down the street, a general store with dusty goods displayed in the window, the assayer's office, its door shut tight, a faded sign swinging slightly in the wind. The assayer's office. Liam would have come here. To register his claim, perhaps to have his findings assessed. Wren felt a pull towards it, a faint resonance in the psychic currents. Hope flickered. Maybe there would be records, a location, something tangible. She crossed the street, her boots kicking up puffs of red dust. The office looked deserted. The windows were coated with grime, impenetrable. She tried the door, locked tight. Peering through a crack beside the doorframe, she could make out a dusty counter, scales, shelves lined with rock samples coated in cobwebs. It looked like it hadn't been used in months. The whispers around the building were faint, old echoes, worthless, fool's gold. Another dream turned to dust. Pritchard was sure, though. Swore he'd hit the motherlode. Poor fool, Pritchard. Liam. He'd been here. His excitement, his conviction, seemed to linger faintly in the air, a ghostly counterpoint to the prevailing cynicism. But there was something else, too, a colder, sharper feeling. Conflict. An argument? Don't trust McCann. Sly eyes, always looking for an angle. McCann? Who was McCann? Another prospector? Someone Liam had partnered with or quarreled with? Frustration gnawed at her. A locked door, dusty echoes, another dead end. Where did people go for official business if the assayer wasn't operating? As she turned away from the silent office, a voice cut through the wind, firm and devoid of inflection. "Looking for something, ma'am?" Wren started, turning quickly. The marshal stood not 10 feet away, leaning casually against a support post for the boardwalk overhang. He must have approached soundlessly while she was focused on the assayer's office. It was the man from the night before, the one whose thoughts she'd sensed. Tall, broad-shouldered, his face weathered by sun and wind, partially shaded by the brim of his hat. His eyes, a startlingly clear gray, were fixed on her, observant and unreadable. His presence felt solid, grounded, a stark contrast to the shifting, ephemeral nature of the whispers surrounding them. The psychic static around him was minimal, controlled, mostly reflecting his focus on her, his duty, and a deep weariness. Marshall, Wren acknowledged, keeping her voice even, though her heart hammered against her ribs. This was it, the direct confrontation. Ethan Brody, he supplied, not offering a hand, just watching her. Marshal of Crimson Gulch. And you are? Renelda Hayes, she replied, omitting her connection to Liam for the moment. Just passing through. His eyes narrowed slightly. The skepticism in his thoughts sharpened. Hayes? Not Pritchard? Lying? Or trying to be cautious? Passing through. Nobody just passes through Crimson Gulch. Passing through from where? To where? His tone was calm, almost conversational, but the questions were pointed. From the east. Heading west. She answered vaguely, meeting his gaze directly. Let him doubt. She wasn't ready to lay her cards on the table, not with the memory of that threatening whisper fresh in her mind. Long way for a woman alone, he observed, his gaze sweeping over her travel-worn appearance. This isn't easy country. I manage, Wren said quietly. Seems you were interested in the assayer's office, Brody continued, nodding towards the locked door. Closed down, has been for months. Old man Hemlock, the assayer, passed away last spring. Another dead end. Wren tried to keep the disappointment from her face. I see. Just curious. Brody pushed himself away from the post, taking a step closer. He wasn't overtly threatening, but his presence was imposing. Curiosity can be unhealthy in a town like this, Miss Hayes, especially when it involves things folks would rather leave buried, like missing prospectors. He knew. Or suspected strongly enough to test her reaction. Wren felt a chill despite the strengthening sun. I don't know what you mean, Marshall. A faint, cynical smile touched his lips, not reaching his eyes. She knows, playing dumb. Why? Fear or hiding something? Your brother, he stated, dropping the pretense. Liam Pritchard. Word travels fast, even up here. Faster when there's trouble brewing. He came here 6, maybe 7 months ago. Filed a claim up on Devil's Ridge. Talked big about striking it rich. Then about 2 months back, he vanished. Vanished. The word hung in the air, cold and stark. Vanished, Wren echoed, the fear for Liam tightening its grip. What happened? Was there an accident? Did anyone see? Brody held up a hand, cutting her off. That's the question, isn't it? No sign of him. His camp up on the ridge looked like he just walked away. Tools laid out, half-eaten meal by the fire pit. Horse gone. No tracks leading anywhere useful, no body found. He paused, his gray eyes searching her face. Men disappear out here. Accidents happen, rock slides, critters, getting lost in a blizzard even in late summer. Some just pack up and leave when the gold plays out or debts pile up. Pritchard had a reputation for being restless. The implication was clear. Liam might have just run off again. Wren felt a surge of anger. He wouldn't have just left, not this time. He wrote to me. He was excited. He wouldn't have abandoned his claim, his tools. She trailed off, realizing how desperate she sounded. Maybe, Brody conceded, his tone softening fractionally, though the skepticism remained firmly in place. She believes it, or wants to. Doesn't mean it's true. I've looked into it. Asked questions. Nobody saw anything, nobody knows anything, or if they do, they aren't talking. The wall of silence, the town protecting its secrets. But you don't believe he just left, do you? Wren asked, sensing a flicker of something beneath his professional detachment, the weary integrity she'd sensed before. Something ain't right about it. Too clean, too quiet, but got no proof, nothing solid. What I believe doesn't matter without evidence, Miss Hayes, he said firmly, and right now, there's none. No sign of foul play, no sign of an accident, no sign of Pritchard. He's just gone. Wren felt a wave of despair wash over her. Gone, without a trace. Except for the whispers, the echoes, the terror she felt on the wind. How could she explain that to this man of facts and evidence? As if sensing her turmoil, Brody's gaze sharpened again. You came here looking for him. What makes you so sure something happened? Did you hear something? Receive word? She hesitated. Tell him? Tell this pragmatic, cynical lawman that the wind carried her brother's fear, that unseen voices whispered threats in the night? He'd think she was crazy. He'd dismiss her entirely. Yet withholding information might hinder any chance of finding the truth, might even put her in more danger if he saw her as deliberately obstructive. I have reason to believe he met with trouble, she said carefully, choosing her words. A feeling, a strong intuition. Brody's expression hardened, the faint softening vanishing completely. Disbelief radiated from him. Intuition. Feelings. Great. Intuition doesn't hold up in a hearing, Miss Hayes, and it won't find your brother. Facts will. Evidence will. Neither of which we have. But the whispers, Wren started, then stopped herself, biting her lip. She'd almost said too much. Whispers? Brody asked sharply, latching onto the word. What whispers? Talk in town? Rumors? She shook her head, looking away towards the looming mountains. Just talk. Rumors, like you said. People saying the claim was cursed, that the mountain is dangerous. He watched her for a long moment, his gaze intense. He didn't believe her evasion. She's holding back. Something about whispers. What did she hear, or think she heard? Look, he said, his voice low and serious. I understand you're worried. But Crimson Gulch, it's not a welcoming place for outsiders asking difficult questions. People here have hard lives. They value their privacy. Pushing too hard, digging too deep, it can stir up trouble you're not prepared for. Real trouble, not just feelings or whispers. His warning felt genuine, layered over his skepticism. It echoed the threat she'd heard, the hostility she felt from the town. My advice, he continued, go back down the mountain. Report him missing to the authorities in Durango or Silverton. Let them handle it from there. There's nothing for you here but dust and disappointment. Maybe worse. Wren looked back at him, meeting his steady gaze. His logic was sound, his warning likely accurate. But she couldn't leave. Not yet. Not while Liam's fear echoed around her. Not while the wind carried fragments of his fate. Thank you for the advice, Marshal, she said quietly, but firmly. But I can't leave. Not until I know what happened to my brother, sir. Brody sighed, a faint exhalation of breath that spoke volumes of frustration and resignation. Stubborn. Like Pritchard himself, maybe. Gonna get herself hurt. All right, have it your way. But don't say I didn't warn you. Keep your eyes open. Trust no one. And if you hear any more whispers, that sound like actual facts, you come find me. My office is next to the saloon. He gave her a final assessing look, then tipped his hat slightly and turned, walking away with long, purposeful strides, melting back into the fabric of the watchful town. Wren watched him go, a knot of conflicting emotions tightening in her chest. He didn't believe her, not really. He saw her as naive, possibly foolish, likely a source of future trouble. Yet he hadn't dismissed her outright. He'd warned her. Was it just his duty or something more? As the marshal disappeared around a corner, Wren closed her eyes for a moment, leaning back against the rough wooden wall of the assayer's office. The encounter had drained her, but it had also solidified something. Brody might be skeptical, the town might be hostile, but she wasn't entirely alone in thinking something was wrong. He suspected it too, even without her whispers. She pushed herself away from the wall, her gaze drawn upwards towards the formidable peaks looming over the town. Devil's Ridge, Liam's claim, the source of his excitement, and perhaps his demise. The whispers around her seemed to coalesce, focusing on that area. Up there, where the rocks bleed. McCann was the last one seen near the claim, acting shifty. Heard shouting, high on the ridge, night before Pritchard vanished. Sounded like... The thought fragmented, lost in the wind, but the intensity remained. An argument. McCann. Devil's Ridge. These were threads, tangible clues amidst the psychic noise. Liam hadn't just vanished. Something had happened up there, and someone named McCann might know more than they were letting on. A new resolve settled over her. She couldn't rely on the marshal's facts or the town's guarded silence. She had to follow the echoes, the whispers, the fragments of truth carried on the wind. Her next step was clear. She had to find this McCann, and eventually, she knew with chilling certainty, she would have to go up onto Devil's Ridge herself, into the heart of the mountain secrets, where her brother's last echoes lingered. The thought filled her with dread, but also a fierce determination. She would find the silence Martha had warned her about, or she would break it. Chapter 4. Dust Devils and Doubt. The marshal's warning echoed in Wren's mind long after he disappeared back into the dusty fabric of Crimson Gulch. Trust no one. Keep your eyes open. Sound advice in any circumstance. But here, under the weight of watchful eyes and hostile whispers, it felt less like guidance and more like a grim prophecy. Coupled with the chilling threat she'd sensed the night before, make sure she finds only silence, a knot of cold fear tightened in her gut. Yet overriding the fear was the insistent pulse of Liam's remembered terror, and the name whispered on the wind, McCann. She needed to find this McCann. Marshal Brody might rely on facts and evidence, but Wren's path was illuminated, however faintly and treacherously, by the unseen currents of thought and emotion. McCann was a thread, perhaps frayed and dangerous, but the only one she currently had to pull. Where to begin? The saloon seemed the most likely place to find miners and prospectors, the types Liam might have associated with, the types who might know McCann. But the image of stepping alone into that den of rough laughter, cheap whiskey, and potentially volatile men sent a fresh wave of apprehension through her. It felt too exposed, too risky, especially given the undercurrent of threat she'd already perceived. The general store seemed a safer, albeit less direct, starting point. People needed supplies. Gossip often traded hands over barrels of nails and sacks of flour. Perhaps the storekeeper would be more forthcoming than Martha, or at least less overtly terrified. The store, positioned midway down the main street, had a slightly less derelict air than some of its neighbors. Its sign, Crimson Gulch Mercantile, Provisions and Dry Goods, was faded but legible. Large, dusty windows displayed a haphazard collection of goods, picks and shovels, bolts of sturdy cloth, tins of coffee, traps, and a pair of sturdy-looking boots coated in a thick layer of red dust. Taking a steadying breath, Wren pushed open the door. A small bell jingled overhead, announcing her arrival with startling clarity in the relative quiet. The interior was dim, smelling strongly of cured leather, kerosene, coffee beans, and dust. Shelves packed tight with merchandise lined the walls from floor to ceiling, creating narrow aisles. Sacks of flour and beans were stacked near the front, and a long wooden counter ran along one side, showcasing jars of penny candy, tobacco twists, and various implements. Behind the counter stood a man who seemed almost part of the dusty inventory. He was short, balding, with spectacles perched low on his nose and ink stains on his fingers. He looked up from a ledger, his expression neutral but his eyes sharp behind the lenses. The whispers around him were a low hum of calculation and mild curiosity. Stranger again. The one asking about Pritchard. Brody already talked to her. Looks pale. Wonder what she wants here. Hope she's buying, not just looking. Slim margins these days. Help you, ma'am? He asked, his voice thin, reedy. Just looking, thank you. Wren replied, moving slowly down an aisle, pretending to examine bolts of calico. She needed to gauge him, to see if asking directly about McCann would be met with the same fearful silence she'd encountered with Martha. She let her senses drift, trying to pick up anything specific beneath his surface thoughts about inventory and prices. There was anxiety, yes, the same low-level worry about survival that seemed endemic to Crimson Gulch. But beneath that, closer to the surface than Martha's fear, was a definite awareness of McCann, tinged with disapproval and a touch of nervousness. McCann owes me for that last batch of dynamite. Sly dog. Always thinks he can talk his way out of it. Probably up at the saloon now or messing around those abandoned workings again. Best not mention him if she asks. Bad luck follows that one. Abandoned workings. Dynamite. Sly. Bad luck. The fragments painted a picture, albeit a murky one. McCann wasn't just some random prospector. He was known, perhaps disliked, possibly involved in something questionable if he was buying dynamite on credit and frequenting old mines. Wren paused by a barrel of pickaxe handles, running a hand over the smooth wood. "Actually," she said, turning back towards the storekeeper, keeping her tone casual, "I was hoping you might know someone. A man named McCann. I was told he might work around here." The storekeeper's eyes flickered nervously behind his spectacles. He fussed with arranging a display of tobacco tins, avoiding her gaze. His internal monologue spiked with alarm. "Knew it! Asking about McCann. Why? Linked to Pritchard? Brody wouldn't like me talking. Best say nothing. Just plead ignorance. Safer that way." "McCann?" he echoed, his voice a little too high. "Can't say I place the name, ma'am. Lots of folks drift through, miners, prospectors. Hard to keep track." It was the same stonewalling tactic Martha had used, but his denial felt thinner, his underlying anxiety more palpable to Wren's senses. He knew McCann. He was deliberately withholding information. "I see," Wren said softly, letting a hint of disappointment color her voice. "It's just, I heard he might know something about the area up on Devil's Ridge, near the Pritchard claim." At the mention of the claim, the storekeeper flinched almost imperceptibly. He dropped a tin of tobacco, which clattered loudly on the counter. "Devil's Ridge, Pritchard! She knows, or guesses. Stay out of it, Jedediah. Stay out!" McCann was up there, sure. Everyone knows that. Saw him coming down looking spooked right after. But say nothing. Nothing. His fear was sharp now, mixed with a strong desire to avoid trouble. He knew McCann was connected to the ridge around the time Liam disappeared. He was afraid of McCann, or afraid of the consequences of speaking about him. "Devil's Ridge?" Jedediah stammered, retrieving the fallen tin with fumbling fingers. "Dangerous place, ma'am. Full of unstable rock, old shafts, best avoided, especially by newcomers." The warning was clear. Wren held his gaze for a moment longer, letting him see that she didn't entirely believe his ignorance, but not pushing further. He wouldn't break. Fear held him too tightly. "Thank you for your time," she said quietly, turning to leave. Just as she reached the door, the wind outside suddenly rose with a furious howl. The sunlight dimmed as a swirling vortex of red dust engulfed the street. A dust devil, larger and more violent than the small eddies she'd seen earlier, tore past the storefront, rattling the windows in their frames, momentarily plunging the interior of the store into a gritty ochre twilight. Loose papers fluttered off the counter, and the bell above the door jangled frantically. In that moment of chaos and obscured vision, the psychic noise outside intensified, swirling like the dust itself. Wren flinched, raising a hand instinctively to shield her face, though the barrier was physical, not psychic. The whispers buffeted her, chaotic and sharp. "Dust storm brewing, bad sign. McCann saw him heading towards the red pony earlier. Looked like he'd seen a ghost. She's still here, watching. Brody should run her out. Buried. Keep it buried deep." And then, cutting through the noise, a focused thought, cold and sharp with malice, the same one from the night before. Clearer now. Closer. She's asking about McCann. Getting too close. Needs a stronger warning. The dust devil moved on as quickly as it had arrived, roaring further down the street, leaving behind a thick haze and a residue of fear. The light struggled back through the dusty windows. Wren stood frozen by the door, her hand still raised, the distinct sense of being watched prickling intensely on her skin. Through the settling dust outside, she thought she saw a figure move quickly away from the alleyway across the street, a fleeting shadow disappearing into the gloom between buildings. Or was it just a trick of the dust and light, now amplified by her heightened senses and the chilling whisper? She couldn't be sure, but the feeling of direct hostile observation was undeniable. Someone didn't like her questions about McCann. Someone saw her as a threat. Jedediah, the storekeeper, was muttering behind the counter, brushing dust from his ledger, his earlier nervousness replaced by a superstitious unease. "Dust devils. Always bring trouble. Bad omen. That woman, she's stirring things up." Wren pushed the door open and stepped back out into the hazy street. The air tasted thick with grit. The wind still blew, but the furious energy of the dust devil had subsided, leaving behind a tense quiet. The Red Pony Saloon. That was where the Whisper had placed McCann. She looked towards it, further down the street. Its swinging doors looked like the entrance to another world, one she was increasingly certain she would have to enter. But the feeling of being watched persisted. She scanned the street, the windows, the shadowed spaces between buildings. Nothing overtly suspicious. Yet the sensation lingered, raising the hairs on the back of her neck. Was it the source of the threat, or was it the marshal, keeping his promise to watch her? She spotted him then, not hiding, but not obvious either. Standing near the corner by the blacksmith's, ostensibly examining a horseshoe nailed to a post, but his posture was too alert. His gaze, though brief, flickered towards her before returning to the horseshoe. His thoughts reached her, faint but clear across the distance. Still here, talking to Jedediah. Dust Devil didn't scare her off. Stubborn. Heading for the saloon now? Bad idea. McCann's likely in there. Trouble waiting to happen. Should I intervene? No. Let her see for herself what she's getting into. Maybe reality will sink in where warnings failed. Just keep an eye out. His doubt was a tangible thing, a heavy weight added to her own uncertainties. He was watching, judging, expecting her to fail, perhaps even expecting her to confirm his cynical view of the world by getting herself hurt. It stung, reinforcing her sense of isolation. He wasn't an ally, not yet. He was just the law, waiting for the inevitable wreckage. Should she approach McCann in the saloon, under Brody's skeptical gaze and the watchful eyes of whoever wished her silenced? It felt like walking into an ambush, psychic or otherwise. The whispers around the saloon intensified as she drew nearer, coarse thoughts, drunken boasts, simmering resentments, the clink of glasses, the mournful piano, and beneath it all a thread of nervous energy associated with McCann. Lost again. Damn cards, need another stake. Maybe Pritchard's cash wasn't cleaned out. Dangerous thought. Pritchard's cash? Had Liam found more than just a claim? Had he hidden gold somewhere? Was that why McCann looked like he'd seen a ghost? Guilt? Fear of discovery? Wren stopped 20 feet from the saloon doors. The noise, both audible and psychic, washed over her. Entering felt like stepping off a cliff. Maybe Brody was right. Maybe this was foolish. Doubt gnawed at her resolve, amplified by the marshal's skepticism and the palpable hostility in the air. The dust devil had unsettled her, the direct threat crystallizing the danger she was in. She hesitated, torn between the need for answers and the instinct for self-preservation. The wind swirled around her, lifting dust from the street, whispering its litany of secrets and warnings. She looked towards the mountains, towards Devil's Ridge, hidden now behind the closer buildings but looming large in her mind. The answers were up there, with Liam's ghost, with whatever McCann knew, with the secrets the mountain held. But getting there required navigating this treacherous town, this web of fear and silence. Perhaps confronting McCann directly, especially in a public place like the saloon, wasn't the wisest first move. The storekeeper's whisper mentioned abandoned workings. Maybe McCann spent time there, away from prying eyes? It felt marginally less dangerous than the saloon, a place to observe, perhaps? She turned away from the Red Pony, away from the marshal's watchful eyes, deciding to walk the edge of town, towards the slopes where the older, likely abandoned mines might be located. It felt like a retreat, a concession to the fear and the doubt swirling around her like the recent dust. But maybe, just maybe, it was a strategic withdrawal, a way to approach the truth from a different angle, away from the hostile heart of Crimson Gulch. As she walked towards the outskirts, the feeling of being watched lessened slightly, but the weight of the town's secrets and the echo of her brother's fate pressed down on her, heavier than ever. Chapter 5. The Marshal's Watchful Eyes. Marshal Ethan Brody watched the Hayes woman turn away from the Red Pony Saloon, a flicker of something. Relief, maybe? Or just weary resignation? Easing the tension in his shoulders, He'd half expected her to march right through those swinging doors, full of righteous indignation and naive questions, straight into the path of whatever trouble lurked inside, likely in the form of Finn McCann. Seeing her hesitate, then choose a different direction, towards the scraggly edge of town where the old diggings petered out, was unexpected, and marginally smarter than he'd given her credit for. Still foolish, mind you. Wandering the outskirts alone wasn't much safer than braving the saloon, just a different flavor of risk. But at least it wasn't immediate confrontation. He leaned back against the rough sawn timber of the blacksmith's awning, the scent of coal smoke and hot metal sharp in the thin mountain air. The dust devil had passed, leaving the street coated in a fresh layer of gritty red film, but the underlying tension in Crimson Gulch remained, thick as mud in the creek bed after a flash flood. Renelda Hayes, Liam Pritchard's sister. She had his eyes, that same unsettling intensity beneath a surface layer he couldn't quite read. Pritchard had been full of bluster and big dreams. The sister seemed quieter, more contained, but Brody sensed a similar core of stubbornness, the kind that got people killed in places like this. He pushed himself off the post, adjusting the hang of the Colt Peacemaker on his hip. Habit. A lawman's life was woven from such small rituals, anchors in a world that constantly threatened to pitch into chaos. His job here wasn't about grand notions of justice. It was about keeping a lid on the simmering pot, managing the inherent friction between desperate men, dwindling gold, bad whiskey, and the crushing isolation of the mountains. Most days, it felt less like upholding the law and more like sweeping dust from one corner to another, knowing it would just settle somewhere else. Liam Pritchard's disappearance was a prime example. 2 months gone, vanished clean off the face of Devil's Ridge. Brody had ridden up there himself more times than he cared to count. Found the camp, just as reported. Tent still standing, tools scattered as if dropped mid-task, a pot of beans hardening over a cold fire pit. No sign of struggle, no blood, just emptiness. His horse had turned up a week later, miles down the canyon, grazing peacefully, reins trailing. Nothing to indicate foul play, yet the whole scene felt wrong, staged almost. Too neat, too silent. He'd questioned everyone who might have seen Pritchard in his final days. Jedediah at the mercantile firm, who'd sold him his last batch of supplies, remembered Pritchard being agitated, impatient. Martha at the hotel recalled him paying his bill in a hurry, talking about heading back up the ridge, convinced he was on to something big. Miners nursing beers at the Red Pony offered shrugs and vague recollections. Pritchard kept to himself mostly, flashed a nugget or two, bragged about his luck turning. And then there was McCann. Finn McCann. Brody's jaw tightened involuntarily. McCann was a low-level grifter, always working an angle, usually in debt, quick with a story but slow with the truth. He'd been prospecting near Pritchard's claim around the time Liam vanished. Claimed he hadn't seen Pritchard for days before the disappearance was noted. Said Liam was secretive, probably spooked by claim jumpers and took off. Plausible, maybe. But McCann had seemed twitchy. More so than usual. And Jedediah's fear when the sister mentioned McCann's name hadn't escaped Brody's notice. People weren't just wary of McCann. Some were genuinely afraid of him. Brody started his rounds, walking the length of the main street, his gaze sweeping over the familiar, weathered facades, the shadowed alleyways, the faces of the people he passed. He nodded curtly here and there, receiving equally reserved greetings in return. Crimson Gulch wasn't a friendly town. It was a survivor town. Trust was earned slowly, if at all, and usually measured against self-interest. They tolerated his badge because it represented a thin line against utter lawlessness, but they didn't welcome his questions, especially when those questions touched on secrets best left buried, like whatever really happened to Liam Pritchard. He stopped outside the assayer's office, staring at the dusty window Renelda Hayes had peered through earlier. Old Man Hemlock had been the closest thing to a town elder, grumpy and cynical, but fair in his assessments. His death last spring had left a void, not just in services, but in a kind of grumpy stability. He might have known something about Pritchard's strike, might have offered a perspective untainted by the general scramble for gold. Now it was just another closed door, another repository of silence. Brody sighed, the sound lost in the whisper of the wind. Intuition, the Hayes woman had said. A feeling. He snorted softly to himself. Feelings didn't put murderers behind bars or find lost men. He dealt in facts, intangible evidence, tracks, witnesses, weapons, motives plain as day like greed or jealousy. Pritchard's disappearance lacked all of that. It was a void, an infuriating blank space on the map of his jurisdiction. Yet, he couldn't shake his own nagging feeling. A lawman's intuition, maybe, though he'd never call it that. Just a persistent sense, born of years observing the darker side of human nature, that the silence surrounding Pritchard's vanishing was too complete, too convenient. Someone knew something. Maybe McCann, maybe someone else entirely. And now the sister was here, poking at the edges, stirring the dust. Her presence was a catalyst. A stone dropped into a stagnant pond. The ripples were already spreading. That dust devil, the sudden spike of tension in the street. Coincidence? Maybe. Maybe not. He glanced towards the edge of town where Renelda had disappeared from view. He pictured her navigating the treacherous slopes near the abandoned mine workings, steep inclines, loose scree, hidden shafts covered by rotting timbers. Places where accidents happened easily, places where bodies could disappear forever. Was she looking for McCann, or just trying to get a feel for the land where her brother had worked? Either way, she was vulnerable. His duty was clear: maintain order, investigate crimes, protect the citizens. But Renelda Hayes wasn't exactly a citizen. She was an outsider, potentially a source of disruption. His pragmatic side, honed by years of dealing with the harsh realities of the frontier, told him to let her be, to let her learn her lesson the hard way or give up and leave, taking her unsettling presence with her. It would certainly make his life simpler. But the image of her face, the worry in her eyes overlaid with that stubborn resolve, pricked at something beneath his professional cynicism. He'd seen that look before, in the eyes of wives waiting for overdue husbands, of parents searching for lost children. The desperate hope warring with gnawing fear. He knew the weight of not knowing, and despite his skepticism about her methods, her whispers, her determination resonated with his own buried frustration over the Pritchard case. He wanted answers, too, even if he wouldn't admit it. He altered his course, leaving the main street and taking a less traveled path that skirted the cluster of cabins clinging to the lower slope. The trail climbed gradually, offering a wider view of the town nestled below and the surrounding terrain. He moved quietly, his worn boots making little sound on the packed earth and loose rock. Old habits. Observation was key. Seeing without being seen often yielded more truth than direct confrontation. From a rise sheltered by a stand of gnarled piñon pines, he could survey the area Renelda had headed towards. A scarred landscape of old tailings piles, collapsed tunnels marked by heaps of weathered timber, and shallow pits overgrown with scrub. Decades of fruitless searching for color had left their mark. It was a desolate, lonely place. He spotted her. She was standing near the entrance of one of the larger, more intact-looking tunnel mouths, half hidden by a tumble of rockfall. She wasn't trying to enter, just standing there very still, her head slightly tilted as if listening intently. Listening to what? The wind sighing through the abandoned workings? The scuttling of unseen creatures? Or those damned whispers she seemed to believe in? Brody watched her, a frown creasing his brow. What was she hoping to find here? An echo of McCann? Some psychic residue of her brother? He shook his head inwardly. Facts. Evidence. That's what mattered. Yet he couldn't deny the intensity of her focus, the way she seemed attuned to something beyond the physical landscape. It made him uneasy, challenging his ordered view of the world. He saw movement then, further up the slope, near a cluster of boulders overlooking the mine entrance where Renelda stood. A flicker of denim, the glint of sunlight off something metal. A rifle barrel? Brody froze, instantly alert, his hand instinctively going to the butt of his Colt. He squinted, trying to get a clearer view through the shimmering heat haze. The figure shifted, revealing himself for a brief second before melting back behind the rocks. Tall, lanky, wearing a battered hat pulled low. Finn McCann. Brody would recognize that slinking posture anywhere, and he was definitely holding a rifle. Watching Renelda, Brody's gut tightened. This wasn't coincidence. McCann wasn't just randomly prospecting up here. He was observing the sister, armed. Why? Simple caution, or something more sinister? The whisper Renelda claimed to have heard last night, make sure she finds only silence, suddenly felt chillingly plausible. Was McCann the source of that threat? Was he ensuring she didn't get too close to whatever secrets he was guarding? Brody stayed put, hidden by the pines. Intervening now, revealing himself, might spook McCann, might escalate the situation unpredictably. Better to watch, gather more information. See what McCann intended. See what Renelda did next. Renelda eventually turned away from the mine entrance, seemingly unaware of the eyes watching her from above. She started picking her way carefully back down the slope, towards the edge of town. Brody waited until she was out of McCann's direct line of sight before shifting his own position, keeping McCann in view. McCann remained behind the boulders for several long minutes after Renelda had gone, scanning the area around the abandoned mine, his movements furtive, edgy. Then, apparently satisfied, he slung the rifle over his shoulder and scrambled down the slope, disappearing into a shallow ravine that likely led back towards the less reputable side of Crimson Gulch, perhaps towards the saloon. He hadn't approached Renelda, hadn't threatened her directly, but his armed surveillance spoke volumes. He was involved, he was worried, and he was dangerous. Brody let out a slow breath. He had something now. Not proof, not hard evidence, but a direct observation linking McCann to Renelda Hayes, under circumstances that reeked of suspicion. McCann watching her, armed, near the old workings shortly after she'd been asking about him. It wasn't enough for an arrest. Not even close in a town that shrugged off most transgressions, short of outright murder, witnessed by a crowd. But it was enough to confirm his own gut feeling. It was enough to justify keeping a much closer eye on Mr. Finn McCann and on Renelda Hayes. She was walking blindly into a minefield, guided by voices on the wind, while tangible threats lurked just out of sight. His duty demanded he prevent violence if he could. His pragmatism told him she was making it difficult. His weary cynicism suspected it would all end badly. But as he watched her small, determined figure reach the edge of town and disappear among the buildings, another, less familiar feeling surfaced. A grudging respect, perhaps. She hadn't run. She hadn't broken. She was still searching despite the fear, despite the warnings, despite the palpable hostility of this place. Maybe her intuition wasn't entirely baseless. Maybe the wind did carry whispers, echoes of truth obscured by dust and doubt. He wouldn't bet his badge on it, wouldn't trade a single verifiable fact for 1,000 psychic whispers, but he found himself hoping, against all his ingrained skepticism, that she wouldn't just find silence. He hoped, for her sake, and perhaps even for the sake of whatever passed for justice in Crimson Gulch, that she found something more, though the cost of finding it, he suspected, might be terrifyingly high. He needed to talk to McCann, soon, before the sisters stirred up something neither of them could control. Chapter 6. A Trail Gone Cold. Returning to the main thoroughfare of Crimson Gulch felt like wading back into a stagnant pool. The air, still thick with the gritty aftermath of the Dust Devil, seemed to press in on Wren, heavy with the weight of unspoken thoughts and resentments. The feeling of being watched, though lessened now that she was back within the dubious shelter of the town proper, lingered like a bad taste in her mouth. Had the watcher near the abandoned mine been McCann, or someone else entirely? The malice she'd felt carried on the wind, that cold intent to ensure her silence, felt chillingly real, a tangible threat lurking just beyond the edge of her perception. She walked slowly, her gaze drifting over the impassive faces of the few people she passed, the weathered facades of the buildings that seemed to hoard secrets within their decaying timber. The trail she'd hoped to pick up, the thread that might lead her to Liam, felt frustratingly elusive. Martha's fear-driven silence, Jedediah's nervous deflection, the locked assayer's office, the unsettling surveillance near the old mine workings. Each step forward seemed only to reveal another dead end, another layer of the town's tightly guarded obscurity. Even the whispers, usually a chaotic but sometimes useful guide, felt fragmented today, like snatches of conversation overheard through a thick wall, offering more confusion than clarity. Price of feed, another dry season coming, damn saloon watered the whiskey again, should have left when the silver pinched out. Stubborn fool. The ridge, always the ridge, takes more than it gives. Everyday worries mingled with a deeper, almost superstitious dread associated with the mountains, with Devil's Ridge in particular. But nothing specific about Liam, nothing about McCann beyond that brief, alarming flash of his presence near the mine entrance gleaned from the heart of the Dust Devil. It was as if the town, consciously or unconsciously, had drawn a veil of silence around her brother's disappearance, a veil reinforced by fear and perhaps something darker. Marshal Brody's words echoed in her mind. Trust no one. It was sound advice, yet profoundly isolating. Who could she turn to? The lawman himself was skeptical, watching her with eyes that seemed to expect the worst. The townsfolk were either hostile, afraid, or indifferent. She was adrift, armed only with a strange, unreliable gift and a fading photograph of her brother tucked inside her worn leather journal. Doubt, cold and insidious, began to creep in, chilling her more effectively than the mountain wind. Was Brody right? Was she chasing shadows, projecting her own grief and fear onto the indifferent silence of the frontier? Liam had always been restless, always chasing the next rainbow. Maybe he had just walked away, spooked by the harsh realities of mining or lured by some new, improbable scheme further west. Maybe the whispers she heard, the flashes of terror, were just echoes of past traumas snagged on the wind, unrelated to his current fate. The thought felt like a betrayal. She remembered his last letter, the uncharacteristic earnestness in his scrawled handwriting, the genuine excitement about the claim, the promise of a different future for them both. It hadn't felt like the prelude to another flight of fancy. It had felt real, grounded, and the fear she sensed, the visceral terror that sometimes ripped through the psychic static, that felt undeniably like Liam, like his unique signature of panic. No, she couldn't dismiss it, couldn't abandon him to the silence. She found herself back near the hotel, the creaking sign overhead sounding like a sigh of resignation. Entering the dim, stuffy common room felt like returning to a cage. Martha was nowhere in sight, likely occupied in the back kitchen. Wren considered asking for lunch, but the thought of another tense, monosyllabic exchange with the wary hotel keeper was too draining. Besides, her appetite had vanished, replaced by a gnawing anxiety. What now? Confront McCann directly at the Red Pony? The thought sent a fresh wave of apprehension through her. After sensing that hostile watcher, after Brody's warning, it seemed reckless, almost suicidal. The abandoned mine workings? Going back there alone felt equally perilous, especially if McCann frequented the area. Devil's Ridge itself? The place where Liam vanished. The place the whispers associated with curses and danger. Going up there unprepared, without knowing the terrain or what threats she might face, seemed the height of folly. Every path seemed blocked, either by physical danger or a wall of silence. The trail had gone cold, just as Brody had predicted, leaving her stranded in this unwelcoming pocket of the mountains, surrounded by suspicion and the ghosts of unspoken tragedies. Frustration burned within her, hot and sharp. She needed information, a foothold, however small. Perhaps there were others in town less directly connected to the mining operations, less invested in the secrets surrounding Devil's Ridge. Older residents? Women who might operate outside the main rumor mill centered around the saloon and the claims. She thought of the small, dilapidated structure she'd noticed at the far end of town, slightly set back from the main street, with a crooked wooden cross nailed above the door. A church, presumably, though it looked long abandoned. Sometimes communities formed around such places, even defunct ones. Maybe someone nearby tended a garden, someone who observed the comings and goings from a slight remove. It was a slim hope, based on nothing more than a desperate need to try something different. Leaving the hotel again, she walked purposefully towards the neglected church. The wind had picked up once more, not with the fury of the dust devil, but with a persistent, mournful sigh that seemed to carry the accumulated sadness of the place. It tugged at her skirt, whipped loose strands of hair across her face, and brought with it the usual fragments. Needs new shoes. Where's the coin? If Brody asks, saw nothing. Blasted cough won't leave. And then, something different. Quieter. A thread of simple, enduring faith. Fragile but persistent, tangled with grief. Light a candle for the lost souls. For Thomas. For the boy Pritchard. Maybe for the sister, too. She looks so alone. Wren stopped, her breath catching. The thought felt gentle, imbued with a quiet sorrow and a surprising empathy. The boy Pritchard. Liam. Someone remembered him, grieved for him, even if only in the privacy of their own thoughts. And they saw her loneliness. The source felt close, emanating from a small, neatly kept cabin set beside the crumbling church. Wisps of smoke curled from its stone chimney, and pots of surprisingly resilient red geraniums lined the narrow porch rail, splashes of defiant color against the weathered gray wood. Hesitantly, Wren approached the cabin's gate, a simple picket structure badly in need of paint. The whispers from within grew clearer, centered around an elderly woman. Images flickered, hands wrinkled and worn, tending the flowers, eyes faded but kind, looking out towards the mountains. A deep, settled grief for someone named Thomas, interwoven with a softer sorrow for the young prospector who had vanished. There was no fear here. No hostility, just a profound weariness and a quiet dignity. Dare she knock? Interrupt this private grief? It felt intrusive. Yet this was the first glimmer of warmth, of potential connection she'd encountered in Crimson Gulch. Taking a chance, she lifted the latch and stepped onto the short path leading to the porch. Before she could knock, the cabin door opened. An old woman stood there, small and frail-boned, her back stooped with age. Her face was a roadmap of wrinkles, her eyes pale blue and clouded with cataracts, yet they held a surprising sharpness, a deep seeing quality. She wore a simple dark dress, and a faded shawl clutched around her thin shoulders. "Expected you," the old woman said, her voice thin but clear, carrying easily over the wind's sigh. Her thoughts were calm, resigned. The wind carries more than dust, carries feelings, carries intentions. Hers are clear enough. Looking for the brother. Wren was taken aback. "You expected me?" The old woman nodded slowly, gesturing with a gnarled hand for Wren to enter. "Heard the worry on the wind, felt it settle, like dust after a storm. Come in, child. The wind bites today." Stepping inside, Wren found herself in a small, clean room, sparsely furnished but filled with a surprising sense of peace. Dried herbs hung from the low rafters, scenting the air with lavender and sage. A small fire crackled cheerfully in the hearth, casting a warm glow on the whitewashed walls, adorned with simple pressed flowers in wooden frames. It was an oasis of calm amidst the harshness outside. "I'm Alara," the old woman said, sinking slowly into a rocking chair near the fire. "Lived here longer than most care to remember. Seen the gulch boom and bust and settle into this." She waved a hand vaguely, encompassing the town's current state of weary endurance. "You're the Pritchard girl, Liam's sister." It wasn't a question. Wren nodded, sinking onto a low wooden stool, the woman indicated. "Renelda Hayes. Wren? Yes, Liam was my brother." The past tense slipped out, tasting like ash. Alara's clouded eyes softened with empathy. "The grief is strong in this one. Fresh, not like mine, worn smooth by time. "He was a bright spark, your brother," she said softly, "full of dreams. Came by here sometimes when he first arrived, helped me mend my fence once, had quick hands and an easy smile. Reminded me a little of my Thomas when he was young." A shadow of old pain crossed her face, the grief Wren had sensed earlier pulsing gently. "You knew him?" Wren asked, leaning forward, hope flickering anew. "Knew of him, mostly," Alara corrected gently. "Saw him around town, heard the talk. He was excited about his claim up there." She gestured towards the mountains visible through the small window. "Thought he'd finally found his fortune, like so many before him. Do you know what happened to him, Alara? Did you hear anything? See anything?" Wren kept her voice low, not wanting to shatter the fragile peace of the room, but desperate for any scrap of information. Alara rocked slowly, her gaze distant. Her thoughts drifted, touching on memories, fragments of overheard conversations, the ambient fear of the town. Heard McCann boasting in the saloon one night, something about teaching Pritchard a lesson. Then silence, Jedediah looking scared, Martha bolting her door earlier than usual. The wind carried fear that night, sharp, like broken glass. "People in this town, they keep their eyes down, child," Alara said eventually, her voice barely above a whisper. "They learn not to see things, not to hear things that might bring trouble to their door, especially when it involves men like McCann." McCann again. The name fell like a stone into the quiet room. What about McCann? Wren pressed gently. Did Liam have trouble with him? Alara hesitated, her wrinkled brow furrowed in thought, or perhaps reluctance. Dangerous talk. McCann has ears everywhere, but the girl deserves something. There was talk, she admitted cautiously. Arguments, over cards maybe, over the claim boundaries. Liam, he wasn't always wise in who he trusted, perhaps. McCann, he has a darkness about him, a hunger. It wasn't much. Rumors, arguments, nothing concrete, but it confirmed the link, the animosity between Liam and the man Brody had seen watching her. Did McCann seem different after Liam disappeared? Wren asked. Alara fell silent again, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames. Wren could feel her sifting through memories, through the psychic residue of the past months. Saw him, yes, coming down from the ridge, days after Liam was last seen. Face like a thundercloud, but his eyes, shifty, scared, like a coyote caught in a trap. Bought whiskey at the Red Pony, paid with dust that looked richer than usual, said he found a new pocket. Lies. Smelled like lies and fear. He kept to himself more, Alara said slowly, quieter, but restless, like he was waiting for something or running from something in his own mind. She looked directly at Wren, her clouded eyes sharp again. Be careful of him, child. Very careful. Some secrets are guarded with more than silence. The warning, delivered in this calm, quiet space, felt more potent than Brody's gruff advice or the anonymous threat on the wind. Alara knew the town, knew its undercurrents, knew the potential for violence simmering beneath the surface. Wren felt a wave of gratitude, but also a deepening despair. Even this kind woman, the only person who had offered any semblance of help, could only provide fragments, warnings, confirmation of dangers Wren already suspected. The solid trail, the clear path to answers, remained elusive. She stayed for a while longer, sharing a cup of fragrant herbal tea with Alara, listening to stories of the town's past, of prospectors who came and went, of hardships endured and small joys found. It was a brief respite, a moment of human connection in the isolating landscape of her search. But eventually, she knew she had to leave, to return to the cold reality waiting outside. As she stood to go, thanking Alara for her kindness and the tea, the old woman placed a frail hand on her arm. Your brother. He carried this, she said, pressing something small and cool into Wren's palm. Dropped it near my gate one day, not long before he went missing, meant to return it. Wren looked down. Nestled in her hand was a small, intricately carved wooden bird, a hawk, its wings slightly swept back. She recognized it instantly. Liam had carved it years ago during a winter when they were snowed in. He wasn't a natural craftsman, but he'd persisted, sanding it smooth, capturing a surprising sense of movement in the simple piece of pine. He always carried it in his pocket. A good luck charm, he called it. Tears sprang to Wren's eyes, hot and sudden. Seeing it, feeling its familiar shape, made Liam's absence devastatingly real, a physical ache in her chest. It wasn't a clue. It wasn't a map. It told her nothing about where he was or what had happened. It was just a piece of him, left behind, a tangible reminder of the brother she had lost, perhaps forever, to the silence and secrets of this mountain. She clutched the small wooden bird tightly, the smooth wood a painful comfort. "Thank you, Alara," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Alara patted her hand gently. Grief needs an anchor. Maybe this small thing will help. Go carefully, child, and listen to the wind. Sometimes it tells the truth, even when people lie. Stepping back out into the biting wind, Wren felt the full weight of her situation settle upon her. Alara's kindness had been a balm, but the information gleaned was scant, confirming suspicions rather than providing direction. The trail felt colder than ever, littered only with warnings, fear, and now a poignant reminder of everything she stood to lose, or had perhaps already lost. She clutched the wooden hawk in her pocket, its shape a small, hard knot against her thigh. Where did she go from here? The silence of Crimson Gulch seemed to stretch before her, vast and impenetrable. Chapter 7. Voices from Stone. The small wooden hawk felt both heavy and impossibly light in Wren's pocket, a solid point in a world that seemed increasingly fluid and treacherous. Leaving Alara's quiet cabin was like stepping from a warm hearth back into a blizzard, though the storm here was one of silence, suspicion, and the chilling weight of the unseen. Alara's kindness had been a brief candle flame in the oppressive darkness of Crimson Gulch, but it hadn't illuminated a clear path forward. If anything, her warnings about McCann and the confirmation of Liam's troubles only deepened the shadows. Wren walked back towards the center of the gulch, the wind tugging persistently at her shawl, whipping dust into her eyes. The trail felt colder than ever, the silence more profound. The townsfolk she passed averted their gazes, their psychic static a low, guarded hum of distrust and weary resignation. The Pritchard girl, still here, asking questions, trouble. The thoughts were monotonous, predictable, offering nothing new. It seemed the entire community had clamped down, sealing off any potential leaks of information regarding Liam's disappearance. Fear was a powerful mortar, binding them together in mutual silence. Brody was right. Trust no one. Alara, perhaps, but the old woman was frail, isolated. Her knowledge gleaned from observation and intuition rather than direct involvement. The marshal himself remained an enigma, his skepticism a solid wall, yet his watchful presence suggested a deeper interest, a suspicion that mirrored her own, even if he wouldn't acknowledge her methods. She caught a glimpse of him standing near the livery, talking to the owner, his posture seemingly relaxed, but she felt the brief, assessing flick of his gaze as she passed. He was aware of her movements, tracking her progress through the town's wary consciousness. It wasn't comforting. It felt like being monitored, judged. Doubt washed over her again, cold and sharp. What was she doing here? Chasing ghosts and whispers, guided by a gift that felt more like a curse, drawing unwanted attention and potentially lethal threats upon herself? Liam might truly be gone, swallowed by the indifference of the wilderness or his own recklessness. Perhaps the most sensible thing, the sane thing, would be to heed Brody's advice, ride back down the mountain, and leave Crimson Gulch to fester with its secrets. But the hawk in her pocket pulsed with a phantom warmth, a reminder of Liam's hopeful energy, his flawed but vibrant presence in her life. And beneath the surface noise, beneath her own fear and doubt, the echo of his terror persisted, faint but undeniable. It wasn't just generic fear, it was Liam's fear, sharp and specific, tangled with the metallic taste of blood and the suffocating darkness she'd glimpsed behind her eyelids. She couldn't leave him to that echo, unanswered. If the people wouldn't speak, perhaps the place itself would. Alara's words resonated. The wind carries more than dust. Maybe it carried echoes trapped not just in minds, but in the physical world itself. The mountains surrounding the gulch felt ancient, immense, repositories of time and memory. Devil's Ridge, Liam's Claim, the abandoned mine workings nearby. These places had witnessed something. A new resolve hardened within her, pushing back the tide of doubt. She wouldn't confront McCann yet, not directly. She wouldn't brave the saloon's hostile atmosphere. Instead, she would go back to the edge, back to the scarred earth and silent tunnels where she'd sensed the Watcher earlier. She needed to get closer to the source, closer to the land that held the last traces of her brother. Maybe there, away from the dense psychic clutter of the town, the whispers would be different. Maybe the stones themselves held voices. She turned off the main street, her boots crunching on the rocky, less-traveled path leading towards the old mine workings she had visited that morning. The air felt thinner here, cleaner, carrying the scent of pine and dry earth rather than stale beer and wood smoke. The sky overhead was vast, intensely blue, the sun beginning its slow descent towards the jagged western peaks. Long shadows stretched from the surrounding cliffs and boulders, deepening the sense of isolation. As she climbed, leaving the huddle of buildings behind, the nature of the whispers subtly changed. The immediate anxieties of the townsfolk faded, replaced by something older, more diffuse, faint traces of past desperation, the sharp pang of a prospector finding only worthless shale, the aching loneliness of long winters spent in isolation, the sudden terror of a collapsing tunnel years ago. These weren't active thoughts, but faint emotional residues clinging to the landscape, embedded in the very rock and soil. It was like listening to the faint resonance of a bell long after it had stopped ringing. She reached the area of the abandoned workings again. The silence here was different from the town's guarded quiet. It was deeper, weighted by neglect and the immense indifference of the mountains. Tailings piles, like miniature gray mountains themselves, slumped beside the dark mouths of several collapsed or deliberately sealed tunnels. Only the one she'd approached earlier seemed relatively intact, though its timbers looked dangerously weathered. This time she felt no immediate sense of being watched by human eyes. McCann, if it had been him, was gone. Brody was likely back in town, maintaining his vigil over the main street. Here she felt exposed only to the vastness of the sky and the ancient scrutiny of the mountains. Yet the feeling of presence was stronger than before, less specific, less overtly hostile, but more profound. It was the weight of the place itself, the accumulated history soaked into the stone. She approached the entrance to the main tunnel cautiously, her boots skidding slightly on the loose scree. The air flowing out from the opening felt unnaturally cold, carrying a damp mineral scent and the absolute darkness of the earth's interior. She stopped just outside the shadowed overhang, reluctant to step inside. The timbers above groaned softly in the wind, a sound like a low moan. Standing there, she closed her eyes, deliberately quieting her own thoughts, trying to attune herself solely to the environment, to the voices from stone. She reached out a hand, resting her palm against the cool, rough rock face beside the tunnel entrance. At first, there was nothing but the cold solidity of the stone, the faint vibration of the wind. Then slowly, hesitantly, impressions began to filter through, different from the wind-borne whispers. These felt deeper, older, embedded. A wave of raw physical exertion, the jarring shock of pickaxe striking rock again and again, the suffocating lack of air deep within the earth. Hope, sharp and blinding, as a vein of something promising was struck. Then, inevitably, disappointment, bitterness, the slow crushing weight of failure. Generations of it layered one atop the other, and then something sharper, newer, closer to the surface. Greed, cold and calculating, an argument, voices raised not in anger but intense negotiation that quickly soured. Mine, I found it. The agreement was, not enough, never enough. The emotions were tangled, indistinct, not clearly tied to specific individuals, but strong. Conflict over a discovery. Recent conflict. She focused harder, pressing her palm against the stone, trying to push past the general residue towards something specific, towards Liam. Where was his echo in this geological tapestry of hope and despair? A sudden sharp image flashed behind her eyes, superimposed over the darkness. Moonlight. Cold, white moonlight glinting off something metallic. Not just a shovel this time, but the unmistakable shape of a pickaxe head. Stained dark, the sickening thud of impact. A gasp cut short. Utter silence. Wren snatched her hand back from the rock as if burned, stumbling backward, her heart pounding against her ribs. She gasped for air, the image searing itself into her mind. It wasn't just fear she'd sensed from Liam. It was the finality of violence, the cold shock of betrayal. She leaned against the rockfall near the entrance, breathing heavily, fighting back nausea. Had that been Liam? Had that been his end here or somewhere nearby? The image felt horrifyingly real, imbued with a chilling certainty. It wasn't just a random echo. It felt like a direct imprint of a traumatic event, somehow absorbed by the surrounding stone. Her gaze swept the ground near the mine entrance, searching desperately for anything, any physical corroboration of the violent image. The area was littered with loose rock, debris from the aging timbers, wind-blown detritus. Nothing obvious. Brody had likely searched here, his trained eyes looking for conventional clues. But he wouldn't have been looking for a place that felt wrong, a spot resonating with the psychic shock of murder. She knelt down, her eyes scanning the ground more closely, letting her senses guide her, pushing past the visual clutter to feel for any subtle discordance. Her fingers brushed against something small, half buried in the dust and gravel, near a larger boulder, just inside the shadow of the mine's overhang. Not a rock, too smooth, too regular. Carefully, she dug it out. It was a button, a simple brass button, tarnished green with age and exposure, the kind commonly used on work shirts or canvas jackets. Nothing remarkable in itself. Prospectors lost buttons all the time. But as her fingers closed around it, a faint but distinct wave of anxiety washed over her, sharp and unpleasant. Not Liam's fear. This felt shifty, nervous, edgy. Dropped it. Hope nobody'd have to get away. Covered tracks by McCann. The feeling signature was sickeningly familiar, matching the nervous energy she'd sensed around the storekeeper when McCann's name was mentioned, matching the watcher on the ridge. This button, she felt with sudden certainty, belonged to McCann, and he'd lost it here, near the mine entrance, around the time he was feeling anxious, needing to cover his tracks. It wasn't proof. It wasn't a confession carved in stone, but it was something. A physical object linked to McCann, found in a place resonating with violence, near where her brother's claim lay, near where McCann himself had been seen acting suspiciously. It was a piece that fit, tightening the net of circumstance around him. She slipped the button into her pocket, alongside the wooden hawk. The two objects felt like opposing weights, one representing Liam's lost hope, the other hinting at the dark reality of his fate and the man possibly responsible. A sudden noise from deeper within the tunnel made her freeze, a skittering sound like loose pebbles dislodged, followed by a heavy scraping noise. Her blood ran cold. Was someone inside? Had McCann returned? Or was it just the old mine settling, rocks shifting in the deep, unstable darkness? She backed away slowly, silently, from the tunnel mouth, her eyes fixed on the impenetrable blackness within. The urge to flee, to run back to the relative safety of the town, was overwhelming. But the image of the pickaxe, the feel of the button, the certainty growing within her, these held her rooted for another moment. The voices from the stone had spoken, not in words, but in images, emotions, and a single, tangible clue. The trail wasn't entirely cold. It led back to Finn McCann, and it pointed towards violence. She needed to show the button to Brody. Maybe this physical piece, combined with his own observations of McCann's behavior, would be enough to pierce his skepticism, enough to prompt decisive action. But as she turned to leave, her gaze fell upon a peculiar mark on the rock face opposite the tunnel entrance, partially obscured by hardy scrub clinging to a fissure. It wasn't a natural marking, nor graffiti. It looked like a symbol, deliberately scratched into the stone, a rough circle with a jagged line like a lightning bolt struck through it. It looked vaguely familiar, like something she'd seen in Liam's sketches or notes, dismissed at the time as idle doodling. What did it mean? Was it a claim marker? A warning? A symbol left by Liam himself? It felt significant, another piece of the puzzle laid bare by the silent stones. She needed to remember it, sketch it later. It felt like a key, though to what lock she couldn't guess. With the button secure, the symbol etched in her memory, and the chilling echo of violence still resonating within her, Wren turned her back on the abandoned mine. The sun was lower now, the shadows stretching long and menacing across the landscape. She had found something, yes. Voices from the stone had offered clues. But they had also confirmed her deepest fears and pointed towards a confrontation that felt both inevitable and terrifyingly dangerous. The silence of Crimson Gulch was beginning to break, but what lay beneath it felt darker than she could have imagined. Chapter 8. Beneath a Skeptic's Sky. The descent back towards Crimson Gulch felt like wading through increasingly thick air, each step heavier than the last. The profound silence of the abandoned workings, broken only by the wind and the unsettling echoes from the stone, gave way once more to the dense psychic clutter of the town. Wren clutched the tarnished brass button in her pocket, its small, solid shape a stark contrast to the ephemeral nature of the whispers and visions that guided her. It was evidence, of a sort. Tangible. Something Marshall Brody, with his insistence on facts, might not be able to dismiss quite so easily. Might. The word hung heavy with doubt. She could already picture his face, the raised eyebrow, the weary skepticism in his clear gray eyes, the internal sigh of exasperation she'd likely feel radiating from him. Feelings about a button? Intuition about a symbol scratched on a rock? More trouble. Yet what choice did she have? McCann was dangerous. The malice she'd sensed proved that. The violent image from the mine felt terrifyingly real, and now she had the button, linking McCann physically to that place of dread around the time of Liam's disappearance, found where she'd felt the psychic imprint of violence. Ignoring it, trying to investigate further on her own, felt increasingly reckless. Brody, for all his skepticism, wore a badge. He represented the only official authority in this lawless pocket of the mountains. Dusk was gathering in earnest now, painting the undersides of the few high clouds a bruised purple and orange. Lanterns flickered to life in the windows of the saloon and the hotel, casting pools of weak yellow light onto the dusty street. The air grew colder, carrying the sharp scent of pine and the promise of a clear, star-filled night. A skeptic's sky, Wren thought wryly, vast, indifferent, offering no easy answers, only cold, distant light, just like the Marshal. His office, as he'd indicated earlier, was a small, unassuming structure sandwiched between the noisy Red Pony Saloon and the silent, dusty Assayers building. A single lantern burned inside, illuminating the stark lettering on the window. Marshall E. Brody. The proximity to the saloon felt both practical and symbolic, the law sitting right beside the heart of the town's potential for trouble. Taking a deep breath, tasting the grit on the wind, Wren walked towards it. The sounds from the saloon, raucous laughter, the clink of glasses, the relentless, slightly off-key piano, seemed to amplify as she approached, a wave of chaotic energy washing against the Marshal's closed door. She could feel the disparate thoughts from within the saloon, drunken boasts, simmering resentments, flashes of greed and loneliness. And somewhere in that mix, she sensed the nervous, shifty energy she now associated with Finn McCann. Was he in there now, drinking away his fear or guilt, unaware she held a piece of his carelessness in her pocket? She raised her hand to knock on the Marshal's door, hesitating for a fraction of a second. Could she make him listen? Could she bridge the gulf between her world of whispers and his world of hard facts? Steeling herself, she knocked firmly. "Enter." The voice from within was flat, devoid of inflection, instantly recognizable. Wren pushed the door open and stepped inside. The marshal's office was exactly as she'd imagined. Sparse, functional, brutally pragmatic. A scarred wooden desk dominated the small space, littered with papers held down by rocks, a half-empty inkwell, and a gleaming Colt peacemaker lying within easy reach, its barrel pointed safely towards the wall. A rifle rack stood against one wall, holding a Winchester and a shotgun. A few wanted posters, faded and curling at the edges, were tacked haphazardly beside it. The only concessions to comfort were a pot-bellied stove, currently cold, and two sturdy wooden chairs. The room smelled of dust, old paper, stale tobacco smoke, and faintly of gun oil. It was the smell of lonely authority, of order maintained by vigilance and the implied threat of force. Marshal Brody sat behind the desk, leaning back in his chair, regarding her silently as she closed the door behind her. The lantern light cast harsh shadows on his weathered face, emphasizing the lines etched around his eyes and mouth. He didn't look surprised to see her. His psychic signature was tightly controlled, a low hum of weary duty and focused observation. Knew she'd be back. Couldn't leave it alone. What now? More intuition? "Marshal," Wren began, her voice steadier than she felt. "Miss Hayes," he acknowledged, nodding towards the chair opposite his desk. "Didn't expect to see you again so soon. Changed your mind about heading down the mountain?" The question held a faint edge of challenge, masked by his neutral tone. Wren ignored the chair, remaining standing. She felt less vulnerable on her feet. "No, Marshal. I haven't changed my mind about finding my brother." She met his gaze directly, holding it. "I went back, to the old mine workings on the slope north of here." His eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, his thoughts sharpened. The mine, where I saw McCann watching her. What did she find, or think she found? "Thought I advised against wandering around those unstable areas alone, Miss Hayes, especially after dark." "It wasn't dark when I went," she countered, keeping her tone level. "And I wasn't just wandering. I was looking, listening." She saw the flicker of skepticism cross his face at the word listening. "And what did your listening tell you this time?" he asked, the weariness in his voice more pronounced. Wren reached into her pocket, her fingers closing around the small, cool shape of the button. She pulled it out and placed it firmly on the desk, directly in the pool of light cast by the lantern between them. "It told me this," she said quietly. Brody leaned forward slowly, his gaze fixed on the tarnished brass button. He didn't touch it immediately, just studied it, his expression unreadable. Wren could feel his mind working, assessing, analyzing. Brass button, common type, could belong to anyone. From a work shirt, maybe a coat. Could have been lying there for years. "A button," he stated flatly. "I found it near the entrance to the main tunnel," Wren explained, forcing herself to remain calm, factual. "Half buried, near a large boulder just inside the overhang." "Prospectors lose things all the time," Brody countered, leaning back again, though his eyes remained on the button. "Tools, buttons, empty tins, doesn't signify anything." "This one does, Marshal," Wren insisted, leaning forward slightly. "When I touched it, I felt something. Anxiety, fear, the feeling of needing to cover tracks, to get away unseen." She saw his jaw tighten, the familiar wall of disbelief rising. It felt like Finn McCann. Brody sighed, running a hand over his face. The gesture spoke volumes of his frustration. "Miss Hayes, we've been over this. Feelings, my intuition, that's not evidence. I can't haul a man in for questioning because you got a feeling off a lost button." "But you saw him there," Wren pressed, emboldened by a sudden certainty. "Earlier today, when I was there. You were watching from the rise. You saw McCann near the mine entrance watching me, didn't you?" Brody's head snapped up, his eyes sharp, surprised by her directness. He hadn't expected her to know he'd seen McCann, let alone that he'd been watching her as well. His internal defenses flared for a moment. How did she... Damn it. Sharp eyes, or just guessing. He didn't deny it. I observed Finn McCann in the vicinity, yes. He was armed. He appeared to be observing you. He conceded the facts, his voice clipped, which reinforces my advice that you are in potential danger and should leave. Don't you see? Wren persisted, gesturing towards the button. He was there, watching me, near the place where this was dropped, this button carrying his fear, and that mine. Marshall, something violent happened there, something connected to my brother. She hesitated, then plunged ahead, describing the chilling image she'd experienced when touching the rock face. I felt a pickaxe, moonlight, blood, someone being struck down. She watched his face closely for any reaction, any flicker of belief. There was none, only a deepening skepticism, now tinged with concern that she might be genuinely unstable. Visions now? Grief playing tricks on her mind? Or is she trying to manipulate me? Needs hard evidence, not ghost stories. Miss Hayes, Brody said, his voice low and firm, trying to inject reason into what he clearly saw as delusion. Minds are dangerous places. Accidents happen. People imagine things, especially when they're grieving, searching for answers. What you describe, it's grim, but it's not proof of anything. It's not even a coherent story. Moonlight? We haven't had a full moon in weeks. Wren felt a flush rise in her cheeks, a mixture of frustration and embarrassment. He was dissecting her experience with cold logic, dismissing the visceral reality of what she'd felt. Maybe it wasn't recent moonlight, she argued, struggling to articulate the nature of the echoes. Maybe it was an imprint left from when it happened, trapped in the stone, like the feeling in the button. He shook his head slowly, his expression pitying now, which was almost worse than the skepticism. There are no voices in the stone, Miss Hayes. There are no feelings trapped in buttons. There's just rock and metal and a town full of people trying to survive. Your brother disappeared. It's a tragedy, but inventing stories, chasing shadows, it won't bring him back, and it might get you killed. Desperation clawed at her. He wasn't listening. He wasn't hearing her. She fumbled in her other pocket, pulling out the small leather-bound journal where she kept Liam's photograph and occasionally sketched things she didn't want to forget. Flipping through the pages, she found the quick, rough drawing she'd made of the symbol scratched on the rock face near the mine. "What about this?" she asked, pushing the open journal across the desk towards him. "I found this marked on the rock, opposite the tunnel entrance where I found the button, a circle with a jagged line through it. Does it mean anything? Is it a brand? A claim marker?" Brody picked up the journal, his eyes scanning the sketch. Wren watched his face intently. For the first time since she'd entered the office, his expression changed. The skepticism didn't vanish, but it was overlaid with a flicker of something else. Recognition? Confusion? Interest? He traced the symbol with a calloused finger. His thoughts were suddenly less focused on dismissing her, more analytical, searching his own memory. Seen that before. Where? Not a brand, not a standard claim marker, old prospector superstition, or something else? Hemlock, maybe? Showed me something similar once, years ago, tied to those older legends. "Where exactly did you see this?" he asked, his voice sharper now, focused. "Scratched into the rock face across from the main tunnel entrance at the old workings north of here, partially hidden by some bushes." Brody stared at the symbol for another long moment, then closed the journal and pushed it back towards her, his expression once again guarded, unreadable. "Can't say I recognize it offhand. Could be anything. Idle scratching." But Wren felt the shift in him. The symbol, unlike the button or her visions, was something tangible he couldn't immediately dismiss, something that resonated with some obscure corner of his own knowledge of the area. He stood up abruptly, walking over to the small, grimy window that looked out onto the main street. He stood with his back to her, gazing out at the deepening night. The sounds from the saloon seemed louder in the sudden silence. "All right, Miss Hayes," he said finally, still facing the window. His voice was low, resigned. "You found a button. You saw a strange marking. McCann was watching you near the location. It's circumstantial, it's thin, but it's something." He turned back to face her, his expression grim. "I'll talk to McCann again. I'll ask him about the button, about what he was doing up there today. I'll press him about Pritchard." A small kernel of relief unfolded within Wren, quickly tempered by his next words. "But you," he said, pointing a finger at her, his voice hard, devoid of any softness. "You stay out of it. You do not go back to those mines. You do not approach McCann. You do not go asking questions around town that put a target on your back. You stay in your hotel room, or you sit quietly in the common room, or you visit the old woman. Alara, that's it. Do you understand me?" The command was absolute, leaving no room for argument. He was taking a small step onto her path, but only on the condition that she step back. "You think he's dangerous," Wren stated quietly. "McCann." "I think anyone connected to a disappearance in a place like this is potentially dangerous," Brody corrected stonily, "and I think stirring up secrets without knowing what snakes you'll uncover is monumentally foolish. I'm the law here, Miss Hayes. Let me handle it, for your own safety." His gaze was steady, unwavering. Need to keep her contained. If McCann is guilty, he's unpredictable, especially if he thinks she knows something. Wren met his gaze, seeing the implacable wall of his authority, the genuine, if grudging, concern beneath the stern exterior. Arguing further would achieve nothing. He had the button. He knew about the symbol. He was going to confront McCann. It was more than she'd hoped for, yet it felt profoundly insufficient. Handing over control felt like abandoning Liam, like trusting his fate to a man who still believed her senses were delusions. "All right, Marshal," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "I'll stay out of your way." "See that you do," he said curtly, sitting back down behind his desk, his hand hovering near the button as if deciding its fate. He picked it up, turning it over and over under the lamplight, his expression thoughtful, calculating. He glanced up at her. "Go back to the hotel, Miss Hayes. Lock your door. Crimson Gulch is darker than you think." Wren nodded wordlessly. She turned and left the office, stepping back out into the cold night air. The swinging doors of the Red Pony burst open nearby, spilling harsh light and louder noise onto the street as two miners stumbled out, arguing drunkenly. She flinched, stepping back into the shadows. The sky overhead was now a deep indigo, sprinkled with the first sharp pinpricks of stars. A skeptic's sky, indeed. Brody hadn't believed her. Not really. He'd taken the button, acknowledged the symbol, agreed to act, but only because the physical intersected momentarily with his world of facts. Her whispers, her visions, the core of her conviction about Liam's fate remained dismissed, unheard beneath his logic. She felt a profound sense of loneliness, standing there in the dust, caught between the unseen echoes of the past and the tangible dangers of the present, beneath a vast, indifferent sky and the Marshal's watchful, doubting eyes. He might talk to McCann, but would he ask the right questions? Would he see past McCann's lies? Or would this, too, become just another cold trail, another secret swallowed by the gulch? She clutched the wooden hawk in her pocket, its presence a small, defiant warmth against the encroaching chill. Brody might have warned her to stay put, but the wind still whispered, and Liam's echo still called, and she wasn't sure how long she could obey. Chapter 9. The Cave of Forgotten Souls. Sleep, when it finally came, was thin and restless, woven with images of tarnished brass buttons, jagged symbols scratched on stone, and the impenetrable darkness of the mine tunnel. Wren woke long before dawn, the lingering chill of the small hotel room seeping into her bones. Brody's dismissal, his pragmatic skepticism overlaying a grudging concern, felt like a heavy shroud smothering the fragile embers of hope ignited by her discoveries near the abandoned workings. He would talk to McCann, yes, but would he truly see? Would he hear the lies beneath the words, sense the fear or the guilt? Or would McCann's practiced deceit simply reinforce Brody's conviction that she was a grief-stricken woman chasing phantoms? Wren sat up, drawing her knees to her chest, pulling the rough blanket tighter around her shoulders. The pre-dawn quiet of Crimson Gulch was profound, yet the air still hummed with the low-level psychic static of sleeping anxieties and buried secrets. Brody had ordered her to stay put, to remain within the dubious safety of the hotel or Alara's quiet cabin. It was meant for her protection, she knew. He saw her as vulnerable, a potential victim in a game whose rules she didn't understand. And perhaps she was. The cold threat she'd felt on the wind, the armed surveillance by McCann, these were tangible dangers. Yet the thought of remaining passive, locked away while Brody conducted his fact-based, intuition-blind investigation, felt unbearable. It felt like failing Liam all over again. Time was slipping away. If McCann felt pressured, if he suspected how close she might be getting, wouldn't he act? To flee? To silence the threat permanently? Brody might inadvertently push him into doing just that. She slid out of bed, padding silently across the cold floorboards to the grimy window. The sky was beginning to pale in the east, outlining the jagged peaks in shades of deep violet and gray. Below, the street was deserted, shrouded in shadow. The town slept, unaware of the currents shifting beneath its surface. Wren pulled out her journal, opening it to the page where she'd sketched the symbol, the circle pierced by a jagged line. She traced it with her finger, a frown creasing her brow. Why did it seem familiar? Had Liam included it in his letters? She couldn't recall specifically, but his later letters, filled with excitement about the claim, had sometimes included rough sketches of the terrain, geological formations, ideas for sluices or tunnel supports. He wasn't an artist, but he used drawings to convey his enthusiasm. Could this symbol have been tucked into one of those sketches, dismissed by her at the time as unimportant? She thought back, trying to picture his untidy handwriting, the ink blots, the hurried drawings. Something nagged at the edge of her memory. Not a letter, perhaps, but a conversation. Long ago? Liam talking about local legends, things he'd heard from other prospectors. He'd always been drawn to stories, to folklore, sometimes blurring the line between fact and fancy. Had he mentioned symbols used by older inhabitants? Warnings carved into rock? And Alara. The old woman had spoken of the mountain keeping its secrets, of places best left undisturbed. Her knowledge seemed drawn from long observation, from a deeper connection to the land and its history than the transient miners possessed. Perhaps the symbol related to something she knew, some older layer of the region's story. A restlessness seized Wren, a conviction that waiting was not only unbearable but dangerous. Brody saw only the surface, a missing prospector, a suspicious character, a lost button. He didn't sense the deeper currents, the resonance of violence in the stone, the way the symbol seemed to hum with significance. She had to follow the thread herself, however thin, however perilous. She dressed quickly and quietly in the pre-dawn gloom, choosing her sturdiest clothes. She checked the small knife in her boot, refilled her canteen from the pitcher, and packed the leftover biscuits from yesterday, meager provisions. But she didn't plan on being gone long. Just long enough to investigate the symbol to see if it led anywhere. She tucked the wooden hawk and the tarnished button securely into an inner pocket. Leaving the hotel required stealth. She eased her door open, listening intently. Silence. The hallway was dark, save for the faint gray light filtering from the landing window. She crept down the stairs, each creak of the worn wood sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. The common room was deserted. Letting herself out the front door, she slipped into the shadows, avoiding the main street as much as possible, heading instead towards the edge of town, towards Alara's cabin near the dilapidated church. She wouldn't wake the old woman, not at this hour, but perhaps near her cabin, closer to that source of quiet wisdom and connection to the land, Wren might find a clearer sense, a direction indicated by the symbol. She skirted the backs of buildings, her boots silent on the packed earth of alleyways, the ever-present wind her only companion, whispering forgotten names and sorrows. As she neared the churchyard, the sky had lightened considerably, though the sun remained hidden behind the eastern peaks. The air was bitingly cold. Alara's cabin was dark, smoke curling faintly from the chimney. She must be awake, tending her fire. Wren stopped near the gate, hesitant to approach but focusing her senses, holding the image of the symbol in her mind, trying to feel a pull, a resonance. The whispers here were calmer, less fraught than in the town center. Alara's gentle presence acted like a buffer. Wren felt the familiar grief for Thomas, the quiet prayers for lost souls, but also a stronger sense of the land itself, the deep, slow pulse of the mountains, the patient endurance of rock and pine. She projected the image of the symbol outward, a silent question. A faint echo returned, not in words, but in a feeling, a direction. Up, towards the weeping rock, where the ancestors rest. Forbidden. The sense was ancient, imbued with reverence and a warning. Weeping rock? Ancestors? Forbidden? It sounded like Native American lore. Perhaps Ute, who had lived in these mountains long before the prospectors came scratching for gold. Had Liam stumbled onto something sacred? Was the symbol a tribal marker, a warning to stay away? The direction felt clear, not towards Devil's Ridge where Liam's claim was, but slightly further south, higher up the slopes, towards a distinctive rock formation she vaguely recalled seeing from the trail when she first arrived, one streaked with darker mineral deposits that looked like tears staining the granite face. It meant disobeying Brody completely. It meant heading further into the wilderness alone. But the conviction that the symbol was important, that it was a key Liam himself might have followed, overruled her caution. She skirted Alara's cabin, giving it a wide berth, and found a faint game trail leading upwards, away from the town, towards the higher slopes. The climb was arduous. The trail was steep, often disappearing into thickets of scrub oak or across treacherous fields of loose scree. Wren moved steadily, her breath pluming in the cold air, her focus narrowed to the path ahead and the pull of the symbol in her mind. The sun finally crested the peaks, flooding the landscape with sharp golden light, but bringing little warmth. The vast silence of the mountains surrounded her, broken only by the wind's cry and the occasional chatter of a pignon jay. She stopped periodically to rest, to drink from her canteen, her eyes scanning the terrain. Below, Crimson Gulch looked small and insignificant, a cluster of weathered wood huddled in the valley's shadow. Up here, the scale was immense, humbling. The peaks soared around her, ancient and indifferent. It was easy to imagine people vanishing without a trace in this vastness. As she climbed higher, the whispers shifted again. The echoes of prospectors faded, replaced by something much older, deeper, faint, fragmented images of figures clad in buckskin moving silently through the trees, the smoke of different campfires, chants rising on the wind, a profound connection to the earth, and a deep sorrow associated with displacement, loss. The forgotten souls the wind sometimes carried felt stronger here, closer. After nearly 2 hours of steady climbing, she saw it. The Weeping Rock, a massive granite cliff face, stained with dark vertical streaks of manganese oxide, where water seeped through fissures, resembling tears shed by the mountain itself. It was a striking, strangely mournful landmark. Below it, nestled amongst a stand of ancient gnarled pines, was a darker shadow, an opening in the rock face partially obscured by fallen boulders and overgrown vegetation. A cave. And there, carved into a relatively smooth section of rock beside the obscured entrance, almost hidden by lichen, was the symbol. The circle. The jagged line. It looked ancient, weathered by countless seasons, far older than any prospector's scratching. It felt like a ward, a mark of significance, placed deliberately at this hidden threshold. Her heart pounded. This was it. The symbol marked this cave. Had Liam found it? Had he understood its significance? Or had he blundered in, ignoring the warning? She approached the entrance cautiously. The air here felt different, still charged, carrying a faint, cool draft from within. The whispers were intense, swirling, confusing. Ancient sorrows mingled with sharper, more recent emotions, fear, desperation, and beneath it all, a profound sense of stillness, of waiting. It felt like a place outside of time, a repository of secrets, the cave of forgotten souls. The name resonated in her mind with sudden, chilling clarity. Pulling aside thick branches of overgrown mountain mahogany, Wren peered into the darkness. The opening was low, requiring her to stoop. Inside, the darkness was absolute, smelling of damp earth, cold stone, and something else. Something indescribably old, like dust, undisturbed for centuries. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out the small lantern she carried in her pack, a necessary precaution she'd almost forgotten in her haste. Fumbling with flint and steel, her fingers stiff with cold, she managed to light the wick. The small flame flickered uncertainly, casting a weak, wavering pool of yellow light into the oppressive blackness. She ducked under the low entrance, stepping inside the cave. The transition was abrupt, like stepping into another world. The wind died away, replaced by a heavy, echoing silence. The air was cold, damp, pressing in on her. The small lantern flame seemed inadequate, swallowed by the immense darkness that stretched beyond its limited reach. The cave floor sloped downwards, covered in fine dust and small pebbles. The walls were smooth in places, sculpted by ancient water flow, and rough in others, showing the raw texture of the granite. Water dripped rhythmically somewhere in the distance, each drop echoing unnaturally in the stillness. As her eyes adjusted, the lantern light revealed the cave was larger than she'd expected, opening into a wider chamber just beyond the entrance. And here, the whispers intensified dramatically, pressing in on her from all sides, a chorus of fragmented voices, emotions, memories trapped within the stone. Cold, so cold. The spirits sleep here. Do not wake them. Hungry. Lost the trail. Hide it. Keep it safe. They must not find it. Betrayed. Left for dead. Ancient fears of starvation and cold mingled with the reverence of the ancestors. The sharp panic of someone lost. The calculating secrecy of someone hiding something valuable. The bitter despair of betrayal. These weren't just memories. They felt like psychic wounds left on the fabric of the place, bleeding echoes into the present. And then, cutting through the older laments, came the sharper, more recent signature she dreaded and sought. Liam's fear. It was strong here, horribly amplified by the cave's acoustics, both physical and psychic. Trap. Shouldn't have come back. McCann. Knew I shouldn't trust him. The gold. Gods, the gold. Where did he... McCann. Liam had been here. He had been afraid of McCann. He had hidden something, the gold, and McCann had betrayed him. The sequence resonated with horrifying clarity in the echoing darkness. Wren moved forward slowly, holding the lantern high, its light carving shifting shapes out of the blackness. The main chamber was vast, the ceiling lost in shadow far overhead. Strange rock formations, stalactites and stalagmites, loomed like ghostly sentinels. The air felt heavy, making it difficult to breathe. Her foot struck something soft, yielding. She lowered the lantern. On the dusty floor lay a bedroll, partially unfurled, covered in a thick layer of dust but clearly not ancient. Nearby was a small pile of ashes from a long-dead fire, a dented tin cup, a rusty pickaxe head. Not stained like the one in her vision, but lying discarded. Signs of recent occupation. Liam's? Or McCann's? She scanned the chamber walls with the lantern light. Were there other passages leading off? Hiding places? The whisper about hiding something valuable echoed. Keep it safe. They must not find it. Her light fell on a narrow fissure low down on the far wall, partially concealed behind a cluster of stalagmites. It looked barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Was that where Liam had hidden his discovery, or where his life had ended? As she moved closer, the sense of Liam's terror peaked, becoming almost unbearable. It felt raw, immediate, as if the event had happened only moments ago. Can't breathe. Darkness, trapping me. Wren, help. It wasn't just an echo. It felt like a desperate, ongoing cry trapped in the stone, amplified by the cave's oppressive presence. She reached the fissure, holding the lantern towards the narrow opening. The beam penetrated only a few feet, revealing a tight passage leading deeper into the rock. The air flowing out felt even colder, carrying a faint, foul odor. Decay? Stagnant water? And then she saw it. Just inside the fissure, wedged between the rock and the dusty floor, almost invisible in the shadows, was a boot. A man's boot, worn, leather, scuffed at the toe. Protruding from the top, unmistakably, was the cuff of a pair of denim trousers, and above that, Wren's breath hitched in her throat. She didn't need to see more. She knew with a certainty that went bone deep, colder than the cave air, colder than any fear she had ever known. Liam. He wasn't just an echo here. He wasn't just a whisper on the wind or a voice from the stone. He was here, trapped, left for dead perhaps, or worse. The violent image of the pickaxe blow flashed again, sickeningly clear. A wave of dizziness washed over her. Grief, sharp and suffocating, clawed at her throat, stealing her breath. The lantern slipped from her trembling fingers, hitting the cave floor with a dull thud. The flame flickered violently, threatening to extinguish, plunging her into absolute darkness with the horrifying discovery. For a heart-stopping moment, the light guttered, casting wild, dancing shadows, then mercifully caught again, burning low but steady. She scrambled to retrieve it, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face, hot against her cold skin. Liam, oh Liam, found. But like this, in this cold, dark, forgotten place. The whispers swirled around her, a vortex of forgotten sorrows and fresh grief, Liam's terror now mingling with her own despair. The cave of forgotten souls had claimed another, but as she knelt there, trembling in the inadequate light, staring towards the fissure that held her brother's fate, a new feeling began to burn through the shock and sorrow. Rage. Cold, hard rage directed at Finn McCann, at the silence of the town, at the indifference of the mountains. She had found him. Now she would uncover the truth. Brody's skepticism be damned. She wouldn't rest until Liam's end was brought into the light, even if she had to drag it out of the darkness of this cave and the secrets of Crimson Gulch herself. The cost no longer mattered. Only justice. And Vengeance, Chapter 10. Shadows and Shared Silence. The darkness in the cave was absolute, a physical presence that pressed in on Wren, stealing breath, amplifying the frantic hammering of her own heart against her ribs. The small, flickering flame of the dropped lantern cast grotesque, dancing shadows on the damp stone walls, illuminating the horrifying tableau just inside the narrow fissure. The worn boot, the denim cuff, the undeniable, sickening certainty of what lay hidden beyond. Liam. Found. Not lost, not vanished, but here, in this cold, silent tomb, marked only by an ancient, cryptic symbol. For a long moment, Wren couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Shock held her paralyzed, kneeling on the dusty cave floor, the icy chill seeping through the rough fabric of her skirt. Grief, vast and suffocating, rose like a black tide, threatening to pull her under. Tears streamed unchecked down her face, blurring the inadequate light, each drop echoing the slow, measured drip of water somewhere deeper within the cave. Liam, her reckless, laughing, hopeful brother, reduced to this silent, hidden horror. The whispers of the cave surged around her, a vortex of ancient sorrows and recent terror. She felt the lingering, psychic screams of those who had perished here long ago. Cold, starvation, fear, intertwining with the sharp, specific agony of Liam's final moments. McCann, trap, the gold, darkness, Wren. His desperate, fragmented thoughts echoed not just from the stone, but from within her own mind, his terror snagging on her grief, amplifying it into an almost unbearable psychic shriek. The image of the pickaxe blow, moonlight glinting on the dark-stained metal, flashed again, visceral and brutal. McCann hadn't just argued with Liam, he had murdered him, coldly. Likely for the gold Liam had been so excited about, the gold he'd tried to hide. A shudder racked her body, a deep, visceral reaction to the violence she felt imprinted on the very air of this place. Then, slowly, painfully, something else began to burn through the shock and the suffocating grief. Rage. It started as a low ember in the pit of her stomach, fueled by the injustice, the betrayal, the sheer callous waste of her brother's life. It pushed back against the paralysis, lending a brittle strength to her trembling limbs. McCann had done this. He had silenced Liam, hidden him away in this forgotten place, and walked away, likely with Liam's gold lining his pockets, leaving only echoes and lies behind. She crawled forward, retrieving the lantern, her movements jerky, uncoordinated. The flame steadied as she held it aloft again, its small circle of light a fragile defense against the overwhelming darkness. She forced herself to look towards the fissure again, towards the still, silent boot. Could she reach him? Could she bring him out? The passage was incredibly narrow, barely shoulder width, choked with dust and loose rock. Even if she could squeeze inside, moving him would be impossible alone. It was dangerous, potentially unstable. Disturbing anything might cause a rockfall, trapping her too, or burying him further. The horrifying practicality of the situation asserted itself even through her grief. She couldn't help him now, not physically. Leaving him here felt like another betrayal, abandoning him to the cold and the darkness. But bringing him out, bringing his body back down the mountain to the hostile indifference of Crimson Gulch, she couldn't do it alone. She needed help. She needed Brody. Brody. The thought brought a fresh wave of conflicting emotions. He hadn't believed her whispers, her visions. Would he believe this? Or would he accuse her of trespassing, of disobeying his direct order, of potentially contaminating a scene? Though the concept of a crime scene felt ludicrously formal in this wild, forgotten cave. She could picture his skepticism hardening, his suspicion directed at her for even being here. But the sight within the fissure was undeniable. A body wasn't a feeling, wasn't a whisper on the wind. It was a fact. A horrifying, inescapable fact. Even Marshal Brody couldn't argue with that. He had to believe her now. He had to act. Her resolve solidified, overriding the lingering shock. She had to go back. She had to tell Brody. Make him understand. Make him come back here with men, with tools. Make him see the truth she had uncovered in this cave of forgotten souls. With trembling fingers, she reached into her pocket and took out the small wooden hawk. Kneeling before the fissure, the lantern placed carefully beside her, she held the smooth, carved bird tightly. Tears welled again, blurring her vision. "Liam," she whispered, her voice cracking in the echoing silence. "I found you. I'm so sorry. So sorry I wasn't here, wasn't faster, but I won't leave you like this, I promise. I'll come back. And McCann, he'll pay. I swear it." The words felt inadequate, swallowed by the vastness of the cave and her own grief. But saying them felt necessary, a vow made in the face of death and darkness. She gently placed the wooden hawk on the dusty ground just outside the fissure, a small marker, a token of remembrance until she could return properly. It looked small and vulnerable in the gloom. Then, forcing herself to turn away, she stood up on shaky legs. She took one last look around the chamber, trying to commit details to memory. The discarded pickaxe head, the ashes of the fire, the bedroll, the looming rock formations. She shone the lantern towards the entrance, marking the path back to the outside world. The contrast between the suffocating darkness within and the promise of daylight beyond was stark. Leaving the cave felt like surfacing from a deep, dark dive into icy water. She scrambled through the low entrance, pulling aside the branches, and emerged, blinking, into the sharp, clear light of the late morning sun. The air, though cold, felt thin and fresh after the stagnant atmosphere of the cave. The sky seemed impossibly bright, the colors of the mountains almost painfully vivid. The world outside went on, indifferent to the horror hidden just feet away. She took several deep, ragged breaths, trying to steady herself. The symbol carved beside the entrance seemed to pulse with a dark energy now, no longer just a curiosity, but a seal upon a tomb, a warning she and Liam had failed to heed. She looked around, scanning the surrounding slopes, suddenly acutely aware of her isolation, her vulnerability. Had McCann seen her come up here? Was he watching now? Every shadow seemed menacing, every rustle of wind in the pines a potential threat. The journey back down the mountain was a brutal ordeal, a blurred passage of time marked by stumbling footsteps, aching muscles, and the relentless pounding of grief and rage in her chest. The physical exertion was almost a relief, a distraction from the horrifying image burned into her mind. She moved recklessly fast, driven by a desperate urgency to reach Brody, to set events in motion, yet hampered by exhaustion and the treacherous terrain. Loose rocks skittered under her boots, threatening to send her sprawling. Thorny bushes tore at her clothes. The whispers that had guided her earlier seemed muted now, distant, as if the overwhelming psychic trauma of the cave had overloaded her senses, or the sheer weight of her discovery had erected a barrier. She felt strangely numb, cut off, alone with her terrible knowledge. The vast sunlit landscape felt alien, hostile. The weeping rock, when she glanced back at it, seemed to mock her with its stony tears. She clutched the tarnished brass button in her pocket, its presence a hard, grounding reality. This she would show Brody again. This found near the cave marked by the symbol, the cave that held Liam's body. This, tied to McCann's fear. It had to mean something, even to him. As she descended closer to Crimson Gulch, the familiar psychic static of the town began to seep back into her awareness, jarring after the profound silence and focused echoes of the higher slopes. She could feel the town waking from its midday lull, the clatter of pans from the hotel kitchen, the ring of the blacksmith's hammer, the low murmur of conversations drifting from the saloon. And beneath it all, the persistent hum of suspicion, greed, and secrets held tight. The sun was well past its zenith, beginning its descent towards the western peaks again by the time she reached the outskirts of town. Exhaustion dragged at her, weighing down her limbs, making each step an effort. Dust coated her clothes, her face, her hair. She must look wild, haunted. She avoided the main street, sticking to the alleyways and less used paths, driven by an instinct to remain unseen until she reached Brody. Exposure felt dangerous now. Anyone could be watching. Anyone could be allied with McCann. She saw no sign of the marshal, nor of McCann himself, though the nervous energy she associated with him seemed to pulse faintly from the direction of the red pony. Was he still there, drinking, boasting, unaware that his secret was about to be unearthed? The thought fueled her weary steps. Finally, she stood before the marshal's office again. It looked just as it had the night before, stark, functional, unwelcoming. The door was closed, light still burned within, though the shadows outside were lengthening rapidly towards dusk. Was he in there? Or had he left the lantern burning and gone about his business? She listened intently, straining her physical ears against the noise from the nearby saloon. She heard the faint rustle of paper, a heavy sigh, the scrape of a chair leg on the wooden floor. He was there, alone it seemed. Standing on the dusty boardwalk, hidden in the deepening shadows between the assayer's office and the marshal's, Wren hesitated. This was it, the moment of confrontation. Not with McCann, not yet, but with Brody's wall of skepticism. She had to make him believe. She had to convey the horror, the certainty, the desperate need for action, without letting her own grief and rage overwhelm her. Without sounding like the hysterical, delusional woman he clearly suspected her of being. She took a deep, shuddering breath, clutching the button in her pocket like a talisman. The silence between her and the man inside felt immense, weighted by his doubt, her terrible certainty, and the undiscovered body of her brother lying cold and alone in a cave miles away. She closed her eyes for a brief second, gathering every ounce of strength, every shred of resolve she possessed. Then, stepping out of the shadows, she walked to the marshal's door and raised her hand to knock, the sound echoing loud in the sudden, shared silence of the impending dusk. Chapter 11. What the Mountain Keeps. The sharp rap of knuckles on the wooden door echoed unnaturally loud in the small, lamplit office, cutting through the low murmur of paperwork and the distant cacophony spilling from the Red Pony Saloon next door. Marshal Ethan Brody looked up, his pen hovering over a half-finished report detailing stolen livestock, the mundane reality of his duties. He wasn't expecting visitors. Most townsfolk only sought him out when trouble was unavoidable or already spilling blood in the street. He frowned when Renelda Hayes pushed the door open and stepped inside, shutting it quickly behind her as if barring pursuit. She looked ravaged. Gone was the quiet, contained worry of the previous night, replaced by something starker, wilder. Her face was pale beneath layers of trail dust, her eyes wide and haunted, rimmed with red as if she'd been weeping or fighting not to. Her dark hair had come loose from its braid, tendrils clinging damply to her temples. Her clothes were torn in places, snagged by thorns, her skirt hem stained dark with mud or perhaps something else. She leaned back against the door for a moment, breathing hard, her gaze fixed on him with a desperate, unnerving intensity. Brody slowly put down his pen, his initial flicker of irritation at her reappearance quickly overshadowed by a growing unease. She had disobeyed his explicit order to stay put. She had clearly been somewhere rough, somewhere far from the relative safety of the gulch. His skepticism remained, a familiar shield, but the raw state of her, the almost feral energy vibrating beneath her exhaustion, commanded his attention. What now? More visions? More feelings? Or did she finally stumble into the trouble I warned her about? "Miss Hayes," he began, his voice carefully neutral, betraying none of the sudden tension tightening his gut. "I thought I made myself clear." "You did, Marshall," she interrupted, her voice low, raspy, stripped of its earlier careful modulation. She pushed herself away from the door, taking a step further into the room, into the pool of lamplight. She looked breakable, yet possessed by a fierce, brittle energy. "But I couldn't wait. I had to know." "Know what?" he asked, keeping his tone level, though he braced himself internally. He watched her hands. They were trembling slightly. She swallowed hard, her throat working. The words seemed lodged there, choked by a grief so profound it was almost palpable in the small, enclosed space. "I found him," she whispered, the words barely audible above the rhythmic drip of a leaky roof somewhere outside and the distant piano music. Brody frowned, leaning forward slightly. "Found who? McCann?" Wren shook her head, a single tear escaping, tracing a clean path through the grime on her cheek. "No," she choked out. "Liam, my brother." A beat of silence hung in the air, heavy, suffocating. Brody stared at her, processing the words. Found him. Not found out about him. Found him. His mind raced, connecting her disheveled state, her trespass onto the mountain, her earlier insistence on foul play. No, couldn't be. Grief making her see things. Wishful thinking turned morbid. "Where?" he asked sharply, his voice hardening despite himself. "Where do you think you found him, Miss Hayes?" "Not think," she insisted, her voice gaining a desperate strength. "No, I found him, in a cave, high up, past the Weeping Rock, the cave marked by the symbol I showed you." The Weeping Rock. The symbol. Something clicked uncomfortably in Brody's mind, a connection he'd been reluctant to make. But a cave? Marked by that strange symbol? It sounded like the stuff of prospector legends, ghost stories told around campfires. "Are you certain, Miss Hayes?" he pressed, trying to keep the disbelief from his voice, trying to be methodical. Absolutely certain it was him? In this light, grief can play tricks on the eyes, on the mind. It was him! The words tore from her, raw with anguish and fury. "I saw his boot, his clothes. He's wedged in a narrow passage, off the main chamber, hidden away, left there." Her voice broke on the last word. She pressed a trembling hand to her mouth, fighting for control. Brody watched her, his own heart sinking with a cold certainty that mirrored the dread in her eyes. This wasn't delusion. This wasn't grief-stricken fantasy. The sheer, visceral horror radiating from her, the specific, stark details, the boot, the passage, the location tied to the symbol. It carried the brutal weight of truth. He had dismissed her whispers, her feelings, her visions. He had clung to his facts, his logic, his skepticism. And all the while, Liam Pritchard hadn't just vanished. He'd been lying dead in a hidden cave, murdered and discarded like refuse. A wave of something that felt sickeningly like guilt washed over Brody. He had warned her, yes, but he hadn't truly listened. He hadn't considered that her strange sensitivities, however illogical they seemed to him, might actually be leading her towards the truth he had failed to uncover with his conventional methods. He had left her alone, vulnerable, to make this horrifying discovery by herself. He pushed back his chair, the scraping sound loud in the tense silence. He stood up, walking around the desk until he stood only a few feet from her. He could see the fine trembling that shook her frame, the deep exhaustion battling with fierce resolve in her eyes. "Tell me everything," he said, his voice low now, stripped of its earlier skepticism, imbued with a grim authority. "From the beginning, why did you go up there? How did you find the cave? What exactly did you see?" Wren took another shaky breath, seeming to draw strength from his changed demeanor, from the fact that he was finally, truly listening. She recounted her morning, the restlessness, the nagging familiarity of the symbol, the intuition that led her to Alara's cabin, the sense of direction she'd received. Up, towards the weeping rock, where the ancestors rest. Forbidden. Her arduous climb, finding the symbol carved by the cave entrance. She described the cave itself, the oppressive atmosphere, the whispers of forgotten souls, the signs of recent occupation, and finally, the horrifying discovery in the fissure. As she spoke about the echoes she'd felt, Liam's terror, his thoughts of McCann and betrayal, Brody didn't interrupt, didn't challenge. He listened intently, his expression unreadable, but his focus absolute. He still didn't understand how she knew these things, how she sensed emotions trapped in stone or gleaned intent from a tarnished button, but the results were undeniable. She had found the body. Her strange methods had led her where his own investigation had failed. When she mentioned the button again, pulling it from her pocket, her hand shaking so much she almost dropped it, he took it from her gently. He held it in his own palm, turning it over under the lamplight. Just a common brass button. Yet now, it felt different, heavier, tainted, found near a hidden tomb marked by a strange symbol, likely belonging to the man Renelda insisted had murdered her brother. Circumstantial, yes, but the circumstances were closing in like a winter storm. "McCann," Wren whispered, her eyes blazing with cold fire now, the grief momentarily eclipsed by rage. "He did this, Marshal. I know it. The whispers in the cave. Liam's fear. It was all tied to McCann. He killed him for the gold Liam found. He hid him there." Brody nodded slowly, his mind already shifting into the grim calculus of a murder investigation. Motive, gold, likely, opportunity. McCann was known to frequent the area, was near the claim around the time Liam vanished. Means the pickaxe Wren saw in her vision? Or the one discarded in the cave? Evidence. Circumstantial, but mounting. McCann's suspicious behavior, his armed surveillance of Wren, the button found near the cave, the victim's body hidden there. It was enough, more than enough to act. "All right, Miss Hayes," he said, his voice quiet but firm. He placed the button carefully on the desk beside his own holstered Colt. "You did well, finding him, despite everything." The grudging respect was evident in his tone, an unspoken apology for his earlier dismissal. He turned, grabbing his heavy sheepskin coat from a hook on the wall. Night had fully fallen outside, pressing dark against the window panes. The sounds from the saloon seemed louder, more raucous, oblivious to the grim reality unfolding next door. What do we do now?" Wren asked, her voice trembling again, the adrenaline fading, leaving behind bone-deep weariness and the stark realization of what came next. Brody paused, shrugging into his coat. His mind worked quickly, assessing the situation, the risks, the resources. "First, nobody else hears about this, not yet. Understand? Word gets out, McCann bolts. Or worse, he gets desperate. This town..." He shook his head. "Loyalties are thin. Gossip travels faster than a bullet. We need to move carefully." He considered the options. Gathering a posse from the gulch was risky. Too many eyes, too many potential leaks, too few men he could trust implicitly when murder and potentially stolen gold were involved. Waiting until morning felt wrong, leaving Liam's body in that cold darkness, giving McCann more time. Going alone was foolhardy. I need to see it myself, he decided. Confirm the location, assess the scene. We need to secure it. He looked at Wren, his gaze assessing her physical state. She was exhausted, clearly running on sheer nerve and grief. Taking her back up that mountain tonight in the dark, it was dangerous, bordering on cruel. But she was the only one who knew the exact location, the specific cave marked by that symbol. Can you make it? He asked bluntly. Can you lead me back up there? Tonight? Wren straightened, pushing away from the wall, though she swayed slightly. The fire returned to her eyes, chasing away some of the exhaustion. Yes, she said without hesitation. I can. Brody nodded curtly. All right, wait here. Lock the door behind me. Don't open it for anyone but me. I need to get supplies, check on a few things discreetly, see if McCann is still drowning his sorrows next door. He strapped on his gun belt, settling the familiar weight of the Colt on his hip. He grabbed his rifle from the rack and a sturdy storm lantern from a shelf, checking its oil level. Marshal, Wren said, stopping him as he reached the door. The hawk. Liam's carving. I left it by the fissure, as a marker. Brody paused, his hand on the doorknob. He looked back at her, seeing the fresh wave of grief wash over her face. He gave a single, sharp nod. We'll bring it back. We'll bring him back, Miss Hayes. The mountain keeps its secrets, but it won't keep this one. Not anymore. He opened the door, casting a quick, professional glance up and down the dark street, then stepped out, pulling the door shut behind him, leaving Wren alone in the small, lamp-lit office. She immediately slid the bolt across, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. Alone, but no longer entirely adrift. Brody believed her. He was acting. The terrible knowledge she carried was shared now, the burden lessened fractionally by his grim acceptance. She sank into the chair Brody had offered earlier, the one she'd refused. Her body screamed with exhaustion, every muscle aching from the arduous climb and descent. The adrenaline that had sustained her drained away, leaving her feeling hollowed out, trembling. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to ward off the chill that seemed to radiate from the memory of the cave. The lamplight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the wanted posters, on the empty desk chair, on the tarnished brass button still lying on the desk. Outside, the wind moaned around the corners of the building, carrying the usual fragments of the town's troubled sleep. But Wren barely registered them now. Her senses were focused inward, on the aching void left by Liam's death, and outward, listening for the marshal's return, for the sound of boots on the boardwalk that would signal the next terrifying step into the darkness, the journey back to what the mountain kept hidden. Justice felt impossibly far away, but the first step towards it was about to be taken, under the cold, watchful eyes of the stars and the heavy silence of the waiting peaks. Chapter 12. A Tangled Past. The heavy thud of the bolt sliding into place echoed in the small, suddenly cavernous marshal's office. Wren leaned her forehead against the cool wood of the door, the rough grain pressing into her skin, a small grounding sensation amidst the maelstrom within her. Alone. Brody was gone, swallowed by the deceptive bustle of the gulch night, leaving her in this stark outpost of reluctant authority with the weight of her discovery pressing down like the mountain itself. Liam. Found. The word was a physical blow, reverberating through her exhausted body, cracking open the fragile shell of control she'd clung to since emerging from the cave. Sinking onto the hard wooden chair Brody had occupied felt less like seeking rest and more like a collapse. Her muscles screamed in protest. Her head throbbed with fatigue and unshed tears, but overriding the physical complaints was the gaping, raw wound of grief. She pictured him, not as the still, horrifying shape glimpsed in the fissure, but as the brother she remembered. Liam leaning against the corral fence back home, laughing, sunlight catching the unruly dark hair that always fell across his forehead. Liam tracing maps on dusty tavern tables, eyes alight with the fever of the next big scheme, the next elusive fortune. Liam carving the small wooden hawk by the firelight, his brow furrowed in concentration, a rare moment of quiet focus in his usually restless existence. How had that vibrant, flawed, hopeful life ended here, in darkness and betrayal, discarded in a forgotten cave? The tarnished brass button lay on the desk under the yellow lamplight, a small, mute accusation. McCann's button. McCann's fear clinging to it like a residue of guilt. Wren stared at it, hatred coiling cold and tight in her gut. It wasn't just gold. There had to be more to it. An argument over cards, Alara had suggested. Claim boundaries. But murder? Hiding the body? That spoke of a deeper animosity, a more profound desperation, or perhaps a colder calculation than simple greed often entailed. What had truly happened between Liam and McCann? Had they been partners? Rivals from the start? Liam, with his trusting nature, often bordering on naivete, his eagerness to believe in the promise of camaraderie on the frontier. Had he misjudged McCann so badly? Or had McCann deliberately cultivated trust only to betray it at the most opportune, most profitable moment? Wren remembered Liam mentioning fellow prospectors in his letters, sometimes with enthusiasm, sometimes with frustration. But McCann's name hadn't featured prominently, not that she recalled. Perhaps the association was more recent, forged here in the crucible of Crimson Gulch, where alliances shifted like shadows on the canyon walls. She closed her eyes, trying to push past her own swirling emotions, reaching out with her senses, straining to hear the whispers beyond the office walls. The noise from the red pony was a dull roar, a confusing jumble of drunken thoughts, boasts, and simmering resentments. Pinpointing McCann's specific signature within that psychic cacophony was difficult, like trying to isolate a single voice in a crowded marketplace. She caught flashes, anxiety still, yes, but overlaid now with a bravado fueled by whiskey. Lucky streak, cleaned him out, gotta celebrate. Nobody suspects nothing. That Pritchard girl? Just another worried sister. Brody's got nothing. Nothing? McCann seemed confident, perhaps overly so. Had Brody already spoken to him? Or was McCann simply relying on the town's silence, on the marshal's perceived lack of evidence, on the assumption that the mountain would keep its secrets forever? The arrogance grated on Wren's raw nerves. She tried to sense Brody. Where was he? What was he doing? His psychic signature was tightly controlled, difficult to track, but she caught faint impressions. Purposeful movement, a brief, terse exchange near the livery stable, the procurement of ropes, shovels, more lanterns. He was preparing, efficiently, grimly. He hadn't dismissed her. He was acting. A small measure of relief trickled through her, quickly followed by a fresh wave of dread at the thought of the journey ahead, back into that cold, dark place. Her gaze drifted around the small office, seeking distraction, anchorage. The wanted posters stared back, grim faces frozen in time, accused of robbery, murder, horse theft. Nameless men swallowed by the vastness and violence of the West. Would Liam's face ever end up on such a poster? Missing, presumed dead? Or would McCann's face hang here one day, justice served? The thought brought a bitter satisfaction, quickly soured by the immense cost. A map was tacked to the wall behind the desk, a rough survey of the county, crisscrossed with lines marking rivers, canyons, and known claims. Wren stood up, her legs stiff, and moved closer to examine it. She traced the lines with a trembling finger, locating Crimson Gulch nestled deep in the San Juan Range. Her eyes scanned the surrounding terrain, searching for the landmarks she now knew with horrifying intimacy. There was Devil's Ridge, marked with several small squares indicating claims. Liam's presumably among them, though not specifically named. And further south, higher up, she found it. A section labeled only with contour lines and the faint pencil notation, Weeping Rock. No mention of a cave. No hint of the sacred ground or forbidden territory Alara's thoughts had suggested. To the mapmaker, it was just another geological feature, devoid of history or significance. Beside the Weeping Rock notation, almost erased, was another faint pencil mark, a small circle with a jagged line through it, the symbol. Brody must have seen it here before, Perhaps noted it himself years ago and forgotten, or dismissed it as unimportant until she brought her sketch. It wasn't just scratched on the cave rock, it was known, recorded, however obscurely. What did it signify? Hemlock, the old Asir, Brody's thoughts had fleetingly mentioned. Had he known? Was it tied to those older legends, the forgotten souls? The past felt tangled, layers of history superimposed on the landscape. The Utes who considered the cave sacred ground, the prospectors who came seeking fortune, leaving behind only tailings, piles, and broken dreams, and now Liam, caught in the intersection of greed and perhaps something older, darker. What if the gold Liam found wasn't just a random strike? What if it was connected to the cave, to the ancestors, to something McCann knew he shouldn't touch but couldn't resist? The thought sent a chill down Wren's spine, adding another layer of complexity to the raw brutality of the murder. It hinted at desecration, at a violation that went beyond simple theft. She turned away from the map, restlessness stirring through her exhaustion. Waiting was agony. She picked up her journal from the desk, flipping through the pages again, past the sketch of the symbol, past her own hurried notes about the whispers and the button. She stopped at the last letter she'd received from Liam, tucked carefully into a pocket at the back. She unfolded the worn pages, her fingers tracing his familiar, messy handwriting. The words swam before her tear-filled eyes. "Dearest Wren, you won't believe it. After all the false starts, all the chasing shadows, I think I've finally done it. Struck it big. Not just color in the pan, but a real vein, hidden away, overlooked by everyone else scrambling over the main ridge. Enough, Rennie, enough to change everything. Enough to buy back Papa's land, enough to build you that little house you always wanted with the porch overlooking the river. No more running. This place, it's something else. Rough town, Crimson Gulch, full of hard men and harder luck. But the mountains, they hold secrets, Wren. Old secrets. Found something unexpected. Besides the gold, something strange, marked. Have to be careful. Some folks here wouldn't understand, might get greedy. Especially that fellow McCann I might have mentioned. Watches me like a hawk. We'll write more soon when I've secured things properly. Sending this out with Jedediah's next supply run. Stay safe. Soon, little sister, our worries will be over. Yours always." Liam Wren's breath hitched. She hadn't remembered. Or perhaps in her initial relief and excitement at his news of striking gold, she hadn't paid close enough attention to the other parts. Old secrets. Found something unexpected. Besides the gold. Something strange. Marked. The symbol? Had he found the cave before the final confrontation? Had he known about the mark? And McCann. Liam had mentioned him. Explicitly mentioned his suspicion. Watches me like a hawk. How could she have forgotten that? How could she have brushed aside his warning, caught up in the dream of gold? Guilt washed over her again, sharp and sickening. And the gold itself. Hidden away, overlooked. Had he meant hidden geologically, or had he found a cache? Something deliberately concealed. The whispers in the cave. Hide it. Keep it safe. They must not find it. Took on a new, chilling resonance. It sounded less like Liam hiding his own strike and more like him finding something already hidden, something someone else desperately wanted to remain secret. Maybe something the ancestors had hidden, the past tangled further. Liam hadn't just stumbled onto a rich vein. He'd stumbled into a history, a secret guarded by the mountain, by the symbol, perhaps by the spirits Alara believed in. And McCann, driven by greed, had violated not just Liam's claim, but potentially something far older, silencing Liam to protect his theft and maybe to prevent the exposure of the secret Liam had uncovered. Wren carefully refolded the letter, her mind racing, piecing together fragments, whispers, memories, facts. The picture emerging was darker, more complex than simple murder for gold. It felt woven into the very fabric of Crimson Gulch, into the harsh landscape and its buried histories. The mountain kept its secrets, indeed. It kept the bones of the forgotten, the echoes of violence, the whispers of sacred ground, and the glittering lure of cursed treasure. Liam had become just the latest soul entangled in its ancient, unforgiving web. A sharp noise outside broke through her reverie, the sound of heavy boots on the boardwalk approaching quickly. Wren's head snapped up, her heart leaping into her throat. Brody! He was back. The lock rattled, the bolt slid back, and the door swung open. Marshal Brody stood silhouetted against the darkness, his rifle held ready in one hand, the storm lantern casting long shadows from the other. His face was grim, set in hard lines. "Ready, Miss Hayes?" he asked, his voice low, rough. "It's time to go back up the mountain." Wren pushed herself to her feet, clutching her journal, the button heavy in her pocket. The exhaustion was still there, a physical ache deep in her bones, but the rage and the terrible clarity of her newfound understanding burned brighter. She nodded, meeting his gaze squarely. "I'm ready, Marshal." Ready to face the darkness again, ready to bring Liam home, ready to confront the tangled past and the man who had tried to bury it, along with her brother, in the cold, silent heart of the mountain. Chapter 13. The Logic of the Heart. The journey back up the mountain was a silent, spectral passage through the profound darkness of the high country night. The moon, a sliver shy of its last quarter, offered little illumination, hidden intermittently behind slow-drifting clouds. Stars glittered with fierce intensity in the black, cold sky, seeming impossibly distant, indifferent. Marshal Brody led the way, his storm lantern cutting a swaying golden path through the absolute blackness, the beam catching on spectral shapes of rock and twisted pine. Wren followed close behind, her own smaller lantern casting a weaker, more intimate circle of light around her weary feet. Brody moved with a quiet, relentless efficiency, his long strides eating up the steep, treacherous terrain. He seemed to know the trails, even the faint game path Wren had followed earlier. As if by instinct, his silhouette a solid, reassuring presence against the formless dark. He hadn't spoken much since leaving the office, his energy focused entirely on the grim task ahead. His psychic signature was tightly controlled, a low hum of focused determination. Grim duty and perhaps, Wren sensed, a carefully banked anger directed as much at his own earlier blindness as at the crime itself. Wren struggled to keep pace, her earlier exhaustion making the climb even more brutal than the first time. Every muscle screamed, her lungs burned in the thin, icy air. But the image of Liam, waiting in the cold darkness ahead, fueled her steps. The wooden hawk felt like a small, hard knot against her ribs, a reminder of her promise. She focused on placing one foot in front of the other, navigating the loose scree and tangled roots, illuminated by the bouncing lantern light. Her world narrowed to that small circle of visibility and the rhythmic crunch of Brody's boots ahead. The silence between them stretched, thick and heavy, broken only by their ragged breathing, the sigh of the wind in the high branches, and the occasional dislodged stone skittering away into the unseen depths below. It wasn't an uncomfortable silence, not entirely. It felt shared. A grim understanding passed between them without words. He had doubted her, dismissed her, but now he walked beside her, rifle ready, lantern held high, heading towards the source of her unbelievable truth. He hadn't apologized, not directly, but his actions spoke louder than any words of regret could have. He believed her now, or at least he believed in the body she had found. That was enough. For now. As they climbed higher, leaving the last vestiges of the gulch's psychic static far below, Wren felt her own senses sharpen again, the numbness that had followed the initial shock beginning to recede, replaced by a heightened awareness. The whispers of the mountain returned, clearer in the profound stillness of the night. The ancient sorrows, the lingering fears of forgotten souls, seemed to press closer in the darkness, swirling around the edges of the lantern light like unseen moths. She felt the cold despair of someone lost in a blizzard centuries ago, the sharp pang of a mother grieving a child taken by sickness, the stoic reverence of the Ute people for this sacred, haunted ground. And threaded through it all, faint but persistent, was Liam's echo. Not the raw terror of the cave itself, but traces of his passage on this path. A flicker of excitement as he first explored, frustration at a difficult climb, a moment of quiet contemplation, looking out at the vast moonlit panorama. It was like finding faint footprints in the dust of time, poignant reminders of the life that had traversed this path before violence extinguished it. Brody seemed oblivious to these unseen currents, his attention focused solely on the physical world, the trail, the shadows, the potential for ambush. His logic was linear, grounded in the tangible. Yet Wren sensed a subtle shift in him, a crack in the armor of his skepticism. He hadn't scoffed when she'd mentioned the feeling from the button, hadn't rolled his eyes when she spoke of the echoes in the cave. He had simply listened, assessed, and acted. Perhaps his world wasn't quite as rigidly defined by facts as he pretended. Perhaps years of policing this wild, unpredictable territory had taught him, on some subconscious level, that there were forces at play beyond the reach of ordinary perception, even if his rational mind refused to acknowledge them. They reached the area below the Weeping Rock, the massive cliff face looming above them, invisible in the darkness, but palpable in its immense presence. The wind moaned around the exposed rock, sounding like a chorus of lamentation. Brody paused, sweeping the lantern beam across the base of the cliff, searching. "The cave entrance?" he asked, his voice low, rough. "Just ahead," Wren whispered, pointing towards the cluster of ancient pines and the tumble of rockfall she remembered. "Hidden, behind the bushes." He moved forward cautiously, rifle held at the ready, his senses alert for any sign of danger. Wren followed, her heart pounding, dread mixing with a grim determination. They were here, back at the threshold. Brody located the entrance, pulling aside the same thick branches Wren had disturbed earlier. He shone the lantern beam into the low opening, illuminating the first few feet of the dusty, downward-sloping passage. The air that flowed out felt colder than the night outside, carrying that same scent of damp earth and ancient stillness. He glanced back at Wren, his eyes questioning in the lantern light. She simply nodded, unable to speak past the lump forming in her throat. He took a deep breath, then stooped and entered the cave, holding the lantern high. Wren hesitated for only a second, then drew her own small lantern, lit it with trembling fingers, and followed him into the oppressive darkness. Inside, the silence was immediate, profound, broken only by the distant, echoing drip of water. The air felt heavy, stagnant. Brody stood just inside the main chamber, slowly panning his lantern beam across the vast, shadowy space, illuminating the ghostly shapes of stalactites and stalagmites, the discarded bedroll, the cold ashes of the fire pit, the abandoned pickaxe head. His face was grim, set, taking in the scene with the practiced eye of a lawman assessing a potential crime scene, however unconventional. Wren watched him, holding her breath, waiting for his reaction. She could feel the whispers of the cave swirling around them, stronger now, pressing in, the ancient sorrows, Liam's terror, the chilling imprint of violence. Could Brody feel it too? Or was it just cold, damp rock to him? He didn't speak for a long moment, his gaze sweeping the chamber, missing nothing. Then, his beam settled on the narrow fissure Wren had indicated, partially concealed behind the cluster of rock formations. He walked towards it slowly, purposefully, his boots crunching softly on the dusty floor. Wren followed, her own lantern casting a trembling light. He stopped before the fissure, shining his light onto the small wooden hawk Wren had left there. He stooped, picked it up gently, his calloused fingers closing around the small carving. He held it for a moment, his expression unreadable, then tucked it carefully into his coat pocket. Then he directed the full force of the storm lantern's beam into the narrow opening. Wren averted her eyes, unable to look again, the image already seared into her memory. She heard Brody draw a sharp, steadying breath. He knelt down, peering intently into the cramped space. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the rhythmic dripping of water and Wren's own ragged breathing. She could feel Brody's tightly controlled thoughts. Shock, grim confirmation, a surge of cold anger, and beneath it all, perhaps, a flicker of that guilt she'd sensed earlier. Sweet mother, she was right. Pritchard. Hidden like an animal. McCann. He remained kneeling for what felt like an eternity, his broad shoulders rigid, his focus absolute. Finally, he withdrew slowly, carefully, standing up and turning to face Ren. His face, illuminated from below by the lantern he still held low, looked carved from granite, his eyes dark pools of shadow. "It's him," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, yet carrying the unmistakable weight of certainty. "No doubt." Ren nodded mutely, tears finally spilling over again, hot and stinging in the cold air. He believed her. The terrible truth was shared. Brody ran a hand over his face, the gesture betraying a weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. "All right," he said, his voice regaining its professional edge, though roughened by the grim discovery. "We can't move him tonight, not safely, not without more men, proper equipment. We'll have to—" He hesitated, clearly reluctant. "Leave him for now. Secure the entrance as best we can, post a guard if necessary, though who I trust." He trailed off, the inherent problem of finding reliable help in the gulch hanging unspoken in the air. "McCann did this," Ren stated, her voice trembling but fierce. "You believe that now, don't you? The button, his fear, Liam's whispers." Brody looked at her, his expression complex. The skepticism hadn't vanished entirely. How could it, when her methods defied all his experience? But it was tempered now by the undeniable reality before them. "I believe," he said carefully, "that your brother is dead, that he appears to have been murdered and deliberately concealed. I believe McCann acted suspiciously, was armed, was watching you near this area, and that the button you found likely belonged to him. The motive appears to be robbery, connected to Pritchard's claim or whatever gold he found." He paused, meeting her gaze directly. "As for the whispers, Miss Hayes, I deal in evidence I can present to a judge or jury. Fear felt off a button, voices from stone, that's not evidence." Frustration flared in Ren, hot and sharp. Even now, faced with the body, he clung to his narrow definition of proof. "But it led me here," she argued. "My feelings, my whispers, they showed me what your facts couldn't. Doesn't that count for something? Doesn't that prove that there's more to this than you can see or touch?" Brody sighed, the sound echoing in the vast chamber. "It proves," he said slowly, choosing his words with care, "that you have instincts. That your grief, your connection to your brother, perhaps made you sensitive to things others might miss. You found him. That's what matters now. How you found him is less important than what we do next." He was compartmentalizing, Ren realized, acknowledging the result while dismissing the process. His logical mind couldn't reconcile her abilities with his understanding of the world, so he was setting them aside, focusing instead on the tangible crime, the physical evidence, however circumstantial. It was frustrating, infuriating, yet perhaps it was the only way he could function, the only way he could proceed within the framework of the law he represented. "What matters," Ren said, her voice low and intense, "is that McCann doesn't get away with it. What matters is justice for Liam." "Justice will be served, Miss Hayes," Brody stated firmly, "one way or another, but we do it carefully. We do it right. We gather the evidence we can use. We build a case. Rushing in, fueled by grief and guesswork, will only give McCann loopholes, chances to escape." He shone his lantern beam around the chamber again, his eyes narrowed in thought. "The gold," he mused, almost to himself. "Pritchard wrote he found something big, hidden away. If McCann killed him for it, where is it? Did he take it all? Or is some of it still hidden here, in that fissure, with the body? Or somewhere else in the cave?" The whisper Ren had heard, "Hide it, keep it safe," echoed in her own mind. "Maybe," Ren suggested hesitantly, remembering the tangled threads of Liam's letter and the cave's echoes. Maybe the gold wasn't just a random strike. Maybe it was already here, hidden. Something connected to the cave, to the symbol, to the ancestors. Brody looked at her sharply, his skepticism flaring briefly again. Ancestor gold? Indian legends? Miss Hayes, let's stick to the facts we have. Prospector finds gold, maybe flashes it around too much, gets killed by a greedy rival. It's a story as old as these mountains. But the symbol, Wren started, is likely unrelated. Brody cut her off firmly. An old marker, maybe a warning to stay out of unstable ground. Let's not muddy the waters with superstition. McCann killed your brother for his gold. That's the likely truth. That's the case we need to build. Wren fell silent, biting back her arguments. He wouldn't listen. His logic had found its track, murder for gold, and he wouldn't be swayed by talk of older secrets or sacred ground. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps it was that simple, that brutal. Yet the feeling lingered, the sense of a deeper, more tangled past entwined with Liam's fate. "All right, Marshall," she conceded wearily. "What do we do now?" "Now," Brody said, his voice regaining its decisive authority, "we get out of here. We secure this cave entrance as best we can without leaving obvious signs that might alert McCann if he comes sniffing around. Then we head back down. I need to keep an eye on McCann, make sure he doesn't spook. And I need to arrange, discreetly, for help to come back up here tomorrow at first light, to recover your brother's body properly." He looked at Wren, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. "And you, Miss Hayes, need rest and safety. You'll stay at the hotel or with Alara. You will not leave the town limits. You will not approach McCann. You will let me handle this. Agreed?" Wren nodded slowly. The logic was sound, even if it chafed against her own instincts, her own burning need for immediate confrontation. Leaving Liam again, even for a few more hours, felt like torture. But Brody was right. A botched recovery, a premature move against McCann, could jeopardize everything. She had to trust the marshal's process, even if she didn't fully trust his limited perception. The logic of the heart, her intuition, had led her this far. Now perhaps she had to allow room for the colder logic of the law. "Agreed, Marshal," she whispered. Brody gave a curt nod. "Good, let's move." He began rolling up the discarded bedroll, gathering the few meager items left near the cold fire pit, erasing the signs of recent occupation within the main chamber. Wren helped, her movements mechanical, her mind still reeling. Together they worked in silence, the only sounds the rustle of canvas, the clink of the tin cup, and the ever-present drip of water from the unseen depths, echoing like a slow, mournful clock, counting down the hours until dawn. Until the return, until the final, unavoidable confrontation with what the mountain kept. Chapter 14, Between Duty and the Unseen. The descent was a mirror image of the climb, yet profoundly altered. The darkness felt heavier now, no longer just an absence of light, but a shroud concealing a known horror. Marshal Ethan Brody moved with the same steady, ground-eating pace, the storm lantern carving a path through the blackness. But his mind was no longer focused solely on the trail. It wrestled with the image of the boot in the fissure, the undeniable finality of it, and the unsettling presence of the young woman following silently behind him, Renelda Hayes. He glanced back occasionally, catching glimpses of her face illuminated by her own smaller lantern, pale, strained, but unnervingly resolute. She stumbled sometimes, fatigue evident in her movements, but she never faltered, never complained, her gaze fixed on the path, or perhaps on something beyond it that he couldn't see. He felt a grudging respect mingle with the lingering unease her abilities provoked. She had been right. Through whatever strange, inexplicable means, she had been right, and he, with his reliance on hard facts and tangible evidence, had been wrong, or at least incomplete. The admission didn't sit easily. His world was built on logic, on observable phenomena, on the predictable, if often brutal, motivations of men. Greed, anger, jealousy, desperation. These were the engines that drove crime, the clues he looked for. He understood tracks in the dust, the trajectory of a bullet, the tremor in a liar's voice. He did not understand feelings gleaned from buttons, visions sparked by cold stone, or whispers carried on the wind. Yet he couldn't deny the result, Liam Pritchard lay dead in a hidden cave, exactly where Renelda's inexplicable senses had led her. As they neared the cave entrance again on the way out, Brody had paused. He used his knife and loose rocks to partially obscure the opening, creating a makeshift rockfall that looked natural enough to discourage casual discovery, but wouldn't entirely seal the tomb. It felt inadequate, a flimsy barrier against the magnitude of the secret within, but it was the best he could do without tools, without attracting attention. He retrieved the small wooden hawk from his pocket, its smooth, simple lines feeling strangely poignant in his rough hand, and passed it back to Renelda without a word. She took it, her fingers closing around it tightly, her knuckles white, before slipping it deep into her pocket. A shared silence, heavy with unspoken grief and grim purpose, settled between them again. Now, navigating the treacherous downhill slope in the dark, his thoughts turned to the practicalities, the cold mechanics of his duty, securing the scene, done inadequately. Confirming the victim, done. Identifying the likely perpetrator, McCann, the circumstantial evidence tightening around him like a noose. Motive, gold, almost certainly. The next steps were clear. Apprehend McCann, gather concrete evidence linking him to the crime, recover the body, ensure justice was served. Simple on paper. Infinitely complex in a place like Crimson Gulch. The primary challenge was secrecy. News of the body, if leaked prematurely, would send McCann running like a spooked rabbit, likely vanishing into the vast wilderness where finding him would be nigh impossible. Or worse, it could make him desperate, unpredictable. A cornered man was a dangerous man, especially one who had already proven capable of murder. Brody couldn't risk that, not with Renelda still in town, a living, breathing reminder of McCann's crime, a potential target herself. Who could he trust? He mentally ran through the short list of Crimson Gulch residents. Jedediah at the Mercantile? Too timid, too easily frightened. Martha at the hotel? Too wrapped in her own anxieties, too wary of any involvement. The miners? Most were transient, loyal only to their next drink or potential strike, prone to gossip fueled by boredom and whiskey. There was Old Man Hemlock's former apprentice, young Silas, who kept mostly to himself down by the creek, panning for meager color. But he was young, perhaps easily intimidated. The livery owner, Grizzled Hank, reliable with horses, taciturn, but Brody wasn't sure how deep his loyalties ran if things got truly ugly. No, using locals for the recovery was too risky. He'd have to send word out discreetly. Maybe Deputy Miller over in Silverton? Miller was steady, close-mouthed, and owed Brody a favor. It would mean a delay, at least a day, maybe two, for word to get there, and for Miller to ride back with a trusted man or two. Could they afford to wait that long? Leaving Pritchard's body in that cave for another night, another day? It felt wrong, disrespectful, a violation. But rushing the recovery with unreliable help could compromise everything, alert McCann, endanger Renelda. Duty demanded patience, caution, even when his gut screamed for action. He glanced back at Renelda again. She was keeping up, though her breathing was shallow, ragged. The lantern light caught the haunted look in her eyes. She wasn't just grieving. She was carrying the weight of those whispers, those visions, the psychic residue of the cave. He couldn't fathom what that must feel like, but he recognized the toll it was taking. Getting her back to the relative safety of the hotel, ensuring she stayed there, was paramount. She was the key, the catalyst, the one who had broken the silence, but she was also incredibly vulnerable. A flicker of something protective, unwelcome, and unfamiliar stirred within him. It wasn't just duty compelling him to keep her safe. It was a grudging sense of responsibility, perhaps even atonement for his earlier dismissal. As they finally descended the last slope and reached the edge of the sleeping town, the familiar shapes of buildings loomed out of the darkness. A few lights still burned. The eternal flame in the red pony, a lamp in an upstairs room at the hotel, likely Martha counting her meager takings. The air felt thicker here, tainted with wood smoke and stale lives. The silence felt different too, not the profound quiet of the mountain, but a watchful, guarded stillness. Brody motioned for Renelda to extinguish her lantern, plunging them into deeper shadow. He did the same with his own, relying now on the faint starlight and his familiarity with the layout of the gulch. They moved silently through the back alleys, avoiding the main street, Brody's hand instinctively resting on the butt of his Colt, his senses scanning the darkness for any sign of movement, any watcher in the shadows. He felt exposed, carrying their terrible secret through the heart of the unaware town. He led her to the back entrance of the hotel, a narrow door used for deliveries and staff. He tried the handle, unlocked as usual. Martha valued thrift over security. He pushed the door open quietly, peering into the dark, narrow hallway leading towards the kitchen and the back stairs. Empty. "Go up to your room, Miss Hayes," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Lock the door. Don't open it for anyone. Not Martha, not Jedediah, no one. Stay there until I come for you or send word, and the messenger will use a code." He paused. "The code word is Hawk." She looked at him, her eyes wide in the gloom. She nodded slowly, understanding the need for absolute caution. "And you, Marshal? What will you do?" "I have things to attend to," he said evasively. "Keep an eye on our friend McCann. Arrange for Deputy Miller's assistance. Just stay put, please." The please slipped out, surprising him as much as her. She held his gaze for a moment longer, a silent communication passing between them. Shared knowledge, shared burden, a fragile, unspoken trust forged in the darkness of the cave. Then she turned and slipped through the door, disappearing into the hotel's shadows like a ghost. Brody waited until he heard the faint creak of the stairs, then pulled the door quietly shut. He stood there for a moment in the alley's darkness, the weight of responsibility settling heavily on his shoulders. Pritchard's body on the mountain, Renelda locked in her room, McCann likely still drinking or sleeping off his arrogance, and the whole town oblivious, wrapped in its secrets and simmering resentments. It was a powder keg, and he was standing right beside the fuse Renelda had unknowingly lit. His first priority was McCann. He needed eyes on him, needed to know his movements, ensure he didn't spook. Making his way silently towards the front of the town, keeping to the deepest shadows, Brody circled around towards the red pony. The noise level had decreased slightly. The piano was silent now, the laughter sporadic. Through the grimy swing doors, he caught glimpses of the saloon's interior, hazy with smoke, populated by a few die-hard drinkers slumped over tables or leaning against the bar. He scanned the room quickly, his eyes searching for McCann's lanky frame. He wasn't immediately visible. Brody melted back into the shadows beside the assayer's office, positioning himself where he could watch the saloon entrance without being easily seen. He settled in to wait, his patience a practiced skill honed by years of observation. The cold night air bit at his exposed cheeks, but he ignored it, his focus absolute. Time crawled by. Men stumbled out of the saloon individually or in pairs, their voices thick with whiskey, their footsteps unsteady in the dust. Brody watched each one, dismissing them. Finally, just as the first hint of gray began to dilute the blackness in the eastern sky, the swing doors burst open and Finn McCann emerged, staggering slightly. Brody tensed, every nerve alert. McCann looked rough, his clothes rumpled, his eyes bleary in the faint pre-dawn light. He swayed for a moment, squinting up and down the deserted street, then spat into the dust. He seemed drunk, but there was an underlying current of restless energy about him, the same twitchiness Brody had noticed before. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small pouch, and hefted it, a brief, smug grin flashing across his face before he stuffed it back into his pocket. Gold dust? Payment for drinks? Or something more? McCann started walking, not towards the shacks and cabins where most of the miners lived, but angling across the street, towards the darkened mercantile. Brody frowned. What was he doing? Jedediah wouldn't be open for hours. McCann didn't try the front door. He slipped around the side into the narrow alleyway between the mercantile and the next building. Brody moved silently, crossing the street and following, keeping low, using the deep shadows for cover. He reached the corner of the alley just as McCann stopped beside a boarded-up window towards the back of the store. McCann glanced around furtively, his movements quick, nervous despite the alcohol. Seeing no one, he knelt down, pried at one of the loose boards near the bottom, and reached inside. After a moment, he pulled something out, a small, heavy-looking canvas sack tied securely at the neck. He tucked it quickly inside his coat, patted it, then replaced the board, kicking some dust over the spot to obscure his actions. Brody watched, his blood running cold. A hidden stash? Behind the mercantile? What was in the sack? More gold? Supplies? Dynamite like Jedediah's thoughts had suggested McCann owed him for? Whatever it was, McCann didn't want anyone knowing about it. He straightened up, casting another nervous glance around the alley, then hurried away, disappearing into the network of back ways leading towards the shabbier outskirts of the gulch. Brody remained hidden, his mind racing. This changed things. McCann wasn't just a suspected murderer. He was actively hiding something, retrieving it under cover of darkness. Was it Liam's stolen gold? Was he preparing to flee? Brody's instinct screamed to apprehend him now. Search him. Search the sack. But the voice of duty, the cold logic he clung to, held him back. He still lacked definitive proof. Confronting McCann now, based only on suspicion and this clandestine retrieval, might lead to violence, might allow McCann to escape, might compromise the careful recovery of Pritchard's body. He needed the body out, examined. He needed Miller here as backup, as a witness. He needed to build the case properly, brick by painstaking brick. Frustration warred with caution. He felt caught, suspended between the urgent need for action spurred by Renelda's discovery and the methodical demands of the law he served. Between the horrifying certainty he felt in his gut about McCann's guilt, fueled now by this suspicious behavior, and the frustrating lack of concrete evidence he could use. Between his duty to the dead man on the mountain and the living woman locked in her hotel room, and the unseen forces, the whispers and echoes that seemed to swirl around this whole damn business, challenging everything he thought he knew, he took a deep breath, the cold air burning his lungs. Patience, caution, method. He repeated the words like a mantra. He would watch McCann. He would send word to Miller at first light. He would retrieve the body. He would find the proof. Justice would be served, even if it moved at a slower, more deliberate pace than the racing pulse of grief and vengeance demanded. He turned away from the alley, melting back into the pre-dawn shadows, the weight of the unseen, the unspoken, and the undone, heavy on his shoulders as he began the long, watchful wait for the sun to rise over Crimson Gulch. Chapter 15. The Storm Within, the Storm Without. Wren drifted in a shallow, restless state between exhaustion and hyper-awareness. Sleep wouldn't come, not true sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, the darkness of the small hotel room morphed into the suffocating blackness of the cave, the image of Liam's boot in the fissure flashing behind her eyelids with horrifying clarity. The rhythmic drip of water echoed in her ears, mingling with the faint, persistent whispers that seemed to seep through the very walls. The low hum of the town's anxieties, Alara's distant prayers, McCann's nervous, whiskey-fueled confidence, and Brody's grim, watchful determination. She lay rigidly on the narrow, lumpy mattress, the rough blanket pulled up to her chin, clutching the small wooden hawk in her hand. Its smooth, familiar shape was a small anchor in the churning sea of her grief and fear. Brody had ordered her to stay put, to wait, to be safe. But safety felt like a distant shore, unreachable. Danger wasn't just lurking outside the locked door. It was inside her, in the memories, in the echoes, in the cold rage that simmered beneath the surface of her shock. Waiting was torture. Every creak of the floorboards in the hallway outside, every distant shout from the street, every gust of wind rattling the loose window pane made her jump, her heart leaping into her throat. Was it Brody returning with news? Was it Martha checking on her guest? Or was it McCann, somehow aware, somehow sensing her knowledge, coming to silence her as he had silenced Liam? The rational part of her mind knew Brody was watching, knew McCann likely thought his secret was safe, buried deep in the mountain. But the whispers, the lingering sense of threat, the sheer brutality of Liam's murder. These eroded logic, leaving raw fear in its place. She pushed herself up, unable to bear lying still any longer. Pacing the small confines of the room felt like being a caged animal. 3 steps to the window, 3 steps back to the door. The sliver of pre-dawn gray visible through the grimy pane slowly brightened, promising a day she dreaded and longed for in equal measure. Dawn meant Brody could send word to his deputy. Dawn meant the possibility of returning to the cave, of bringing Liam back. Dawn meant the beginning of the end, the unraveling of the town's tightly held secrets. But dawn also brought exposure. Light meant movement, interaction. How could she face the townspeople, knowing what she knew? How could she look Martha in the eye or Jedediah, knowing their fear, their complicity of silence? How could she breathe the same air as McCann, knowing his hands were stained with her brother's blood? The thought made her physically sick. She went to the washstand, pouring water from the pitcher into the chipped basin. The water was icy cold, shocking her skin, but it helped clear her head slightly. She splashed her face, trying to wash away the grime of the mountain, the lingering chill of the cave, the tracks of tears. Looking into the cracked mirror, she barely recognized the reflection. The eyes staring back were shadowed, haunted, older. The naive hope that had carried her to Crimson Gulch felt like a lifetime ago, replaced by a grim knowledge that had irrevocably altered her. The wind outside began to pick up, whistling around the corners of the hotel, rattling the window more insistently. The sky, which had promised a clear dawn, was darkening again, taking on a bruised, heavy look. Thick gray clouds rolled in rapidly from the west, swallowing the peaks pregnant with unshed precipitation. A storm was brewing, a physical storm, mirroring the tempest raging within her. The timing felt ominous, almost malevolent. A storm would hamper travel, potentially delaying Deputy Miller's arrival. It would turn the mountain trails treacherous, making the recovery of Liam's body even more difficult, more dangerous. It would provide cover for movement, for escape, or for further violence. Wren watched the clouds gather, a sense of foreboding tightening its grip around her heart. The mountain wasn't ready to give up its secrets easily. She heard movement downstairs, the clatter of pans, muffled footsteps, the low murmur of Martha starting her day. Soon the smell of brewing coffee, weak but pervasive, drifted up the stairs. Hunger gnawed faintly at Wren's stomach, a reminder of basic needs ignored for too long. But the thought of going down, of facing Martha's wary eyes, of making small talk while her world had shattered, was impossible. She retreated to the bed, sitting on the edge, waiting. The storm broke with sudden fury. Rain lashed against the window pane, driven by gusts of wind that howled like tormented spirits. The sky opened, unleashing a torrential downpour that turned the dusty street below into a muddy river within minutes. Thunder cracked overhead, sharp and violent, shaking the flimsy hotel building to its foundations. Lightning flashed, momentarily illuminating the room in stark blue-white relief, followed almost instantly by another deafening clap of thunder. The storm outside was a fitting echo of the storm within Wren. Her grief, her rage, her fear. They surged like the floodwaters, threatening to overwhelm her fragile composure. The violence of the thunder resonated with the violence she'd felt imprinted in the cave. The driving rain felt like tears shed by the sky itself, mourning Liam, mourning all the forgotten souls swallowed by this harsh land. The psychic noise of the town intensified with the storm, anxieties amplified by the sudden onslaught, worries about leaky roofs, flash floods in the creek, the difficulty of getting supplies through, fear of landslides on the slopes. All these mundane concerns mingled with the deeper, darker secrets, creating a chaotic, almost unbearable static in Wren's mind. She pressed her hands to her temples, trying to block it out, focusing on the steady rhythm of the rain, the howl of the wind. Where was Brody? Was he caught out in this? Was he still watching McCann? Or had he taken shelter, forced to wait out the storm's fury? The uncertainty gnawed at her. And McCann? What was he doing? Was he holed up in his shack, Sleeping off the whiskey? Or was the storm making him nervous, edgy, perhaps accelerating his plans to flee with whatever he'd retrieved from behind the mercantile? The image of the hidden sack flashed in her mind. What was in it? Gold? Dynamite? Evidence? A sudden sharp knock on her door made Wren jump violently, her heart slamming against her ribs. She froze, listening. Silence, except for the roaring storm. Then another knock, firmer this time. "Miss Hayes?" A low voice, barely audible over the rain. Not Brody, not Martha, someone else. Fear, cold and sharp, prickled down her spine. She remained silent, unmoving, scarcely breathing. "Miss Hayes?" The voice came again, closer to the door panel. "It's Silas. Silas Croft. Old man Hemlock's apprentice. Alara sent me. Said you might need something." Silas, the young man Brody had briefly considered and dismissed. Alara had sent him? Wren hesitated. Alara was the only person in town, besides perhaps Brody now, who seemed trustworthy, who had shown her kindness. But sending Silas? Now? In the middle of this storm? It felt strange, unsettling. Was it a genuine offer of help, or a trap? Had McCann somehow intimidated Alara, forced her to send the boy? Or worse, was Silas himself involved? Her mind raced, suspicion warring with the desperate need for any potential ally. "Code word," she called out, her voice trembling slightly, remembering Brody's instruction, testing the unknown visitor. Silence again. Then, hesitantly, "Code word, ma'am? Alara didn't give me no code word, just said Marshal Brody might have asked you to wait for the hawk." He sounded confused, earnest. The hawk, Brody's code, but Alara shouldn't know it. Unless Brody had spoken to Alara? Or unless Alara, with her own sensitivities, had somehow picked up on the word, on its significance to Wren? The logic felt convoluted. Unlikely. Yet Silas sounded genuinely bewildered, not threatening, taking a calculated risk, driven by a desperate need for information, for any connection beyond the four walls of this room. Wren slid the bolt back slowly, quietly, opening the door just a crack, keeping her foot braced against it. Standing in the dim hallway was a young man, perhaps barely 20, dripping wet, his slicker dark with rain. He had earnest blue eyes and a shock of damp, sandy hair plastered to his forehead. He looked thin, underfed, and thoroughly soaked, clutching a battered hat in his hands. His psychic signature felt clean. Nervous, yes, intimidated by the situation, but devoid of the malice she felt from McCann, or the deep-seated fear that clung to Martha and Jedediah. There was a layer of sadness around him, echoing Alara's grief, perhaps, and a core of simple, unassuming honesty. "Miss Hayes?" he stammered, shivering slightly. "Sorry to bother you. Alara, she worried. With the storm and all, asked me to check, see if you needed firewood or anything." "Alara sent you out in this?" Wren asked, opening the door a little wider, studying his face. Silas nodded, shifting uncomfortably. "Yes, ma'am, she gets feelings about things," said. The air felt heavy. Not just the storm, said to tell you, "The mountain weeps today, but the stones remember, and the hawk watches." He delivered the message dutifully, clearly not understanding its full import, but relaying it faithfully. The stones remember. The hawk watches. Alara knew, or sensed. Knew about the cave, the symbol, Liam's hawk, Brody's involvement. Perhaps her own whispers were clearer, less chaotic than Wren's. The message felt like both a warning and an encouragement. "Thank you, Silas," Wren said, her voice softening. I appreciate you coming out. I'm all right for now, just waiting out the storm." Silas looked relieved. "Good, that's good." He hesitated, twisting his wet hat in his hands. "Miss Hayes, about your brother." "Liam Pritchard, I knew him. A little." Wren's attention sharpened. "You did?" He nodded, glancing nervously down the empty hallway before looking back at her. "Yeah. He came by Hemlock's office sometimes, before the old man passed. asking questions, not just about a saying, about old maps, symbols. He was real interested in the old Ute markings, the symbol. Liam had known about it, had been researching it. Did Hemlock tell him anything? Wren asked eagerly. Silas frowned, concentrating. Hemlock. He mostly grumbled, said it was bad luck, digging into things best left buried, said those symbols weren't claim markers, they were warnings, places the spirits guarded, or places where danger lay hidden, bad air, unstable ground, things like that. He shivered again, though perhaps not just from cold. Hemlock knew a lot of the old stories, said Pritchard was getting too curious about things that weren't his business, especially around the Weeping Rock area. Warnings, guarded by spirits, danger hidden. It confirmed Wren's fears, adding weight to the feeling that Liam hadn't just stumbled onto gold, but onto something older, more complex, potentially cursed. Did Liam mention McCann? Wren asked, keeping her voice low. Silas's eyes widened slightly with apprehension. McCann? Yeah. Pritchard complained about him once or twice, said McCann was sniffing around his claim, asking too many questions. Pritchard seemed nervous about him, said McCann had cold eyes. He swallowed hard. Everyone knows McCann is bad news, Miss Hayes. Best steer clear. It wasn't much new, but it was corroboration, another small piece fitting into the grim puzzle. Liam knew the symbol was a warning, knew McCann was trouble, yet he'd gone ahead anyway, lured by gold or curiosity, sealing his fate. Thank you, Silas, Wren said again, meaning it. You've been helpful, but you should get back inside before you catch your death. Yes, ma'am. He backed away slightly. If you need anything, Miss Hayes, anything at all, Alara knows where I stay, down by the creek. He gave a small, awkward nod, then turned and hurried back down the stairs, his wet boots squelching on the wood. Wren closed the door, sliding the bolt back into place. Her mind whirled. Liam's research, Hemlock's warnings, the confirmation of McCann's menace, Alara's cryptic message delivered through the unassuming apprentice. The storm raged outside, mirroring the turmoil within her, but amidst the chaos, threads of understanding were beginning to connect, weaving a dark tapestry of greed, betrayal, and violated history. The logic of the heart, her intuition, had led her to the cave. Now, the fragments of fact and folklore supplied by Silas were adding troubling context. What exactly had Liam found in that cave, besides the gold? What secret was worth killing for, worth burying deep in the mountain's memory? The answer felt close, hidden just beyond the veil, waiting for the storm to break, waiting for the final confrontation. Chapter 16, Unmasking the Silence. The storm raged throughout the day, a relentless assault of wind and water that kept Crimson Gulch locked down, huddled beneath leaking roofs and rattling window panes. For Wren, trapped in the small hotel room, the hours crawled by with agonizing slowness, each tick of an unseen clock, each clap of thunder, amplifying her anxiety. She paced the floor, reread Liam's last letter until the words blurred, stared out at the sheeting rain that transformed the familiar landscape into a gray, wavering watercolor, and strained her senses against the chaotic psychic static generated by the town's collective unease. Silas Croft's visit, his hesitant confirmation of Liam's research into the symbols, and his wariness of McCann had added crucial pieces to the puzzle, yet also deepened the mystery. Liam hadn't been ignorant, he'd been curious, perhaps recklessly so. He'd known the symbols were warnings, known McCann was trouble, yet something had drawn him to that cave, something powerful enough to override caution. Was it just the lure of gold, or had he truly found something else, something tied to the old secrets he'd mentioned in his letter, something the mountain or its ancient guardians didn't want disturbed? And Brody, where was he? Wren hadn't seen or heard from him since he'd left her the previous night with the promise to watch McCann and arrange for help. Was he safe? Had the storm forced him to take shelter somewhere, leaving McCann unobserved? The uncertainty gnawed at her. She scanned the psychic currents, trying to pinpoint Brody's steady, controlled signature amidst the storm-tossed anxieties of the gulch. She caught faint traces: frustration, impatience, the grim determination of his vigil, but couldn't place him precisely. He seemed close, perhaps watching the saloon or McCann's likely dwelling from some nearby vantage point, hunkered down against the deluge. McCann's own thoughts were a confusing jumble, harder to read than usual. The whiskey-fueled arrogance of the early morning had soured into a nervous, irritable restlessness. The storm seemed to be getting under his skin, trapping him, making him jumpy. Damn rain, can't move. Brody still sniffing around? Saw him near the livery. Should have left yesterday. The sack, safe enough for now, but need to get clear soon, before anyone else starts asking questions, especially the sister. He knew Brody was watching him. He felt pressured. He had the hidden sack. Gold? Something else? And he wanted to run. The knowledge sent a fresh wave of urgency through Wren. Time was running out. The storm, while delaying the recovery of Liam's body, might also be accelerating McCann's desperation. By late afternoon, the fury of the storm began to abate. The torrential rain eased to a steady, soaking drizzle. The wind lessened its howl to a mournful sigh, and the thunder retreated, rumbling sullenly in the distance. Breaks appeared in the heavy cloud cover, revealing patches of watery blue sky. The immediate crisis of the weather was passing, leaving behind a sodden, dripping world and the unresolved tension hanging heavy in the air. Wren stood at the window, watching the light change, feeling the shift in the town's energy. People would start moving again, assessing damage, resuming their routines. Brody would be able to send his message to Deputy Miller. McCann would feel less trapped, more able to act on his desire to flee. The fragile stalemate imposed by the storm was ending. A knock came at the door, firm, expected this time. "Miss Hayes?" Brody's voice low and unmistakable. "Hawk," Wren replied, her voice steady, relief warring with apprehension. She slid the bolt back and opened the door. Brody stood there, water dripping from the brim of his hat and the shoulders of his heavy coat. He looked tired, lines of strain etched around his eyes, but his gaze was sharp, focused. "Storm's letting up," he stated, stepping inside and closing the door, bringing the scent of rain and damp earth with him. "Sent word out to Miller and Silverton just before the worst hit. Used young Silas. He knows the back trails. Less likely to be noticed than me riding out. With luck, Miller should be here sometime tomorrow. Maybe late afternoon, depending on how bad the runoff is." Tomorrow. Another night leaving Liam in the cave. Wren's heart sank, but she nodded, understanding the necessity. "And McCann?" "Holed up in his shack down by the old slag heap," Brody reported grimly. "Watched him sneak back there after retrieving that sack from behind the mercantile this morning. Haven't seen him emerge since the storm hit. He's jumpy, though. I could feel it even from a distance." He glanced at Wren, a flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes for the feeling part. "He knows I'm watching. He knows something's shifted." "The sack he hid," Wren said urgently. "What was in it? Could it be Liam's gold?" Brody shook his head. Couldn't tell. Canvas sack, heavy-looking. Could be gold. Could be tools. Could be dynamite. Jedediah's still convinced McCann owes him for a batch. Whatever it is, he wants it kept hidden, and he retrieved it like a thief in the night. Adds to the suspicion, but it's not proof. "We need proof, Marshal," Wren insisted, frustration making her voice sharp. "While we wait for Miller, while Liam lies up there, McCann could just disappear, take his sack and vanish." "He won't," Brody said, his voice hard. "I won't let him. I've got Hank from the livery keeping an eye on the shack from a distance. Hank doesn't miss much and keeps his mouth shut. And I'll be watching too. McCann won't be leaving Crimson Gulch tonight or anytime soon, unless it's under guard." His certainty was reassuring, yet Wren couldn't shake her unease. McCann was slippery, desperate. Brody was only one man. "Isn't there anything else we can do? Anything to shake him? To force his hand?" Brody looked at her, considering. He ran a hand over his tired face. Direct confrontation is still too risky without Miller here, without the body recovered, but... He paused, a thoughtful, calculating look entering his eyes. Maybe there's a way to apply pressure indirectly, to unmask the silence, like you said. Let McCann know that the secrets aren't as buried as he thinks. How? Wren asked, leaning forward slightly. The symbol, Brody said slowly. The one by the cave. The one on my old map. It bothered me. Felt familiar, but couldn't place it beyond Hemlock's vague warnings about Ute, curses, and bad luck. He walked over to the desk, picked up the tarnished button, turned it over in his fingers. After I sent Silas off, I paid a visit to Alara. Wren looked up, surprised. She's perceptive, Brody admitted, a hint of grudging respect in his voice. Doesn't miss much that happens in this town, even from her cabin, and she remembers things others have forgotten. I asked her about the symbol. What did she say? Wren pressed eagerly. She confirmed what Hemlock hinted at. It's an old Ute marker, not just a general warning, but specific. It marks places connected to their burial traditions. Sacred sites, ancestral grounds, often caves used for ceremonies or sometimes hidden interments. He met Wren's gaze, the implication clear. Places outsiders were strictly warned away from, places believed to be protected by spirits or curses against desecration. So Liam hadn't just trespassed. He'd potentially violated sacred ground, and McCann, in hiding the body there, Alara said there have always been stories, Brody continued, whispers passed down about prospectors who ignored the warnings, who disturbed those sites looking for gold or shelter and met with misfortune, accidents, disappearances, madness. The mountain protects its own, she said. Wren shivered, recalling the oppressive atmosphere of the cave, the swirling whispers of forgotten souls. It no longer felt like mere superstition. Did she know about Liam finding the cave? Wren asked. Not directly, but she sensed his excitement, his secrecy, and his growing fear before he vanished. She suspected he'd found something more than just gold, something dangerous, and she definitely suspected McCann's involvement. She saw him coming down from that area looking spooked days after Liam was last seen. Brody frowned. She also mentioned something else. Said Liam had come asking her about stories, about the symbols shortly before he disappeared. He'd found something in the cave, she thought, not just the cave itself, something, an artifact maybe? Something that didn't belong to a prospector. An artifact? Something hidden? Hide it. Keep it safe. The whisper from the cave echoed again. What had Liam found? Was that what McCann had truly killed him for? Not just the gold, but some other treasure. Something ancient, perhaps valuable in a different way. So, Brody said, bringing Wren back to the present, the symbol is known, at least by Alara, possibly by older residents, as a serious warning tied to sacred Ute ground. What if that knowledge became more public? What if someone started asking questions, not just about Pritchard, but about the symbol itself, about the old legends, about the consequences of disturbing such places? Wren saw where he was leading. You want me to ask the questions, she stated. Brody nodded slowly. You're already the focus of suspicion, the outsider stirring things up. If you start asking about the symbol, about Ute curses connected to the Weeping Rock area, mentioning Hemlock's warnings, it might make McCann think you know more than you do. Might make him think his hiding place isn't as secure, as forgotten, as he believed. It might rattle him, make him careless, especially if he hears it tied to bad luck, to misfortune meeting those who desecrate those sites. It was risky. It meant deliberately drawing attention back to herself, potentially increasing the danger McCann posed, but it also felt proactive, a way to fight back using the town's own superstitions, its own buried history, against the man who had exploited them. It was a psychological gambit, playing on McCann's likely fear and guilt. Where would I ask? Wren questioned. Who would I talk to? Most people barely look at me. Not the saloon, Brody said firmly. Too dangerous. But the mercantile. Jedediah is nervous, easily intimidated, but he hears gossip. If you mention the symbol, Hemlock's warnings about curses on those who disturb Ute sites near Weeping Rock, maybe link it vaguely to bad luck befalling prospectors up there. Jedediah might repeat it. Fear travels fast in the gulch. It might reach McCann's ears. He paused. And Martha. She's terrified of trouble, but she also listens. A quiet word about looking for information on old symbols, maybe asking if Hemlock left any papers or maps behind. It plants a seed of doubt. It felt manipulative, using the fears of people like Jedediah and Martha. But compared to McCann's crime, it seemed a necessary evil. Unmasking the silence, Brody had called it. Letting McCann know the shadows were receding, that the truth was stirring. "All right, Marshal," Wren agreed, her resolve hardening. "I'll do it. When?" "Now," Brody said. "The storm's past. People will be venturing out. Jedediah will be opening the mercantile soon, eager for any business. Martha will be serving supper. Go now while the light is fading. Be cautious. Don't accuse anyone. Don't mention McCann or the cave directly. Just ask about the symbol, about the legends, about bad luck. Let their own fear do the work." He looked at her intently. "Can you do that? Can you play that part without revealing what you truly know?" Wren thought of Liam lying cold and alone in the darkness. She thought of McCann's smug confidence, his casual brutality. Yes, she could do this. The grief was a raw wound, but the rage was a shield, a motivator. She could mask the silence within herself to break the silence of the town. "Yes, Marshal," she said, her voice low but steady. "I can." "Good." Brody gave a curt nod. "I'll be nearby, watching." Hank is still watching McCann's shack. If McCann makes any sudden moves, we'll know. Go now. And be careful, Miss Hayes. Very careful. Wren pulled her damp shawl tighter around her shoulders, tucked the hawk deeper into her pocket, and took a steadying breath. She opened the office door, stepping out into the damp, gray twilight. The rain had stopped, but the air was heavy with moisture, the ground sodden underfoot. Puddles reflected the darkening sky. Crimson Gulch felt subdued, washed clean superficially, yet the underlying tension remained, perhaps even heightened by the storm's passage. She turned towards the mercantile, her heart pounding a steady rhythm of fear and determination against her ribs. It was time to walk back into the heart of the town's silence, armed not with facts or visions this time, but with carefully chosen words designed to prey on superstition and guilt. Time to see if the whispers of the past could shake the foundations of the present, forcing the truth, however ugly, out into the fading light. Chapter 17. A Reckoning in the Dust. The air hung thick and damp as Wren stepped out from the relative dryness of the marshal's office into the sodden twilight of Crimson Gulch. The storm had scoured the street, leaving behind glistening puddles that reflected the bruised colors of the clearing sky, streaks of angry orange and deep violet against a backdrop of gunmetal gray. The relentless drumming of rain had ceased, replaced by a heavy, dripping silence, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind through the wet pines on the slopes and the distant, muffled sounds of the town slowly stirring back to life. It felt like the aftermath of a battle, tense and uncertain, the ground muddy and treacherous underfoot. Wren pulled her shawl tighter, the damp wool offering little warmth against the bone-deep chill that had settled within her since leaving the cave. Brody's instructions echoed in her mind. Be cautious. Don't accuse. Just ask about the symbol, about the legends. Let their own fear do the work. It felt like walking a tightrope over a chasm, deliberately provoking a beast she knew to be dangerous, armed only with whispers and insinuations. Yet the image of Liam, cold and alone on the mountain, fueled her steps, hardening her resolve against the fear that threatened to paralyze her. She walked towards the mercantile, her boots sinking slightly into the muddy track. The few townsfolk she saw moved with a subdued weariness, their faces grim as they assessed the storm's minor damages. A loose shutter here, a washed-out section of boardwalk there. Their psychic static felt dampened, weighted down by the oppressive humidity and their own perpetual anxieties. Yet Wren sensed an undercurrent of heightened tension, the shared experience of the storm leaving nerves frayed. The light in the mercantile window was weak, flickering. Jedediah was open, as Brody predicted. Taking a steadying breath, Wren pushed open the door, the bell overhead giving a dull, damp jingle. The familiar smell of dust, leather, and kerosene seemed overlaid with the scent of mildew from the storm's dampness. Jedediah stood behind the counter, meticulously wiping down tins with a rag, his movements precise, almost furtive. He looked up as Wren entered, his eyes widening slightly behind his spectacles. A flicker of alarm, quickly suppressed, radiated from him. Her again, the Pritchard girl. Thought the storm might have... No, still here. What does she want now? Brody warned me. Stay out of it. Say nothing. Evening, Mr. Higgins, Wren said, keeping her voice quiet, calm. She moved further into the store, pretending to browse the shelves nearest the counter, allowing him time to observe her, to let his nervousness build. Miss Hayes, he acknowledged curtly, his gaze flicking towards the door as if hoping Brody might miraculously appear. Nasty storm. It was, Wren agreed softly. She paused by a display of thick woolen socks. Makes you think, doesn't it? Storms like that. The power of these mountains. She let the silence hang for a moment before turning back to him, her expression carefully neutral, perhaps tinged with a thoughtful curiosity. Mr. Higgins, you've lived here a long time, haven't you? Longer than most? He eyed her warily. Long enough. I was wondering about some of the old stories. Things old man Hemlock might have talked about? She watched his reaction closely. At the mention of the deceased assayer, Jedediah's nervousness visibly increased. He started rearranging jars of pickled eggs that were already perfectly aligned. Hemlock? What's she getting at? Knew Hemlock messed with those old symbols, best not. Hemlock kept to his business, Jedediah mumbled, not meeting her eye. Assaying, facts and figures. Of course, Wren said smoothly, but sometimes people talk. About the land, about markings found on rocks, symbols. She deliberately avoided looking directly at him, instead tracing a pattern in the dust on a nearby barrel lid. Like a circle, maybe, with a jagged line through it? Jedediah dropped the rag he was holding. His head snapped up, his face pale, pupils dilated behind his spectacles. Fear, sharp and acrid, flooded the psychic space around him. The symbol. How does she know? Hemlock warned Pritchard, cursed ground, weeping rock, spirits. No, say nothing. Symbols? He stammered, his voice thin, reedy. Don't know nothing about symbols, Miss Hayes, just prospector scratches. Idle markings, means nothing. Are you sure? Wren pressed gently, finally meeting his terrified gaze. Because I heard Hemlock used to warn people about certain areas, places marked with signs like that, especially up near the Weeping Rock. She let her voice drop slightly, infusing it with a hint of mystery, of shared, dangerous knowledge. He said those places were unlucky, cursed even, tied to old Ute beliefs, said terrible things happened to folks who disturbed them, accidents, disappearances, bad fortune following them down the mountain. Jedediah flinched as if struck. He backed away from the counter, bumping into a stack of canvas sacks. Superstition, he hissed, though his voice trembled. Folk tales. Got no time for such nonsense. People disappear out here 'cause they're careless or foolish or run out of luck. Nothing to do with curses or symbols. His denial was too vehement, his fear too palpable. He knew the stories. He believed them, or at least feared them enough to react this strongly. Wren had struck a nerve, planted the seed. The fear radiating from him was potent. It would spread. Perhaps you're right, Mr. Higgins, Wren said softly, backing towards the door. Just superstition. She gave him a small, knowing smile that didn't reach her eyes. Thank you for your time. She left the mercantile quickly, stepping back out into the damp twilight. Jedediah's terror followed her, a tangible wave of psychic distress. He wouldn't keep quiet about this. He'd whisper about it anxiously to the next customer, to his wife, maybe even down at the saloon. He'd talk about the Pritchard girl asking strange questions, dredging up Hemlock's warnings about the cursed symbol near Weeping Rock, linking it to disappearances. The rumor mill had begun to grind. She glanced quickly up and down the street. In the deepening gloom near the livery stable, she saw a familiar solid silhouette leaning against the corral fence. Brody. He didn't move, didn't acknowledge her, but she felt his watchful presence, a silent confirmation that he was observing, assessing the ripples she was creating. Her next stop was the hotel. Pushing open the door, she found the common room empty except for Martha, who sat knitting by the weak light of a single lamp, her face set in its usual lines of worry and disapproval. The smell of stew simmered from the kitchen. Martha looked up as Wren entered, her needles clicking to a halt. Her expression tightened. Still here, thought the storm. Now what? Haven't seen Brody fetch her. Evening, Martha, Wren said quietly, approaching the makeshift counter. I was wondering, you knew Old Man Hemlock, didn't you? Martha's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Everyone knew Hemlock. What of it? I heard he kept records. Notes, maybe maps, besides his official assay reports. Notes about the area, the history, maybe symbols he found. Wren kept her tone casual, slightly hesitant. Martha sniffed, resuming her knitting with sharp, jerky movements. Hemlock kept his papers to himself, locked up tight. After he passed, the marshal went through his office, took what was official. Rest was just old clutter, burned most likely. Her denial felt practiced, automatic, but Wren sensed a flicker of something else beneath it. A memory, perhaps, of Hemlock muttering about curses or a vague unease associated with the Weeping Rock area that she quickly suppressed. Martha dealt in the harsh realities of unpaid bills and dwindling supplies. She had no room for ghost stories, especially ones that might bring more trouble. I see, Wren murmured. A shame. Some of that old knowledge, it gets lost. She let the comment hang in the air for a moment, then turned away. Will there be supper tonight? Stew, Martha grunted without looking up. 10 cents. Wren nodded and retreated to the small table by the window she'd occupied before, acutely aware of Martha's suspicious gaze following her. Another seed planted, however barren the soil might initially seem. Even Martha's dismissal held a certain weight. She hadn't laughed it off, just shut it down. As Wren sat waiting, pretending to look out at the muddy street, she let her senses drift again, monitoring the town's psychic currents. The rumor was spreading. Faint whispers echoed Jedediah's fear. Pritchard girl asking about Hemlock's curses, the Ute symbol, Weeping Rock, bad luck. Remember what happened to old Henderson up there? The fragments were disjointed, distorted by fear and superstition, but the core message was traveling through the gulch's nervous system, and then she felt it, a sharp spike of agitated energy, laced with fury and growing paranoia, emanating from the direction of McCann's shack on the outskirts. Symbol? Curses. Hemlock. How does she know? That interfering bitch? Sticking her nose where it ain't belong? Thinks she can scare me? Think some old Indian curse gonna stop me? She knows too much. Gotta shut her up. Permanently. The raw malice in the thoughts hit Wren like a physical blow. It wasn't just fear anymore, it was rage, cornered and vicious, crystallizing into murderous intent. He knew she was asking about the symbol. He likely didn't believe in the curses himself, but he recognized the danger of the location being discussed, of Hemlock's warnings being resurrected, potentially leading others closer to his secret. Her subtle probing had worked, perhaps too well. She had rattled him, pushed him towards the edge. Fear, cold and immediate, washed over Wren. She glanced towards the door, half expecting McCann to burst in. Where was Brody? Did he sense this shift, this escalation? Her own stew arrived, placed on the table with a clatter by Martha, who refused to meet her eyes. Wren picked up the spoon, but her hand trembled too much to lift it. Her appetite was gone, replaced by a sickening knot of dread. McCann was coming unglued. Her gambit had provoked the beast, and now it felt like it was turning on her. She forced herself to take a few sips of the thin, watery stew, needing the warmth, needing to appear calm. But her senses were stretched taut, listening, watching, waiting. The twilight deepened outside, blurring the edges of the buildings, softening the harsh lines of the mountains into indistinct, menacing shapes. The dripping silence after the storm felt more ominous than the thunder had. Then she heard it. Heavy, rapid footsteps squelching through the mud outside, heading directly towards the hotel, not Brody's steady tread. These were uneven, hurried, angry. Wren's breath caught in her throat. Her gaze flew to the door just as it crashed open. Finn McCann stood framed in the doorway, rain-soaked, mud-spattered, his face contorted in a mask of rage and paranoia. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, fixed on Wren across the room. He held a Navy Colt revolver loosely in his right hand, its barrel gleaming dully in the lamplight. "You!" he snarled, his voice raspy with fury and whiskey. "Sticking your nose in, talking trash about curses and symbols. What do you know? What did Pritchard tell you before I shut his mouth for good?" Martha screamed, dropping her knitting, scrambling backwards towards the kitchen doorway. Wren froze, the spoon clattering from her nerveless fingers onto the plate. McCann took a staggering step into the room, raising the Colt, his hand shaking but his intent murderously clear. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The small common room felt like a trap. Wren stared down the barrel of the gun, her mind strangely calm amidst the terror. This was it, the reckoning, brought on by her own actions, her own desperate attempt to unmask the silence. But just as McCann took another step, his finger tightening on the trigger, another figure exploded through the doorway behind him. Marshal Brody, moving with lethal speed and precision, slammed into McCann from the side, grabbing the gun arm, forcing it upwards. The Colt discharged with a deafening roar, the bullet ripping harmlessly into the ceiling, showering plaster dust onto the floor. McCann cursed, struggling violently, trying to bring the gun back down, trying to twist free from Brody's iron grip. The two men grappled fiercely, stumbling across the small room, knocking over a chair with a crash. Brody was stronger, steadier, using his weight and leverage. He forced McCann's gun arm back, twisting it brutally until McCann cried out in pain, the revolver clattering onto the floorboards. Brody kicked it away swiftly. He slammed McCann hard against the wall, pinning him there, one forearm pressed against McCann's throat, the other twisting McCann's arm behind his back. "It's over, McCann!" Brody gritted out, his voice dangerously low, his face inches from McCann's contorted features. "Murder, theft, desecration. You're done." McCann struggled weakly, panting, terror replacing the rage in his wild eyes. "Don't know what you're talking about. Pritchard ran off. I ain't done nothin'." "Tell it to the judge," Brody snarled, forcing McCann's arm higher. "After we bring Pritchard's body down from that cave you left him in." At the mention of the cave, McCann's face went slack with shock, his struggles ceasing abruptly. His eyes darted towards Wren, who stood frozen by the table, then back to Brody, realization dawning. He knew. They knew. The silence was broken only by McCann's ragged gasping, the frantic clicking of Martha's knitting needles from where she presumably hid in the kitchen, and the slow, steady drip of water from the ceiling where the bullet had struck. The reckoning had come, not subtly, but with the roar of a gunshot and the crash of violence, here in the dusty, lamplit common room of the Gulch Hotel. The silence was shattered. Now came the fallout. Chapter 18. The Burden of Knowing. The echo of the gunshot seemed to reverberate long after the sound itself had faded, trapped within the four walls of the small hotel common room, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the fine rain of plaster dust settling from the ceiling. Wren stood frozen, her hand still gripping the back of the chair, her breath lodged somewhere in her chest. Time seemed to warp, stretching the tableau before her into a series of stark, disconnected images. McCann's face, slack-jawed with shock and dawning terror, Marshal Brody's grim granite profile, his forearm pressing relentlessly against McCann's throat, the Navy Colt lying inert and harmless on the dusty floorboards. It was over. The immediate threat, the terrifying confrontation she had both dreaded and, in some dark corner of her heart, perhaps craved, was neutralized. McCann was caught. Brody knew. The silence McCann had tried to preserve, the silence that had shrouded Liam's fate, was irrevocably shattered. Yet the expected wave of relief failed to materialize. Instead, a profound, bone-deep weariness washed over Wren, coupled with a nauseating tremor that started in her hands and spread through her entire body. The adrenaline drained away, leaving behind the raw, jagged edges of grief and the sickening aftertaste of violence witnessed firsthand. This wasn't the clean resolution justice demanded in stories. It was messy, brutal, terrifying. Brody acted with swift, economical movements born of long, harsh experience. Still pinning the gasping McCann against the wall, he retrieved a pair of sturdy-looking manacles from a pouch on his belt. With practiced efficiency, he wrenched McCann's arms behind his back, ignoring the man's whimpered protests and curses, and snapped the cold metal shut around his wrists. Only then did he ease the pressure on McCann's throat, allowing the captured man to slump slightly, held upright only by Brody's firm grip on his arm. "You ain't got nothing on me, Brody," McCann croaked, his voice hoarse, his eyes darting wildly around the room, looking for escape, finding none. "Just her word. Crazy woman talking about curses." Brody ignored him, his expression unreadable stone. He gave McCann a rough shove towards the door. "Move!" He glanced back at Wren, his gaze lingering for a fraction of a second. It wasn't soft, not exactly, but the hard skepticism was gone, replaced by something else. Grim acknowledgement, perhaps, and a flicker of concern deep within the gray depths. "Stay here, Miss Hayes. Bolt the door again. Don't open it." It was the same command as before, but the context had shifted entirely. It was no longer about protecting her from an unknown threat, but about containing the fallout, keeping her separate from the ugly machinery of capture and confinement. He propelled the stumbling, manacled McCann out into the damp twilight, the door swinging shut behind them, leaving Wren alone once more in the wreckage. The silence descended again, heavier now, thick with the residue of fear, gunpowder, and spilled secrets. She could hear Martha whimpering softly from the kitchen doorway, the frantic clicking of her knitting needles having finally ceased. Wren sank onto the nearest chair, her legs suddenly refusing to support her. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to stop the trembling. The room felt too small, the air too thick. She stared at the spot on the ceiling where the bullet had struck, a small, dark crater in the plaster. A few feet away lay the overturned chair, a casualty of the brief, violent struggle. Tangible evidence of the chaos that had erupted, mirroring the chaos within her. The burden of knowing, it settled upon her now with crushing weight. It wasn't just the knowledge of Liam's death, the horrifying image of his final resting place. It was the knowledge of how she knew, the whispers, the visions, the echoes from stone and metal. Brody might accept the result, the body in the cave, but he still dismissed the means. She felt utterly, profoundly alone in her perception of the world, stranded on an island of inexplicable sensitivity that no one else could truly comprehend or validate. There was no comfort in being right, only the cold, isolating weight of a truth arrived at through channels others deemed madness or grief-stricken fantasy. She thought of Liam again, his excitement about the old secrets, the marked cave. Had he experienced something similar? Had the mountain whispered to him, too? Was that why he'd ignored Hemlock's warnings, drawn deeper into the mystery despite the danger? The thought offered a strange, painful sort of connection, a shared sensitivity that might have led them both down this perilous path. But his curiosity had ended in a dark fissure, and hers had led to this: a captured murderer, a shattered sense of reality, and a future shrouded in uncertainty. What happened now? Brody had McCann, but the proof, the kind Brody valued, was still circumstantial. McCann's confession blurted out in rage. "What did Pritchard tell you before I shut his mouth for good?" was damning, but Wren was likely the only witness besides Martha, whose terror might render her testimony useless. The button, McCann's suspicious behavior, his retrieval of the hidden sack, it painted a picture, but was it enough to hang a man? Especially in a town likely to close ranks, where witnesses vanished and evidence disappeared? And the gold, or the artifact, whatever Liam had found, whatever McCann had killed him for, where was it? Was it in the sack McCann had retrieved? Brody hadn't searched him, hadn't confiscated the sack. Had McCann managed to hide it again before Brody cornered him? Or was it still up there, in the cave, perhaps hidden deeper within the fissure beside Liam's body? The thought of returning to that place, of searching near Liam's remains for the very thing that caused his death, felt like a desecration. Yet the practical need for evidence, for motive, might demand it. The burden of knowing wasn't just emotional, it was practical. She held pieces of the puzzle Brody couldn't access through logic alone. The whispers about hiding something, the potential significance of the artifact, the feeling of violation connected to the sacred ground. These might be crucial elements, but how could she convey them convincingly to the marshal? How could she make him see the tangled past entwined with the present crime? He wanted a simple story, murder for gold. But Wren felt, with growing certainty, that the truth was far more complex, rooted deeper in the mountain's shadowed history. Footsteps approached the door again, slow, heavy this time. Wren tensed, her hand instinctively going to the small knife she still carried, a useless gesture against any real threat, but a comfort nonetheless. "Miss Hayes?" Brody's voice, low and weary. "It's me." She hesitated, then rose and unbolted the door. He stood there, seeming to fill the frame, his coat glistening with drizzle. His expression was grim, tired. "McCann's secured," he stated flatly. "Locked in my office. Trussed up tight, won't be going anywhere." "Did he say anything else?" Wren asked, searching his face for clues. Brody shook his head. "Clammed up tight soon as the rage wore off. Denies everything. Claims Pritchard cheated him at cards and ran off. Claims you're hysterical." He met her gaze, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. "Doesn't matter what he claims now. We have him." "But do we have enough, Marshal?" Wren pressed, unable to keep the anxiety from her voice. "Enough to make it stick?" "We have enough to hold him," Brody corrected. "Enough suspicion to justify his arrest, especially after threatening you with a firearm. When Miller gets here, when we recover the body, but the evidence will speak for itself. A body hidden in a cave near the claim of the man he argued with, marked by a symbol he clearly reacted to. It'll be enough." He sounded confident, but Wren sensed the underlying uncertainty, the awareness of how easily things could go wrong in a place like this. He stepped further into the room, his gaze taking in the overturned chair, the plaster dust, the lingering scent of gunpowder. "You all right, Miss Hayes?" he asked. The question gruff, almost reluctant, but genuine. Wren nodded, though the gesture felt hollow. "Shaken, but all right." She gestured towards the chair. "Please, Marshal." He hesitated, then nodded, righting the overturned chair and sinking into it heavily. He removed his hat, running a hand through his damp hair. Seen up close, without the barrier of the desk or the dim light of his office, the lines of exhaustion on his face seemed deeper, the weight he carried more apparent. He wasn't just the stern, skeptical lawman anymore. He was a man confronted with the brutal reality of murder, burdened by the responsibility of seeing justice done against difficult odds, perhaps even questioning his own rigid worldview, however slightly. They sat in silence for a long moment, the only sounds the dripping rain outside and the faint crackle of the lamp wick. It was a different kind of silence now. Not the tense waiting of before, but the heavy quiet that follows violence, filled with unspoken thoughts, shared trauma, and the daunting prospect of what lay ahead. "This symbol," Wren began softly, breaking the silence, needing to bridge the gap between her knowledge and his. "And the artifact Alara thought Liam might have found, do you think they're connected to the murder? More than just the gold?" Brody sighed, rubbing his temples. "Miss Hayes, right now my focus is on McCann and the murder charge. Gold is a motive juries understand. Ancient artifacts, Ute curses. That complicates things, muddies the water. It might be true," he conceded, surprising her slightly. "This is old country. Strange things happen. Hemlock believes some of it. Alara certainly does. But proving it, using it in a trial, that's another matter entirely." "But it might explain why," Wren persisted. "Why McCann was so desperate. why he hid the body there in that specific place. Maybe he wasn't just hiding Liam. Maybe he was trying to hide the desecration, hide what he stole from the cave itself. Brody looked at her, really looked at her, his gaze thoughtful. Possible, he admitted slowly. The sack McCann retrieved. If it wasn't gold, what was it? Something small, heavy, an artifact? He shook his head, pushing the speculation away. First things first, secure McCann, recover Pritchard, gather evidence, then maybe we look into the other angles, the legends, the sack. His pragmatism reasserted itself, mapping out the logical steps, pushing the intangible, the unprovable, to the side. Wren understood his position, the constraints he worked under, but the burden of her own knowledge felt heavier than ever. She knew, or strongly suspected, there was more to the story, a deeper layer of violation and motive that Brody, constrained by his need for conventional proof, might never fully uncover or acknowledge. And that felt like an injustice in itself, not just to Liam, but to the mountain, to the forgotten souls, to the tangled past McCann had trampled over. Tomorrow, Brody said, his voice low, pulling her back from her thoughts. When Miller arrives, we go back up. You'll have to show us the way again. It wasn't a question. Wren nodded, dread coiling in her stomach at the thought of returning to the cave, but knowing it was necessary. I will. Get some rest, Miss Hayes, he said, pushing himself wearily to his feet. Try, anyway. You've been through a lot. He hesitated at the door, turning back to look at her, his expression unreadable in the flickering lamplight. What you did, going up there alone, facing McCann. It was dangerous, reckless, but you found him. You brought the truth out, whatever else. He seemed to struggle for words, unaccustomed to offering praise or perhaps acknowledging intuition. You have courage. He didn't wait for a reply, just gave a curt nod and stepped out, closing the door softly behind him. Wren listened to his heavy footsteps retreat down the hallway. Courage. Perhaps. Or perhaps just desperation fueled by grief. Whatever it was, it had come at a cost. The burden of knowing settled around her like the damp chill in the air, heavy, inescapable. She knew the truth about Liam's death, but she also knew that truth was incomplete, tangled with secrets the mountain still held, secrets that McCann's capture might not be enough to fully unearth. The reckoning had begun, but the path ahead, leading back up the mountain and deeper into the shadows of the past, felt fraught with uncertainty and the heavy weight of all that remained unseen, unspoken, unknown. Chapter 19. Whispers turned to warnings. The heavy silence that descended upon the hotel common room after Brody dragged McCann away was more unnerving than the preceding violence. Wren remained seated, the overturned chair and the plaster dust on the floor stark reminders of the eruption. Martha eventually emerged cautiously from the kitchen doorway, her face pale and pinched, eyes wide with residual terror. She avoided looking directly at Wren, instead busying herself with righting the chair, sweeping up the plaster with trembling hands, her movements jerky and agitated. The whispers around Martha were a frantic buzz of fear and resentment. Gunshots right here. That strange girl, brought trouble, just knew it. Pritchard's sister. McCann going crazy. What did she say to him? Best stay clear. Keep my mouth shut. Don't want Brody asking questions. Don't want McCann's friends coming around. Wren felt a pang of guilt mingle with her exhaustion. Her deliberate probing, Brody's plan to unmask the silence, had culminated in this. Violence spilling into Martha's precarious sanctuary, terrifying the already burdened woman. Yet what choice had there been? McCann's rage had been simmering, ready to boil over. Perhaps the confrontation, however brutal, had been inevitable, maybe even necessary, to prevent him from slipping away or committing further violence under the cover of darkness. She couldn't stay here, under Martha's fearful, accusing gaze. Murmuring a quiet apology that Martha pointedly ignored, Wren retreated upstairs to the dubious refuge of her room. She bolted the door, leaning back against it, the wood solid but offering little real security against the turmoil within and the potential dangers still lurking without. sleep remained impossible. Her mind replayed the scene downstairs. McCann's contorted face, the roar of the Colt, Brody's swift, decisive intervention, and overlaying it all, the chilling certainty of Liam's body lying cold and alone in the cave. The burden of knowing pressed down, heavy and suffocating. She knew McCann was the killer, knew where Liam was hidden, suspected the deeper motives involving the symbol and the cave's secrets. But this knowledge isolated her, setting her apart from Brody's fact-based world, from the town's willful ignorance. As the hours of the night crawled by, punctuated by the dripping aftermath of the storm and the occasional distant shout or slamming door from the awakening town, Wren became acutely aware of the subtle shifts in the psychic currents. News of McCann's arrest, even if only officially for threatening her, was spreading like wildfire through the Gulch's collective consciousness. The whispers she intercepted were a chaotic mix of fear, morbid curiosity, and rampant speculation. McCann locked up. Brody dragged him out himself. Heard he pulled a gun on the Pritchard girl and plumb crazy. Always knew McCann was bad blood. What'd he really do? Something to do with Pritchard's disappearance? Always thought that was fishy. Jedediah's saying she was asking about curses, Ute symbols, Weeping Rock. Maybe McCann disturbed something he shouldn't have. Don't talk about it. Bad luck. Keep your head down. Wonder if McCann had partners. Partners. That thought snagged Wren's attention. Had McCann acted alone? His desperation, his paranoia seemed solitary, but Crimson Gulch fostered uneasy alliances, temporary partnerships forged in greed and dissolved just as quickly. If McCann had help, either in the murder or in dealing with whatever Liam had found, then capturing McCann himself might not end the threat. Were there others who knew about the cave, about the gold or the artifact, who might want to ensure the secret remained buried, even if it meant silencing her or stopping Brody? She focused her senses, trying to push past the general static, searching for any specific thread of conspiracy, any hidden watcher beyond McCann. Nothing concrete emerged, only the pervasive fear and suspicion, the town's reflexive instinct to pull inwards, to deny, to look away. Yet the possibility lingered, a cold seed of unease. She could also feel McCann, even locked away in Brody's small office. His psychic signature pulsed erratically, waves of impotent fury crashing against cold dread, resentment warring with sheer panic. He wasn't thinking clearly, his thoughts fragmented, circling obsessively. Trapped, Brody, that bitch sister, how much does she know? The cave, gotta keep quiet, deny everything. The sack, damn it, the sack. Brody didn't find it. Still safe? Or did he... Gotta get out. Gotta get away. His fear felt less like guilt and more like the terror of a cornered animal, capable of anything if given the slightest chance. Dawn arrived again, gray and sodden. The rain had stopped completely, but the clouds hung low and heavy, obscuring the peaks, dripping moisture onto the muddy streets. The air felt thick, stagnant, mirroring the town's mood. Wren watched from her window as Crimson Gulch slowly came to life, movement sluggish, faces grim. The usual routine seemed overlaid with a new layer of tension. Furtive glances cast towards the marshal's office, conversations conducted in hushed tones. She knew she should try to eat, conserve her strength for the inevitable return to the mountain when Deputy Miller arrived. But the thought of food was repulsive. She forced herself to drink water, pacing the room, waiting. The hours stretched, each one longer than the last. Mid-morning brought another knock. Wren froze, then called out the code word, her voice tight. "Hawk?" "Hawk it is, Miss Hayes." Brody's voice low and reassuring. She quickly unbolted the door. He stood there looking marginally less exhausted than the night before, though his eyes still held a deep weariness. He carried a small bundle wrapped in oilcloth. "Thought you might need this," he said, handing it to her. Inside were fresh biscuits, a piece of dried jerky, and a small flask. Coffee. Not Martha's. Gratitude warred with her anxiety. "Thank you, Marshal." "Any trouble?" he asked, his gaze searching her face. "No, just waiting." She hesitated. "The town. They're talking. About McCann, about the symbol, the curses." Brody nodded grimly. "I know. Jedediah's been spreading it like gospel truth now, trying to distance himself from McCann, I reckon. It's working, in a way. McCann's getting jumpier hearing the whispers, even locked up. But it also makes the whole town edgy. Need Miller here soon. Any word? Not yet. Too soon. Trail's probably a washout in places. We wait." He shifted his weight, his expression growing serious. "Miss Hayes, about tomorrow. Today, hopefully, when Miller arrives. The recovery. It won't be easy. For you." Wren nodded, bracing herself. "I know." "I need you clear-headed," Brody continued, his voice firm but not unkind, "to guide us directly to the cave. Point out exactly where you found him, where you found the button, the symbol. We need to document everything precisely as you found it. No room for error, no room for McCann's lawyer, if he ever gets one, to pick it apart." He was thinking practically, legally. Wren understood. But the thought of revisiting that cold, dark place, of seeing Liam again, even clinically documented, sent a wave of nausea through her. "And after?" she asked quietly. "After you bring him down?" Brody's jaw tightened. "After that, we build the case. We search the cave thoroughly. For the weapon, for whatever McCann stole, gold or otherwise. We search McCann's shack, the area behind the mercantile where he stashed that sack. We gather every piece of evidence we can. Miller's presence will make it official. Add weight." He paused. "And you, Miss Hayes, will likely need to provide a formal statement. Maybe testify if it comes to that." Testify. Stand before strangers, recounting the whispers, the visions, the horrifying discovery. The prospect felt daunting, invasive. Would anyone believe her, even with the body as proof? As if sensing her turmoil, Brody added gruffly, "Your testimony about finding the body, about McCann's threat against you, his spontaneous confession, that's solid, admissible. The rest?" He shrugged, letting the unspoken dismissal hang in the air. "The rest is what led you there. We focus on the facts of the crime itself." The familiar frustration returned, but Wren pushed it down. Facts. He needed facts, and she would give them to him. But the other knowledge, the burden she carried, felt increasingly urgent, like a warning knell she couldn't ignore. "Marshall," she said, looking him directly in the eye, "I understand about evidence, but please, don't dismiss the rest entirely. The symbol, the warnings about that place, the feeling that Liam found something more than just gold, I think it's important. I think it's part of the crime, not just superstition. McCann wasn't just greedy, he violated something. And I feel—" She hesitated, struggling to articulate the formless premonition coalescing within her. "I feel like capturing McCann hasn't ended the danger, like there's something else, a consequence, a warning." The whispers seemed to swirl around her as she spoke, no longer just echoes of the past or the town's fear, but coalescing into a palpable sense of unease directed towards the future, towards the cave, towards the recovery itself. It felt like the mountain holding its breath, waiting. Brody studied her, his expression unreadable. He didn't dismiss her outright this time. He saw the genuine fear, the conviction in her eyes. Perhaps his own brief consultation with Alara, his acknowledgement of Hemlock's warnings, had opened a small crack in his pragmatic armor. "Warnings," he repeated slowly. "What kind of warnings?" "I don't know," Wren admitted, frustrated by the vagueness of her own senses. "Just a feeling, stronger now, that going back up there, retrieving Liam, might stir something else up, something besides McCann's guilt, something tied to the cave itself, the desecration." She clutched the wooden hawk in her pocket. "Alara said the mountain protects its own. What if McCann's crime invited retribution, not just from the law?" Brody remained silent for a long moment, his gaze distant, troubled. He looked out the window, at the heavy, brooding sky, at the mountains veiled in mist. He'd spent years in this territory, heard countless stories, seen things he couldn't easily explain away. Sudden rockfalls on clear days, experienced woodsmen getting inexplicably lost, prospectors driven mad by isolation or altitude or something else. He dealt in facts, but he wasn't entirely immune to the deep, unsettling power of the wilderness, the weight of its history. "We proceed with caution, Miss Hayes," he said finally, his voice low. "We stick to the plan, recover the body, gather evidence against McCann, but we keep our eyes open for anything unusual." It was a small concession, a slight broadening of his rigidly defined focus, prompted perhaps by her intensity or by his own buried knowledge of the mountain's unpredictable nature. He turned back to her. "Eat something. Rest. Miller could arrive any time from midday onwards. Be ready." He gave her another long, assessing look, then nodded curtly and left, pulling the door shut behind him. Wren watched him go, a fragile sense of connection warring with her persistent fear. He was listening slightly more than before, but was it enough? The whispers seemed louder now, swirling with the damp air, carrying not just echoes of the past, but urgent, indistinct premonitions of the future. They were no longer just guiding her. They felt like warnings, sharp and insistent, like the cry of a hawk circling over unseen danger. Warnings about the recovery, about the cave, about secrets still buried, about a reckoning that might extend far beyond Finn McCann. The burden of knowing had shifted, becoming the burden of foreboding, and as she waited for Deputy Miller's arrival, the weight felt heavier than ever. Chapter 20. Ethan's leap of faith. The gray, sodden hours following Finn McCann's capture crawled by with the agonizing slowness of a winter thaw. Marshal Ethan Brody sat hunched behind the scarred sanctuary of his desk, the cold dregs of yesterday's coffee sitting untouched beside a growing pile of paperwork he couldn't bring himself to focus on. His body ached with fatigue, his eyes burned from lack of sleep, but his mind refused to rest, circling restlessly around the events of the past 36 hours, like a hawk over potential prey. Outside, the aftermath of the storm held Crimson Gulch in a state of suspended animation. The rain had stopped, but the sky remained choked with low, bruised clouds that clung to the peaks, weeping a steady drizzle that turned the street into a slick red mire. The air felt heavy, thick with moisture and unspoken tension. Brody could feel it in the furtive glances cast towards his office, in the hushed, speculative tones of the few conversations he overheard, in the almost palpable fear radiating from Jedediah Higgins' mercantile down the street. The arrest had shattered the town's fragile equilibrium, exposing the rot beneath the surface, and now everyone seemed to be holding their breath, waiting for the next tremor. His gaze kept drifting to the tarnished brass button lying on the edge of his desk, beside the small, intricately carved wooden hawk he'd retrieved from the cave entrance. Tangible objects, evidence of a sort. The hawk, poignant proof of Renelda Hayes' connection to the victim. The button, circumstantial but damning, linking McCann to the scene, imbued, she claimed, with the psychic residue of his fear. Brody picked it up again, rubbing the cool metal between his thumb and forefinger. He felt nothing, of course, just cold brass. Yet he couldn't deny where it had been found or the accuracy of the other information. Renelda had gleaned through means that defied every tenet of his logical, fact-based existence. She had found the body. That was the inescapable fact his mind kept circling back to. While he had been chasing conventional clues, following procedure, relying on witnesses who saw nothing and suspects who lied convincingly, she had walked straight to the hidden tomb, guided by... what? Whispers on the wind? Voices from stone? Grief-fueled intuition? He didn't have a name for it, didn't have a framework to understand it, but he couldn't deny its efficacy. She had unearthed the truth his methods had missed. The admission chafed, leaving him with a disquieting sense of inadequacy, even a sliver of guilt. He remembered his curt dismissal of her concerns, his assumption that she was just another grief-stricken relative projecting fantasies onto a commonplace tragedy. He'd warned her to leave, told her there was nothing here but dust and disappointment. He'd been wrong. There was something here, something horrific, and she had walked right into its heart, alone. The thought made his gut clench. He forced his attention back to the task at hand. McCann was secured, locked tight in the small, reinforced back room that served as the Gulch's pitiful excuse for a jail cell. Brody had checked on him periodically. The man alternated between sullen silence, furious denial, and bouts of panicked pleading, his guilt radiating from him almost as strongly. Brody reluctantly admitted to himself, as Renelda claimed to feel fear from the button. He hadn't confessed again, not properly, but his desperate denials rang hollow. Waiting for Deputy Miller was grating on Brody's nerves. Every hour that passed felt like an hour too long, leaving Pritchard's body unrecovered, leaving McCann locked away with potentially crucial information about the murder weapon, about the location of the stolen gold or artifact, about possible partners. Brody had sent young Silas Croft off at first light, trusting the boy's knowledge of the trails and his connection to Alara to ensure discretion. Silas was earnest, seemingly trustworthy, and less likely to attract notice than the marshal himself riding out. But the trails would be treacherous after the storm, slowing Silas's progress, delaying Miller's arrival. Patience, Brody reminded himself. Caution. Build the case properly. Don't let McCann slip through on a technicality or because of a rushed, compromised investigation. He stood up, stretching his stiff muscles, and walked to the window, looking out at the muddy street. He saw Hank, the livery owner, emerge from the stable, leading a horse. Hank gave a barely perceptible nod towards Brody's office, the signal that all was quiet at McCann's shack down by the slag heap. Brody trusted Hank's vigilance, but the hidden sack McCann had retrieved still troubled him. What was in it, and where was it now? Had McCann managed to hide it again within his shack before Brody arrested him? A thorough search was imperative, but again, procedure dictated waiting for Miller, for official backup, for witnesses. His gaze drifted towards the hotel. He pictured Renelda in her room, waiting, burdened by her terrible knowledge, likely as restless and anxious as he was. He felt a reluctant responsibility for her, a duty that went beyond simply protecting a potential witness. She was inextricably tangled in this mess, the catalyst who had brought the hidden darkness into the light, yet she remained an anomaly, an outsider whose very nature challenged the foundations of his world. He found himself wondering unwillingly about the whispers she heard, the warnings she felt. Was it just trauma, grief, or was she truly attuned to something else, something ancient and powerful embedded in these mountains? He shook his head, trying to clear the unsettling thoughts. Stick to the facts. McCann, murder, gold, cave, body, evidence. That was the path. Clear, logical, defensible. A horse whinnied down the street, followed by the sound of hoofbeats squelching through the thick mud. Brody straightened, his senses instantly alert. A lone rider, slicker, dark with rain, horse splattered with mud, was approaching steadily. Deputy Miller. Finally. Brody stepped outside onto the boardwalk as the deputy swung down from his weary horse, tying the reins loosely to the hitching post outside the office. Caleb Miller was younger than Brody by a good 10 years, clean-shaven, with steady blue eyes that took in everything with quiet competence. He was by the book, reliable, and importantly, discreet. "Marshal," Miller greeted, his voice calm despite the hard ride evident in his appearance. "Silas Croft intercepted me down by the Anemus crossing. Said you needed assistance. Urgent." "Good work, Caleb. Appreciate you coming quick," Brody said, keeping his voice low. "Tie up your horse, get him seen to at the livery if Hank's there. Then come inside. We have a situation." Miller's eyes sharpened at Brody's tone, but he simply nodded, handing the reins to Hank, who had emerged from the livery, then followed Brody into the office, shedding his wet slicker. Brody closed the door firmly. He gestured for Miller to sit, then briefly, concisely, laid out the known facts, sticking to the tangible evidence as much as possible. Liam Pritchard, prospector, reported missing 2 months back. His sister, Renelda Hayes, arrived seeking him. Yesterday, she located Pritchard's body, hidden in a cave up near the Weeping Rock Formation. Miller's eyebrows shot up. Body? You confirmed? Confirmed, Brody stated flatly. Looks like murder. Blunt force trauma likely. Body concealed in a narrow fissure. He pointed to the map. Cave's marked by an unusual symbol, circle with a jagged line. Seems to be an old Ute marker for sacred ground. Sacred ground? Miller frowned. Complicates things. Tell me about it, Brody grunted. Prime suspect is Finn McCann. Local grifter, known associate, had arguments with Pritchard. Miss Hayes confronted him last night after making certain inquiries in town regarding the symbol and local legends of bad luck associated with that area. Brody chose his words carefully, omitting the more inexplicable details of Ronelda's discoveries for now. McCann lost his temper, threatened her with a Colt, made incriminating statements suggesting his guilt before I could subdue and arrest him. He's locked up next door. Miller whistled softly. Threatening a witness, incriminating statements? Sounds like you've got him, Ethan. Maybe, Brody said, his voice tight. It's circumstantial, aside from the outburst Miss Hayes witnessed. McCann denies everything now. We need the body recovered properly. We need to search the cave for the murder weapon, any other evidence. We need to find whatever Pritchard discovered that likely got him killed. Gold, probably. And we need to search McCann's shack and the area behind the mercantile where he was seen retrieving a hidden sack early this morning. Right, Miller said, all business now. Recovery team, search warrants, though warrants are tricky out here. Your authority usually suffices if the suspicion is strong enough. My authority is strong enough, Brody stated firmly. Team needs to be small, trusted. Don't want word leaking, don't want evidence contaminated or disappearing. I was thinking just you, me, and young Silas Croft. He knows the trails, seems reliable, and Miss Hayes seems to trust him after he brought her a message from Alara. Miller nodded. Small is good, less chance of loose talk. When do we go? As soon as possible. Light's fading already, but the rain's stopped. We might make it up there. Secure the immediate scene around the fissure, maybe start the recovery before full dark if we push it. I don't want him left up there another night if we can help it. Agreed. Miller stood up, ready. Let's gather the equipment. Ropes, lanterns, shovels, canvas. As Miller spoke, Ronelda's final warning echoed in Brody's mind. Capturing McCann hasn't ended the danger. Retrieving Liam might stir something else up. A consequence. Retribution. He tried to dismiss it as feminine anxiety. Grief-induced superstition. Stick to the facts. Secure the scene. Recover the body. Arrest the killer. Yet, the symbol. The sacred ground. Alara's conviction, Hemlock's warnings, his own unsettling feeling in that cave, a coldness that went beyond the damp air. What if Ronelda wasn't just reacting to the trauma? What if her sensitivity, her connection to the unseen, was picking up on a genuine, lingering danger tied to the place itself, to the act of desecration? What if disturbing the site further, even with the lawful purpose of recovering a body, triggered something? That misfortune Alara spoke of? He found himself hesitating, caught in a silent battle between ingrained procedure and a nascent, uncomfortable openness to the inexplicable. Ignoring Ronelda's warning felt like repeating his earlier mistake, felt almost negligent now, given her proven accuracy. But acting on it? How? What precautions could possibly guard against a curse, spirits, bad luck? It sounded ridiculous when framed in the cold light of day, even this gloomy storm day. Miller was watching him, waiting. Brody made a decision, not based on logic, not based on facts, but on a reluctant acknowledgement of the unknown, a grudging respect for the woman who navigated it, and a deep-seated desire to avoid any further tragedy. It wasn't quite belief, not yet, but it was a step towards it, a leap, perhaps across the chasm of his own skepticism. Hold on, Caleb, Brody said slowly, surprising Miller. Before we gather equipment, there's something else. The sister, Miss Hayes, she has strong feelings about this cave, about the recovery. Warnings. Miller frowned. Warnings? What kind of warnings? Brody chose his words carefully. She believes the cave is sensitive ground, sacred like the symbol suggests. She feels that disturbing it further, even to recover her brother, carries risks. Beyond just McCann, she mentioned consequences, retribution. He saw the skepticism flicker in Miller's eyes, the same skepticism he himself had felt just hours ago. "Marshall," Miller began, clearly uncomfortable. "With all due respect, the woman's been through hell. Grief can make people imagine things. I know how it sounds, Caleb," Brody interrupted, his voice firm. "And maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just grief. But she was right about finding him. She led us straight there when my investigation hit a wall. Her instincts have proven accurate so far." He paused, making the leap internally. "So we proceed with caution, extreme caution. We stick to the plan, small team, recover the body, gather evidence. But we also listen. We watch. We stay alert for anything unusual, and," he hesitated, then plunged ahead, committing himself, "before we disturb the body, before we focus solely on the murder evidence, we take a closer look around that cave for anything out of place, anything that might relate to these old secrets Pritchard was looking into. That artifact, Wren, Miss Hayes thinks he found, the source of the gold. We treat the place itself as part of the investigation, not just the body within it. It went against standard procedure. Recovering the victim was usually paramount, but Renelda's warning, her insistence on the cave's significance beyond just harboring Liam's body, resonated with that faint pencil mark on his map, with Alara's ancient knowledge, with the unsettling feeling the place evoked. It was a deviation from pure logic, an acknowledgement of the unseen factors Renelda perceived. It was, for Ethan Brody, a leap of faith. Miller looked surprised, perhaps even concerned about his superior's sudden veer towards the unconventional, but he knew Brody well enough not to argue when his mind was made up. "All right, Ethan," he said slowly. "We proceed with caution. We look for artifacts. We watch for unusual occurrences." He clearly didn't believe it, but he would follow orders. "Good," Brody said, relieved Miller hadn't pushed back harder. "Now let's get the equipment and Silas. Then I'll fetch Miss Hayes. We head out immediately." He turned towards the door, feeling the weight of his decision. He was still a lawman, operating within the bounds of evidence and procedure as much as possible. But tonight, as they climbed back towards that haunted cave, towards the secrets the mountain held, he would be carrying more than just his rifle and his badge. He would be carrying Renelda Hayes' warnings, the burden of her inexplicable knowledge, and the unsettling possibility that the laws of man were not the only laws that held sway in the deep, shadowed places of the world. He was taking a step into the unseen, and he could only pray it didn't lead them all into deeper darkness. Chapter 21, Where Truth Lies Buried. The second ascent to the Cave of Forgotten Souls was a grim procession under a sky threatening further tears. The heavy, moisture-laden clouds clung stubbornly to the peaks, casting the landscape in a flat, shadowless gray light that felt more oppressive than the earlier darkness. The air was still, unnaturally quiet. The usual sigh of the wind hushed, as if the mountain itself were holding its breath, waiting. Wren walked between Marshall Brody and Deputy Miller, her own small lantern unlit now, relying on the stronger beams carried by the two lawmen. Young Silas Croft, looking pale and wide-eyed but resolute, brought up the rear, burdened with ropes, shovels, and canvas sheeting. The mood was somber, punctuated only by the squelch of boots in the muddy trail, the occasional grunt of exertion on the steeper sections, and the heavy, rhythmic breathing of the small party. Wren felt strangely detached, observing the familiar landmarks, the twisted pines, the treacherous scree slopes, the looming presence of the weeping rock ahead, as if through a veil. The initial shock and raw grief had subsided into a deep, aching weariness, overlaid with a nervous, almost vibrating sensitivity. The whispers felt different this time, less chaotic, more focused, swirling around the approaching cave like eddies in a dark current. They carried the familiar echoes of sorrow and fear, but also a heightened sense of warning, a palpable feeling of wrongness that prickled along her skin, raising the hairs on her arms despite the damp chill. She glanced at Brody's back ahead of her. He moved with his usual steady competence, but she sensed the tightly coiled tension beneath his calm exterior, the internal conflict between his ingrained pragmatism and the reluctant leap of faith he had taken in acknowledging her warnings. Deputy Miller, behind her, radiated a professional focus mixed with barely concealed skepticism about the talk of curses and artifacts. Silas, bringing up the rear, felt like a bundle of raw nerves, his youthful imagination likely running wild with the fragments he'd overheard, his fear tangible. They were a small, fragile vessel of human law and order, venturing into a place where older, perhaps stronger forces held sway. As they neared the cave entrance, obscured by Brody's makeshift rockfall, the feeling of oppressive stillness intensified. Even the birds seemed silent. Brody signaled a halt, his gaze sweeping the surrounding rocks, his hand resting near the butt of his Colt. Miller moved up beside him, equally alert. Silas hung back, shifting the weight of the equipment nervously. "Anything?" Brody murmured to Wren, his voice low. Wren closed her eyes for a moment, concentrating, pushing past her own fatigue and apprehension, trying to decipher the urgent, formless warning swirling around her. "Something feels disturbed," she whispered back. "Not just because of us. Something else. Recent." She couldn't explain it better. A discordant note in the cave's usual psychic resonance, a lingering residue of intrusion that hadn't been there yesterday. Brody exchanged a look with Miller, a silent communication passing between them. Caution heightened. Brody carefully, quietly began removing the rocks he'd piled up, revealing the low, dark opening. The cold, damp air flowed out, carrying its usual scent of earth and stone, but Wren thought she detected something else underneath. A faint, metallic tang, almost like stale blood, quickly dissipated by the outside air. "All right," Brody said, his voice tight. "Miller, Silas, stay here, keep watch. Alert for any sign of approach. Miss Hayes, you come with me. Show me exactly where you found everything yesterday." He lit the storm lantern again, its bright glare cutting into the cave's profound darkness. He stooped and entered, Wren following closely, her own heart pounding against her ribs. The heavy silence closed in around them instantly. The air felt colder, heavier than before. The rhythmic drip of water seemed louder, more insistent. Brody held the lantern high, illuminating the main chamber. Everything appeared as they had left it. The smooth walls, the ghostly rock formations, the dusty floor marked only by their previous footprints. But the feeling was different. The whispers were agitated, swirling with a new layer of fear and violation. "This way," Wren said, her voice sounding small and thin in the vast space. She led him towards the cluster of stalagmites concealing the narrow fissure. As they approached, Brody stopped abruptly, holding up a hand. He lowered the lantern slightly, directing the beam towards the floor just before the fissure. Wren followed his gaze and gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. The dusty ground, previously marked only by her own footprints and Brody's from the night before, was disturbed. Scuffed earth, deeper, less distinct footprints, multiple sets perhaps, overlaid with drag marks leading away from the fissure towards the center of the chamber. And beside the fissure where she had carefully placed Liam's small wooden hawk, there was nothing, just an empty space in the dust. "Someone's been here," Brody stated grimly, his voice echoing flatly in the stillness. His eyes scanned the disturbed ground, missing nothing, "since we left last night." Wren felt a wave of icy dread wash over her. The warning she'd felt, the sense of recent disturbance. It wasn't just her imagination. Someone else knew about the cave. Someone else had come here. But why? To retrieve something? To ensure the body remained hidden? Or worse? Brody moved cautiously towards the fissure, shining the lantern beam into the narrow opening. Wren forced herself to look. The boot was still visible, the denim cuff, but something was wrong. The position seemed subtly altered, less wedged, more exposed, and the surrounding rock and dust within the fissure itself looked disturbed, scraped, as if someone had tried, perhaps unsuccessfully, to pull the body further out or push it further in. "Who?" Wren whispered. her voice trembling. "Who else knows about this place? McCann?" "McCann's been locked up tight since last night," Brody said, his jaw clenched. "Couldn't have been him." He straightened up, his expression hard, calculating. Partners? Someone he confided in? Or someone else entirely, someone who knew about this cave, knew Pritchard was here, maybe even knew about the gold or whatever else he found? The possibility of McCann having partners chilled Wren to the bone. If so, arresting McCann hadn't neutralized the threat at all. There were others out there, others invested in keeping the secret buried. The sack, Wren breathed, the one McCann retrieved from behind the mercantile. Maybe it wasn't gold. Maybe it was a map. Instructions? Something leading his partners here? Possible, Brody conceded grimly. Or maybe the disturbance isn't related to McCann directly. He looked around the vast, silent chamber, his gaze lingering on the strange rock formations, the absolute darkness swallowing the lantern beam just feet away. Maybe Alara's stories, Hemlock's warnings, maybe they weren't just superstition. Maybe this place is guarded. Maybe disturbing it woke something up. Wren stared at him, surprised by his willingness to even voice the possibility. The leap of faith he'd taken seemed to be widening, forced open by the inexplicable events unfolding around them. The whispers in the cave seemed to intensify at his words, swirling with ancient warnings, protective fury, and deep sorrow. "We need to proceed," Brody said, his voice regaining its firmness, pulling himself back to the immediate task. "Carefully. Document the disturbance outside the fissure first." He took out a small notebook and pencil from his coat pocket, beginning to sketch the scuffed earth, the drag marks, making meticulous notes under the lantern light, his actions precise, methodical despite the unsettling circumstances. While he worked, Wren stood scanning the chamber, her senses stretched taut, trying to understand the agitated whispers, trying to pinpoint the source of the recent intrusion. The feeling was strongest near the fissure, yes, but also seemed to emanate from deeper within the cave, from passages or chambers hidden in the darkness beyond the lantern's reach. Had the intruders gone further in? Were they searching for something? Brody finished his initial documentation. "All right, Miss Hayes," he said quietly. "Now, inside the fissure, tell me exactly what you saw yesterday, exactly how he was positioned." Taking a deep breath, Wren described the horrifying image again, the angle of the boot, the way the body seemed wedged, the limited visibility. Brody listened intently, comparing her description to the slightly altered scene before them. "Someone tried to move him," Brody concluded grimly. "Couldn't manage it, looks like. Too tight, too heavy. Or maybe they were interrupted." He shone the light deeper into the fissure, trying to see past the obstruction of the body. "Can't see much further in. Passage might continue, might open up. Impossible to tell from here." He turned his attention back to the main chamber, sweeping the lantern beam slowly across the walls, the floor, the ceiling lost in shadow. "You said Liam found something else. Besides gold. An artifact, Alara thought." Wren nodded. That's what his letter hinted at, what Alara suspected. Where would he hide something like that? Brody mused, his gaze analytical. Not on his person, if McCann searched him after. Not likely left out in the open here. Somewhere secure. Somewhere hidden. His beam lingered on the various cracks and crevices in the rock walls, the clusters of stalagmites, the deep shadows. Wren closed her eyes again, focusing, asking the cave, asking the whispers, where? What did Liam find? What did McCann kill him for? What did the intruders search for? Images flickered, fragmented, confusing. Gold, yes, the raw glint of it, maybe nuggets or rich dust hidden in a leather pouch, but something else too. Something smooth, dark, strangely shaped. Not metal. Stone? Pottery? Carved wood? Darker than Liam's hawk? It felt old, imbued with a quiet power, a sense of sacredness, and the feeling associated with it was strong. Protection. Keep safe. Do not remove. Curse upon thieves. And the location? The whispers seemed to pull her attention, not towards the fissure where Liam lay, but towards a section of the far wall, near where the discarded pickaxe head rested. It looked like solid rock, but Wren felt a subtle dissonance, a faint psychic echo of something concealed, something deliberately hidden long ago. "Marshall, she said hesitantly, pointing. "Over there, by that pickaxe, that section of the wall, and it feels different, like there might be something behind it." Brody frowned, turning his lantern beam towards the area she indicated. It looked like unremarkable granite, part of the solid cave wall. "Looks solid to me, Miss Hayes." "I know," Wren admitted, "but the feeling, it's strong, like a hidden space. Maybe where the artifact is, or maybe where Liam hid the gold." Brody hesitated, clearly skeptical, yet unwilling to dismiss her completely after everything else. He walked over to the wall, running his hand over the cool stone, tapping it lightly. It sounded solid. He examined the area closely with the lantern. "Wait," he said suddenly, kneeling down. "Look here." He pointed to the base of the wall, near the floor, where the rock met the dusty earth. Faint scratch marks, partially obscured by dust, were visible on the stone, as if something heavy had been dragged across it, or perhaps pried against it. And below, almost hidden, was a slight irregularity, a seam barely visible where a section of rock, cleverly shaped and fitted, met the main wall, a hidden door, crafted by nature and perhaps refined by ancient hands. "Well, I'll be damned," Brody breathed, genuine surprise in his voice. He pushed against the section of rock. It didn't budge. He examined the edges more closely. "Needs leverage." He looked at the discarded pickaxe head lying nearby. Together, they managed to wedge the pointed end of the pickaxe into the narrow seam. Brody put his weight against it, straining. With a low, grating sound, the rock section shifted inward slightly, revealing a dark opening behind it. Brody shone the lantern into the newly revealed space. It wasn't large, a natural cavity perhaps 2 feet wide and 3 feet deep, barely tall enough to crouch in. The air inside smelled incredibly old, dusty, undisturbed for centuries, and nestled on the floor of the small cavity, placed carefully on a bed of dry moss that crumbled at the slightest touch, were 2 objects. One was a heavy leather pouch, bulging and securely tied. Brody reached in carefully and lifted it. It clinked softly with the unmistakable sound of heavy nuggets or coins. Liam's gold? Or something older? Beside where the pouch had rested lay the other object. Wren drew in a sharp breath as Brody's lantern beam fell fully upon it. It was a piece of carved dark stone, smooth and cool-looking, shaped like a stylized bird, perhaps a raven or a hawk. Its wings folded, its eyes seemingly closed in sleep or death. It wasn't Ute craftsmanship, Wren felt instinctively. It felt older, stranger, imbued with that quiet, profound power she had sensed earlier. An artifact. The something else Liam had found. "What in God's name?" Brody murmured, staring at the stone bird. He reached towards it, then hesitated, perhaps recalling Wren's warnings, Alara's talk of curses. As the lantern light illuminated the hidden cavity and its contents, the whispers in the cave seemed to rise to a frantic crescendo. Thieves, desecration, the Guardian's wake. Leave, flee, danger comes. The warnings were no longer vague premonitions. They were sharp, urgent, terrified. Suddenly, a low rumbling sound echoed from deeper within the cave, a guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very stone beneath their feet. It wasn't the sound of shifting rock. It sounded live. Brody spun around, raising the lantern, rifle instantly at the ready, his eyes scanning the impenetrable darkness beyond the main chamber. Wren froze, her blood running cold, the psychic warning screaming in her mind. Not McCann, not partners, something else, something woken. Another rumble, closer this time, accompanied by the distinct sound of heavy claws scraping on stone. The mountain was keeping more secrets than just gold and artifacts, and it seemed their intrusion, the unmasking of the truth buried here, had finally disturbed them. The reckoning wasn't just for McCann, it was for them all. Chapter 22. The Cost of Silence, the Price of Love. The low, guttural rumble vibrating through the stone floor wasn't just sound. It was a physical presence, a primal threat that bypassed logic and struck directly at the oldest, deepest fears. Wren felt the air in the vast chamber grow colder, heavier, charged with an ancient predatory energy that eclipsed even the lingering echoes of human violence and sorrow. The frantic whispers intensified, swirling around her like icy wind, screaming warnings. "Guardian, woken, flee! Death comes, too late!" Brody stood rigid, lantern held high, rifle braced against his shoulder, his face a mask of hardened disbelief, warring with primal instinct. His gaze swept the impenetrable darkness beyond the lantern's reach, searching for the source of the terrifying sound. Miller and Silas, alerted by the noise, shouted from the cave entrance, their voices tight with alarm. "Marshall? What was that?" "Stay put!" Brody yelled back, his voice tight, strained. He didn't turn, didn't dare take his eyes off the darkness from which the scraping, clawing sound now emanated, closer, louder. "Something's in here!" Wren stared, paralyzed, at the hidden cavity they had just opened. The leather pouch, heavy with gold, lay discarded where Brody had dropped it. The stone bird artifact rested on its bed of crumbling moss, seemingly serene, yet radiating a palpable aura of cold, ancient power. Had taking the gold, disturbing this sacred object, triggered this? Was this the curse Alara and Hemlock had warned about? The mountain protecting its own? The scraping sound intensified, accompanied now by a low, ragged breathing that seemed to suck the very air from the chamber. 2 points of pale, phosphorescent green light flickered into existence deep within the shadows, like malevolent stars igniting in the subterranean night. Eyes, watching them. "Sweet mother of—" Brody breathed, his knuckles white on the rifle stock. His ingrained skepticism, his reliance on facts and tangible threats, offered no defense against this. This was something outside his experience, outside the realm of bar fights and bushwhackers. This felt older, darker, fundamentally wrong. The creature emerged slowly from the darkness, stepping into the edge of the lantern light, and Wren felt a strangled cry escape her lips. It was like nothing she had ever imagined, a nightmare given form. It vaguely resembled a large feline, perhaps a mountain lion, but grotesquely elongated, emaciated, its fur mangy and patchy, clinging to sharp, protruding bones. Its limbs seemed too long, ending in wickedly curved claws that clicked and scraped on the stone. Its head was oversized, skeletal, with empty-looking sockets surrounding those glowing green eyes, and jaws that seemed capable of unhinging, lined with rows of needle-sharp teeth. It moved with an unnatural, jerky gait, as if unfamiliar with its own limbs, yet possessed of a terrifying speed and predatory focus. It wasn't truly alive, Wren sensed with horrifying certainty. It was something animated by a different force, something drawn from the mountain's deepest shadows, perhaps a guardian woken by their intrusion, by the violation of the sacred space. It fixed its glowing gaze on Brody, the primary source of light, the armed threat. A low growl rumbled in its chest, a sound that vibrated in Wren's bones. Brody reacted on pure instinct, firing the rifle. The explosion rocked the cave, deafeningly loud, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding. The bullet struck the creature squarely in the chest, staggering it, eliciting a high-pitched shriek that wasn't animalistic, but chillingly human in its agony. Yet it didn't fall. It shook its grotesque head, the glowing eyes fixing on Brody with renewed malice, and lunged forward with terrifying speed. Wren screamed as the creature slammed into Brody, knocking the rifle from his grasp. It clattered away across the stone floor. Brody grappled with the thing, shouting, trying to fend off the snapping jaws and raking claws. The storm lantern flew from his hand, hitting the ground hard, the flame flickering wildly, threatening to extinguish, plunging them into absolute darkness with the monstrosity. Acting purely on instinct, Wren scrambled forward, snatching up the heavy leather pouch of gold. Without thinking, driven by a desperate surge of adrenaline and the screaming warnings in her mind, she hurled the pouch with all her strength towards the hidden cavity, towards the stone, bird, artifact. "Take it back!" she screamed, the words torn from her throat. "Leave us alone!" The pouch landed with a heavy thud near the artifact. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. The creature continued its savage assault on Brody, who was struggling desperately, hampered by the dim, flickering light. Then the stone bird on its mossy bed seemed to pulse with a faint internal light, a cold, dark luminescence. The air in the cave grew impossibly colder. The creature paused in its attack, its head snapping towards the cavity, towards the offered gold, towards the artifact. Its glowing eyes seemed to fix on the stone bird, a low whine replacing its growl, a sound almost like recognition or fear. It hesitated, torn between its attack on Brody and the pull of the artifact, the returned offering. Seizing the momentary distraction, Brody shoved the creature away with a final, desperate surge of strength, scrambling backwards on the dusty floor, reaching for the Navy Colt holstered at his hip. The creature turned away from Brody completely, its attention wholly consumed by the hidden cavity. It moved towards it with that same unnatural, jerky gait, sniffing at the pouch of gold, nudging the stone bird with its grotesque snout. It seemed confused, appeased. Then, with another low whine, it turned and began to retreat, melting back into the absolute darkness from which it had emerged, the scraping sounds fading, the glowing eyes vanishing like snuffed candles. Silence descended once more, absolute, profound, broken only by Brody's harsh, ragged breathing and the frantic hammering of Wren's own heart. The storm lantern flame steadied again, casting its weak, wavering light on the scene. Brody lay sprawled on the floor, pushing himself up slowly, his face pale, his shirt torn, bleeding from several deep scratches on his arms and cheek. He retrieved his fallen Colt, his hand shaking visibly as he checked the cylinder. He looked towards the darkness where the creature had vanished, then towards the hidden cavity, then finally at Wren, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief, terror, and dawning comprehension. What in God's name was that?" he choked out, his voice hoarse. "The Guardian," Wren whispered, trembling uncontrollably now that the immediate danger had passed. "The curse, woken by us, by McCann's desecration, by taking the gold." Brody stared at the pouch of gold lying innocently near the stone bird in the cavity. He looked back at Wren, his carefully constructed world of facts and logic shattered by the undeniable horror he had just faced. He had seen it, fought it. It wasn't superstition, it wasn't legend, it was real. And Renelda Hayes, with her whispers and warnings, had somehow understood the danger, had somehow known what to do. He pushed himself stiffly to his feet, wincing as he put weight on one leg. He limped over to the cavity, peering inside. The stone bird rested silently, its dark power dormant once more. The pouch of gold lay beside it, an offering accepted, the immediate threat seemingly neutralized. "Leave it," Brody said decisively, his voice rough. "Leave the gold. Leave the artifact. We take Pritchard and we get out of here. Now." His gaze swept the chamber again, lingering on the deep shadows. This place, it's not safe. It never was. He turned back to Wren, his expression softening slightly as he took in her pale face, her trembling form. He reached out, his hand hovering near her shoulder, then dropping awkwardly back to his side. "You all right?" he asked again, the gruffness back but underscored by genuine concern. Wren nodded, unable to speak. The terror, the adrenaline, the sheer wrongness of what she had witnessed left her feeling hollowed out, profoundly shaken. "Marshal, Miss Hayes!" Miller's anxious voice echoed from the cave entrance. "We heard the shot, the screaming. What's happening?" "Stay there," Brody shouted back. "We're coming out. Everything's under control." He looked at Wren. "Can you walk?" She nodded again, forcing her trembling legs to obey. Together they moved towards the entrance, Brody limping slightly, favoring his injured leg, Wren leaning heavily on the cave wall for support. They left the main chamber, leaving the hidden cavity with its ancient secrets undisturbed, leaving the pouch of gold as a desperate appeasement, leaving the unsettling feeling that the true depths of the cave, the true nature of what it guarded, remained unknown, perhaps unknowable. Emerging into the gray, dripping twilight felt like returning from the land of the dead. Miller and Silas rushed towards them, their faces etched with worry and confusion. "Marshall, are you hurt?" Miller asked, seeing the blood, the torn clothes. "What happened? What was that noise?" Brody waved a dismissive hand, unwilling or unable to explain the inexplicable. "Cave lion. Stirred it up when we moved the rocks. Took a shot at it, scared it off. Nasty surprise, but it's gone." It was a flimsy explanation, Brody knew, but Miller, seeing his superior's grim face and clearly shaken state, didn't press further, accepting the offered rationale with professional deference, though his eyes held a lingering question. Silas just looked terrified, swallowing hard, his gaze darting towards the dark cave mouth. "Forget the lion," Brody said curtly, turning his attention back to the grim reality. "Miller, Silas, we need to recover Pritchard, now. Carefully, bring the ropes, the canvas." The next hour was a blur of strained effort and subdued horror. Under Brody's terse instructions, they worked together, the two lawmen and the frightened apprentice, to carefully, respectfully extricate Liam's body from the narrow fissure. Wren stayed back, unable to watch directly, turning her face towards the weeping cliff face outside, tears mingling with the dripping moisture in the air. She focused on the whispers, sensing Liam's spirit, no longer trapped in terror, but imbued with a profound sadness and a faint, surprising sense of peace, as if release from the cave's darkness was a liberation, even in death. When they finally brought him out, wrapped carefully in the canvas sheeting, the reality of his loss struck Wren anew, a fresh wave of grief washing over her. Brody gently placed the small wooden hawk, retrieved earlier from his pocket, inside the canvas wrap before securing the final ties, a small gesture of respect, of acknowledgement, that touched Wren deeply. The journey down the mountain with their solemn burden was slow, arduous, conducted mostly in silence. The clouds began to break apart further, patches of stars emerging in the darkening sky. The air felt cleaner, lighter as they descended, leaving the oppressive atmosphere of the cave behind. But the memory of the creature, the chilling encounter with the mountain's ancient guardian, lingered, a terrifying underscore to their grief and exhaustion. As they finally reached the outskirts of Crimson Gulch, the few lights of the town seemed like distant, fragile beacons against the vast, indifferent wilderness. Brody called a halt near Alara's cabin. "Miller," he instructed, "take Pritchard to my office. Lay him out respectfully in the back room. Keep McCann secured. Silas, you go home, boy. Keep your mouth shut about what you saw, what you heard. Understand? For your own sake." Silas nodded mutely, his eyes still wide with fear, and scurried away into the darkness. Brody turned to Wren. She stood beside the canvas-wrapped form of her brother, her face pale and tear-streaked in the starlight, looking utterly lost. "Miss Hayes," Brody began, his voice softer now, hesitant. "You should go to Alara's. She'll take care of you. You shouldn't be alone tonight." Wren looked up at him, her eyes filled with a grief so profound it seemed bottomless, yet also holding a strange clarity, a deep knowing that transcended the horrors she had witnessed. "He killed him for the gold, Marshall," she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears. "But he woke something else, something the gold couldn't appease." Brody met her gaze, the shared experience of the cave, the creature, the inexplicable power of the artifact, forging an uneasy bridge across the chasm of their different realities. He couldn't explain what they had seen, couldn't fit it into his logical framework, but he couldn't deny it either. He had taken a leap of faith, acknowledging the unseen, and had come face to face with its terrifying power. "Some secrets," he said slowly, his voice rough with weariness and dawning understanding, "are buried for a reason. McCann, he paid a price for digging too deep. Almost cost us everything." He looked towards the dark shape of the mountain, then back at Wren. "We all pay a price for the silence we keep, Miss Hayes. And sometimes, Sometimes the price of love, the drive to uncover the truth for those we care about, leads us into shadows we never expected. He knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that things in Crimson Gulch would never be quite the same. The truth about Liam Pritchard's death might be brought to light. McCann might face justice, but the deeper secrets of the mountain remained, momentarily appeased perhaps, but not vanquished. And he, the pragmatic lawman, now carried the unsettling burden of knowing that the world was wider, stranger, and far more dangerous than his logic had ever allowed. He had crossed a threshold, guided by the woman beside him, and the view on the other side was both terrifying and profound. The cost of silence was steep, but the price of love, it seemed, could lead one to the very edge of reality itself. Chapter 23. Echoes on the Wind. The return to Crimson Gulch under the heavy shroud of pre-dawn darkness, bearing the canvas-wrapped burden of Liam's body, felt like emerging from a nightmare, only to find the waking world steeped in its own suffocating gloom. The brief, terrifying confrontation with the cave guardian, the visceral reality of the ancient power lurking beneath the mountain's stony facade, had shattered the last vestiges of ordinary reality, leaving Wren feeling adrift, profoundly altered, suspended between the world she knew and the one she had glimpsed in the terrifying darkness. Marshal Brody, moving with a grim, limping determination, directed Deputy Miller towards the small office that doubled as a jail and morgue. Silas Croft, pale and trembling, practically fled into the darkness toward his own meager lodging down by the creek, clearly desperate to escape the horrors he had witnessed, however peripherally. Brody's instruction for Wren to seek refuge with Alara was delivered with a quiet authority underscored by genuine concern, an acknowledgement of her fragile state and perhaps his own inability to offer the kind of solace she needed. Wren found herself standing numbly before Alara's small, quiet cabin just as the first watery hints of dawn began to stain the eastern sky. Smoke curled reassuringly from the chimney, a beacon of warmth and sanity in the cold, unsettling landscape. She didn't need to knock. The door opened slowly and Alara stood there, her small, frail form silhouetted against the soft firelight within. Her clouded eyes, though dim, seemed to see straight through Wren's exhaustion and grief to the deeper trauma beneath. "Child," Alara murmured, her voice thin, but filled with an aching empathy. She held out a trembling, age-spotted hand. "Come in. Come sit by the fire. The mountain has taken its toll." Stepping inside Alara's cabin felt like entering a different dimension, a pocket of quiet grace insulated from the harshness outside. The familiar scent of dried herbs and wood smoke wrapped around Wren like a comforting blanket. Alara guided her wordlessly to the rocking chair near the hearth, fussing over her, wrapping a thick hand-knitted shawl around her shoulders, pressing a steaming mug of fragrant herbal tea into her cold hands. Wren accepted it all passively, too weary to resist, too grateful for the simple, unquestioning kindness. Alara settled onto her low stool opposite, her gaze gentle, patient, asking no questions, demanding no explanations. She simply sat, a calming presence, letting the silence stretch, allowing Wren the space to breathe, to absorb, to begin processing the shattering events of the past day and night. Wren stared into the dancing flames, the warmth slowly seeping into her chilled bones, thawing the icy numbness that had gripped her since leaving the cave. The images flickered behind her eyelids, the boot, the fisher, the stone bird, the pouch of gold, the glowing green eyes of the guardian, Brody's face pale and bleeding in the lantern light. Grief for Liam surged again, raw and overwhelming, and this time Wren didn't fight it. Sobs shook her frame, deep, ragged gasps torn from the depths of her soul, tears streaming down her face, hot and cleansing. Alara made soft, soothing sounds, occasionally reaching out to pat Wren's hand, offering comfort without intrusion. She let the storm of grief rage, understanding its necessity, its power, and slowly, gradually, the tempest subsided, leaving behind a profound, aching emptiness, but also a fragile sense of release. Liam was found. He was no longer lost to the cold darkness. That, at least, was a mercy. When the tears finally subsided, leaving Ren drained but calmer, Alara spoke softly. "The mountain keeps many secrets, child. Some are buried deep in the earth, glittering things that drive men mad with greed. Others are older, woven into the spirit of the place. Warnings left by those who came before, guardians set to watch over sacred ground." She paused, her clouded eyes seeming to look far beyond the cabin walls. "Your brother?" He stumbled into both kinds of secrets. The gold led him there, perhaps, but he disturbed something else, something that should have been left to sleep. Ren looked up, meeting Alara's gaze. "You knew? About the cave? The symbol?" Alara nodded slowly. "I know the stories. The whispers on the wind carry them, same as they carry joy and sorrow. The symbol is a powerful warning. The weeping rock overlooks ground sacred to the old ones, the Ute ancestors. There are places up there, burial caves, ceremonial sites, places where the veil between worlds is thin. Hemlock knew it too, though he tried to dismiss it as superstition. He warned prospectors away, but few listened when gold fever burned hot. "Liam listened, I think," Ren whispered, remembering Silas's words. "He researched the symbols. He knew it was a warning, but he went back anyway." "Curiosity can be as strong a lure as gold," Alara sighed. Or perhaps he felt a connection himself. Perhaps the place called to him, not just with the promise of riches, but with its mystery. She leaned forward slightly. "What did he find in there, child? Besides himself?" Ren hesitated, unsure how much to reveal, how much Alara already sensed, but the old woman's quiet wisdom, her acceptance of things beyond the ordinary, made it feel safe. Ren described the hidden cavity, the pouch of heavy gold nuggets, and the strange dark stone bird artifact. She described the creature, the guardian, its terrifying appearance, its reaction to the returned gold. Alara listened intently, her wrinkled face solemn, nodding slowly as if confirming things she already suspected. "The stone bird," she murmured when Ren finished. "An old fetish, a protector, perhaps, or a vessel for a spirit, tied to the place, to the ancestors. Removing it, that would surely wake the guardians. And the gold, likely an offering, left long ago or perhaps treasure hidden and protected by the same powers." She sighed deeply. "Your brother meddled with forces he didn't understand, and McCann, blinded by greed, compounded the desecration by hiding his crime in that sacred place. Brody, the marshal, he made us leave the gold, leave the artifact," Ren said. "He said it was an appeasement." "Wise," Alara approved softly. "Wiser than he perhaps knows. Some debts cannot be paid with coin or law. Respect must be shown. Balance must be restored. Returning the offering, leaving the fetish undisturbed, that may have quieted the guardian for now." Her gaze grew distant again. "But the mountain remembers. The desecration, the blood spilled on sacred ground, these things leave scars, echoes." Echoes. Ren felt them swirling around her even now, even within the sanctuary of Alara's cabin. Liam's fading sorrow, tinged with peace. The ancient grief of the forgotten souls, the cold, watchful power of the cave itself. And fainter now, but still present, the terrified, impotent rage of McCann, locked away but still psychically broadcasting his guilt. "What happens now, Alara?" Ren asked, feeling young, lost, despite everything she had endured. "Now," Alara said gently, "you grieve. You honor your brother. You let the law run its course with the man who harmed him." She paused, reaching out to take Ren's hand again, her touch surprisingly strong. "And you learn to live with the knowledge you carry, the whispers, the echoes. They are a part of you, child. A burden, yes, but perhaps also a gift, if you learn to listen wisely. They showed you the truth when others were blind." A gift. Ren had always thought of it as a curse, an affliction that isolated her, tormented her. But Alara was right. It had led her to Liam, had helped expose his killer, had even perhaps saved her and Brody in the cave. Maybe it wasn't something to be feared or suppressed, but something to be understood, perhaps even honed. She spent the rest of the day with Alara, drifting in and out of exhausted sleep by the fire, sipping nourishing broth the old woman prepared, listening to Alara's quiet stories of the mountains, of resilience, of finding peace amidst hardship. Alara didn't pry, didn't push, simply offered her presence, her wisdom, her acceptance. It was a balm to Wren's raw spirit. Late in the afternoon, the sound of multiple horses arriving in the gulch reached them even in the quiet cabin. Wren tensed, her senses alert. Miller's backup? Or something else? Alara placed a calming hand on her arm. Just the law, child, doing its work. A while later, another knock came, this time firmer, more official. Wren opened the door to find Deputy Miller standing there, looking tired but professional. Marshal Brody stood just behind him. "Miss Hayes," Miller said respectfully, "Marshal Brody asked me to inform you we've completed the preliminary examination and transport. Your brother, and he's resting now in the marshal's office, awaiting proper arrangements." He cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable. "We also conducted a search of McCann's shack and the area behind the mercantile. Found the sack McCann hid. Contained mostly prospecting tools, some dynamite, but also a smaller pouch of gold dust, fairly rich assay, consistent with the type of strike Pritchard was rumored to have made." Motive confirmed then, the tangible proof Brody needed. "And McCann?" Wren asked quietly. "Still denying everything." Brody spoke up, stepping forward. His gaze met Wren's, holding a new level of understanding, of shared, unspoken knowledge. But confronted with the gold dust, with the fact that we recovered Pritchard, he's crumbling. Miller's a good interrogator. It's only a matter of time before he breaks completely. "We also found this," Miller added, holding out a small, mud-caked object. It was the pickaxe head from the cave, the one Wren had seen discarded near the hidden cavity. Miller handled it carefully with a cloth. "Looks like bloodstains under the grime. We'll need proper testing, of course, but it seems likely to be the murder weapon." More proof. The mundane, brutal facts accumulating alongside the inexplicable terror they had faced. "What about the cave?" Wren asked hesitantly, looking at Brody. "The artifact? The gold?" Brody shook his head firmly. "The case against McCann centers on the murder, the robbery of Pritchard's personal findings, like the dust Miller found, what Pritchard might have discovered in that cave. The artifact, the offering pouch, that's separate. Beyond our jurisdiction, I'd say." He met Wren's eyes again, a silent message passing between them. "Leave it buried. Let the mountain keep those secrets. We documented the scene, the fissure, the location of the body. The cave itself is best left undisturbed." It wasn't perfect justice, Wren knew. The full story, the desecration, the violation of the sacred ground might never be part of McCann's official crime. But perhaps Alara was right. Perhaps some things were beyond human law, governed by older forces. McCann would pay for the murder. The mountain, perhaps, would exact its own price for the deeper transgressions. "Thank you, Marshal," Wren said softly, accepting his decision, accepting the uneasy compromise between human law and the mountain's mysteries. "We'll need your formal statement soon, Miss Hayes," Miller said gently, "when you feel up to it." Wren nodded. "I'll be ready." Brody lingered for a moment after Miller left to make arrangements. "Alara will look after you," he said gruffly. "Tomorrow. We can discuss arrangements for Liam. Transport back east, or burial here if you prefer." The thought of burying Liam here, in the shadow of the mountain that had claimed him, felt wrong initially. But then she considered Alara, the quiet dignity of this place away from the gulch's turmoil, the sense that perhaps Liam's spirit, sensitive like her own, might find more peace here, closer to the raw beauty and ancient power he'd been drawn to than back in the settled lands he'd always sought to escape. "Here, I think," Wren whispered, surprising herself. "If Alara permits. Somewhere quiet." Brody seemed to understand. He gave a single nod. "I'll see to it." He hesitated, then reached into his coat and pulled out the small wooden hawk. "Thought you might want this back properly." Wren took it, her fingers closing around the familiar shape, a symbol of Liam's dreams, his restless spirit, and now her own painful journey towards truth. "The echoes, Marshall," she said quietly, meeting his gaze. "They're quieter now. Liam, he feels released." Brody held her gaze, the skepticism completely gone now, replaced by a weary acceptance, a shared understanding forged in the crucible of the cave. "Some echoes fade," he said gruffly. "Others stay with you." He cleared his throat. "Get some rest, Renelda." He used her first name, the familiarity unexpected, yet feeling strangely natural after all they had endured. He turned and walked away, his limp barely noticeable now, his figure solid, reassuring against the backdrop of the darkening mountains and the uneasy quiet of Crimson Gulch. Wren closed the door, leaning against it, the small wooden bird clutched tight in her hand. The storm within had calmed, leaving a landscape scoured by grief but open, perhaps, to healing. The echoes on the wind still whispered, but they no longer felt like chaotic static or terrifying warnings. They felt like memory, like history, like the enduring spirit of the mountains and the souls, both forgotten and remembered, who resided there. The burden of knowing remained, but perhaps Alara was right. Perhaps it was also a gift, a connection to something deeper, something truer than the harsh realities of the surface world. And perhaps in time she could learn to carry it not as a curse, but as a quiet strength. Chapter 24. A Future. Written in dust and stars. The days following McCann's arrest and the recovery of Liam's body unfolded with a strange, muted quality, like the landscape itself after the storm, washed clean on the surface, yet saturated with unspoken grief and unsettling memories. Crimson Gulch retreated into its habitual guarded silence, though the undercurrents were different now. McCann's swift capture and the grim confirmation of Liam Pritchard's murder had sent a shockwave through the community, replacing morbid curiosity with a sullen, fearful introspection. Doors were bolted earlier, gazes averted more quickly, conversations in the Red Pony conducted in lower, more cautious tones. The shadow of violence, brought starkly into the open, seemed to make everyone more aware of their own precarious existence, their own buried secrets. Wren remained under Alara's gentle care, finding a measure of peace in the quiet rhythms of the old woman's cabin. She helped Alara tend her small garden, the simple act of working the damp earth grounding her, connecting her to the cycle of life and decay in a way that felt more real, more fundamental than the chaos of the preceding days. She learned to identify the herbs Alara gathered, listened to the old stories, and slowly, haltingly, began to process her grief, not as a sudden, overwhelming wave, but as a deep, abiding ache, a companion she would carry always. The whispers hadn't vanished, but their nature continued to evolve. The raw terror associated with Liam and the cave had faded, replaced by a lingering sadness, a sense of his presence nearby, watching, perhaps finding a measure of peace now that his body rested not in darkness, but in a quiet grave marked by a simple wooden cross on the slope behind Alara's cabin. Brody, true to his word, had arranged for a quiet burial, attended only by himself, Wren, Alara, a hesitant Deputy Miller before he rode back to Silverton, and young Silas Croft, who stood twisting his hat, his eyes filled with sympathy. There were no platitudes, no formal sermon, just a shared moment of silence under the vast, indifferent sky, a quiet acknowledgement of a life cut short, a dream turned to dust. The echoes of the townspeople continued, their anxieties and small dramas playing out like background noise. Jedediah remained jumpy, casting nervous glances whenever Wren entered the mercantile for supplies Alara needed. Martha's disapproval had solidified into a stony silence, though Wren occasionally caught flickers of grudging respect, perhaps even pity, beneath the surface. The miners mostly avoided her, treating her with a mixture of superstitious fear, associating her with the unearthed curses and McCann's downfall. an awkward deference. She was no longer just an outsider. She was the woman who had faced down the mountain's darkness and survived, the catalyst who had forced the gulch to confront a truth it preferred to ignore. McCann's presence was a dark stain on the town's psychic fabric, even locked away. His rage had subsided into a bitter, resentful silence, broken by occasional bursts of desperate plotting, escape attempts, flimsy alibis, schemes to bribe or intimidate potential witnesses. But Wren sensed his growing despair, the dawning realization that his time had run out, that the evidence Brody and Miller were meticulously assembling, the gold dust, the pickaxe, Miller's methodical interrogation extracting inconsistencies and near admissions, was building an inescapable cage around him. Justice, slow and imperfect, was grinding forward. Brody visited Alara's cabin occasionally, ostensibly to update Wren on the case's progress, but she sensed it was more than that. He seemed different. The rigid skepticism hadn't entirely vanished, but it was tempered now by a quiet thoughtfulness, an openness she hadn't seen before. He still spoke the language of facts and evidence, but his eyes held a deeper awareness, the lingering shadow of the cave guardian, the inexplicable events he couldn't logically explain but could no longer entirely dismiss. They would sit by Alara's fire, sharing coffee, the conversation often lapsing into comfortable silence. He told her McCann would likely be transported to Silverton for trial once the circuit judge arrived, that the case against him looked strong, thanks in large part to her initial discoveries and testimony. He spoke of the recovered gold dust, clearly Liam's, providing the tangible motive the law required. He never mentioned the artifact, the hidden cavity, or the creature again, adhering to their unspoken agreement to leave those secrets buried. But the shared knowledge hung between them, an invisible thread connecting their vastly different worlds. "What about you, Miss Hayes?" he asked one crisp autumn afternoon, the aspen leaves on the higher slopes beginning to turn a brilliant gold. "After the trial, what will you do?" Wren looked out the small cabin window towards the mountains, towards the quiet grave marked by the wooden cross. The question hung in the air, one she had deliberately avoided asking herself. Go back east? To the life she had known before Crimson Gulch, before the whispers grew loud, before Liam's disappearance shattered her world. It felt impossible now. She wasn't the same person who had ridden into the gulch weeks ago, driven by desperate hope and naive determination. The grief was part of her now, the burden of knowing an indelible aspect of her being. The whispers hadn't silenced. They had clarified, deepened, become less a torment and more a complex, sometimes unsettling, layer of perception. "I don't know, Marshall," she answered honestly, tracing the rim of her mug. "Going back feels like returning to a place I no longer fit. Everything seems flatter somehow, less real." She hesitated, then voiced the thought that had been slowly taking shape. "Alara, she needs help. Her eyesight is failing. Her bones grow frail. Perhaps I could stay for a while, help her, learn from her. Learn more about the whispers, about the mountain, about finding peace amidst the echoes." Brody studied her, his expression thoughtful. He didn't seem surprised. "It's a hard life here," he said quietly. "Lonely, especially for a woman alone. I haven't felt entirely alone since—" Wren stopped, unsure how to phrase it without sounding foolish to him. "Since I started listening differently." He nodded slowly, accepting her words without comment, without skepticism. That, more than anything, showed how much he had changed. "Alara's a good woman," he said gruffly. "Town respects her, even if they don't understand her ways. You'd be safe enough, I suppose. Safer than chasing whispers on your own." He stood up, preparing to leave. "Just be careful, Renelda. This mountain, it takes as much as it gives. Keep your eyes open." "I will, Marshall. Thank you for listening, finally, for believing in his own way, for helping bring Liam home." After he left, Wren sat with Alara in the companionable silence, watching the firelight dance. Alara seemed to sense the shift in Wren, the tentative decision taking root. "The wind carries seeds, child," Alara murmured, her needles clicking softly as she knitted. "Some fall on barren ground, others find a place to grow, even in rocky soil. Your roots, perhaps they belong here now, closer to the echoes, closer to your brother's spirit." Wren felt a surprising sense of peace settle over her. Staying felt right, however illogical it might seem to the outside world. It wasn't about running from the past, but about integrating it, about learning to navigate the world with her heightened senses, about finding her place not despite the burden of knowing, but perhaps because of it. Helping Alara felt like a purpose, a way to honor the kindness she'd been shown, a way to learn from the wisdom the old woman embodied. In the weeks that followed, Wren settled into a quiet routine. She helped Alara with chores, gathered herbs, learned the mountain paths nearby, avoiding the higher slopes near the Weeping Rock, respecting the boundary Brody had implicitly set, the boundary the mountain itself seemed to demand. She learned to filter the whispers more effectively, to recognize the background noise of the town's anxieties without letting it overwhelm her, while remaining open to the clearer echoes, the fainter currents of history and emotion carried on the wind. She visited Liam's grave often, sometimes leaving a wildflower, sometimes just sitting quietly, feeling his presence not as a tormented spirit, but as a quiet sadness mingled with acceptance, a part of the mountain's enduring memory now. The wooden hawk remained tucked safely away, a tangible link to the brother she had loved and lost. McCann was eventually transported to Silverton, his trial a brief formality given the evidence and his eventual partial confession extracted by Miller. He was convicted of murder and robbery, sentenced to hang, a grim, brutal end mirroring the violence he had inflicted. Wren felt no triumph, only a weary sense of closure, a necessary consequence enacted, though it couldn't erase the pain or undo the loss. The deeper crime, the desecration, remained unpunished by human law, left to the judgment of the mountain and its unseen guardians. Wren sometimes felt a cold echo of McCann's terror from the distant jail, a fear that seemed directed not just at the gallows, but at something darker, something he might have glimpsed in the cave, something he couldn't escape even behind bars. Life in Crimson Gulch settled back into its familiar patterns of hardship and endurance, though the shadow of Liam Pritchard's murder and McCann's capture lingered. Wren remained something of an enigma to the townsfolk. The quiet woman living with the eccentric Alara, the sister of the murdered prospector, touched by tragedy and perhaps by something stranger. They mostly left her alone, their fear and superstition creating a buffer zone around her and the cabin. Brody continued his duties, maintaining the fragile peace of the gulch. He checked on Wren and Alara periodically, his visits brief, professional, yet always underscored by that shared knowledge, that unspoken understanding forged in the cave. He never asked about the whispers, and she never volunteered information gleaned from them, respecting the boundary between their worlds. Yet a quiet respect, perhaps even a nascent friendship, grew between them, rooted in shared trauma and grudging admiration. He represented the logic of the world, the necessary order, while she embodied the mystery, the unseen currents beneath the surface. They were two sides of a coin, perhaps, needed to make a whole. One clear, cold evening, as the first stars began to prick the darkening sky, Wren stood outside Alara's cabin, breathing in the crisp, pine-scented air. The mountains loomed around her, their peaks dusted with the first snows of the high country, seeming both majestic and menacing in the fading light. The wind whispered through the pines, carrying the usual fragments, worries about the coming winter, the low murmur of a lullaby from a nearby cabin, the distant echo of a coyote's howl. But tonight the whispers felt different, clearer, imbued with a sense of peace she hadn't felt before. She felt Liam's presence nearby, not as a distinct voice, but as a feeling of quiet acceptance woven into the fabric of the place. She felt Alara's gentle wisdom radiating from the cabin. She felt Brody's steady vigilance holding the darkness of the gulch at bay, and she felt her own place within it all, no longer adrift, no longer solely burdened, but connected. connected to the past, to the present, to the land, to the seen and the unseen. The future remained uncertain, unwritten. Would she stay here always? Would she eventually return east? Would her sensitivity deepen or fade? She didn't know. But looking up at the vast expanse of the night sky, the brilliant diamond dust of stars scattered across the infinite blackness, she felt a sense of possibility, of resilience. Her path had been carved by grief, guided by whispers, marked by terror, but it had also led her to truth, to strength, to an unexpected sense of belonging in this harsh, beautiful, haunted land. Her future, like the constellations overhead, seemed written in dust and stars, a mixture of earthly sorrow and infinite mystery. And for the first time since riding into Crimson Gulch, she felt ready to face it, listening not just to the echoes on the wind, but to the quiet wisdom beginning to bloom within her own heart. Epilogue. The silence after the storm. 2 springs had painted the high mountain slopes with improbable bursts of wildflower color since the grim autumn Renelda Hayes had found her brother buried not just by earth and stone, but by secrets and silence. The cycle of seasons in the San Juans was relentless, burying the scars of the past under blankets of snow, then revealing them anew with the thaw, yet softening their edges with the persistent green of new growth. Crimson Gulch endured, much as it always had, a cluster of weathered buildings clinging stubbornly to the rocky soil, populated by souls bound by shared hardship and a wary distrust of outsiders. Though perhaps the air held a fraction less fear, since Finn McCann's shadow no longer fell across its dusty street. Wren stood on the small porch of Alara's cabin, breathing in the crisp morning air, fragrant with pine sap, damp earth, and the faint sweet scent of the geraniums blooming defiantly in their pots along the rail. The sun, climbing over the eastern peaks, cast long, benevolent shadows. Unlike the menacing twilight fingers she remembered from her arrival, she had stayed. The decision, tentative at first, born of grief and a need for refuge, had solidified over the passing months into a quiet certainty. This harsh, beautiful, haunted land had claimed a piece of her soul, intertwined it with Liam's memory and the ancient echoes carried on the wind. Life with Alara was simple, grounded. Wren had learned the rhythms of the seasons, the language of the herbs Alara gathered, the quiet wisdom of observation. She helped the old woman whose steps grew slower, whose eyes saw less of the physical world, but perhaps more of the unseen. In return, Alara offered acceptance, understanding, and a quiet space where Wren could finally begin to understand the gift that had always felt like a curse. The whispers hadn't vanished. They still ebbed and flowed with the wind, with the town's moods, with the changing light, but they no longer overwhelmed her. Under Alara's gentle, unspoken guidance, Wren had learned to listen differently, not with fear or resistance, but with a kind of calm detachment, filtering the psychic static, recognizing the difference between fleeting anxieties and deeper, more resonant truths. She learned to shield herself when necessary, creating pockets of inner silence, and to open herself cautiously when seeking understanding. It was still a burden, this knowing, but it was becoming less terrifying, more like an extra sense, one that required careful calibration and profound respect for the boundaries it revealed. She rarely spoke of it, even to Alara, but the old woman knew, her occasional knowing glance or cryptic utterance, confirming their shared, unusual perception of the world. Liam's grave, on the quiet slope behind the cabin, had become a place of solace rather than sharp grief. The simple wooden cross, already weathering, stood sentinel over ground consecrated by sorrow, but also, Wren felt, by a measure of peace. She visited often, sometimes leaving wildflowers, sometimes just sitting, feeling the quiet presence of her brother's spirit mingling with the ancient whispers of the mountain. The raw agony of his loss had softened into a dull ache, a permanent part of her emotional landscape, but no longer all-consuming. She remembered his laughter now, his dreams, his flaws, with a bittersweet tenderness, understanding him perhaps better in death than she had in life. The small wooden hawk rested on the mantelpiece inside the cabin, a tangible link, a reminder of his restless heart finally stilled. Marshal Ethan Brody remained a steady, if distant, presence in her life. He still made his rounds through the gulch, his face perhaps etched with a few more lines, his eyes holding a deeper weariness, but also, Wren thought, a flicker more patience, a shade less certainty. The events surrounding Liam's death, the confrontation in the cave, had undeniably changed him, cracking the rigid shell of his logic, forcing him to confront the limits of his understanding. He never spoke of the creature, the artifact, or the whispers again. Their shared knowledge of that night remained an unspoken territory between them, a strange, binding intimacy forged in terror and inexplicable phenomena. When he stopped by Alara's cabin, which he did perhaps once a season, bringing a haunch of venison or offering to chop firewood, the conversation remained carefully grounded in the mundane. Town news, weather prospects, inquiries after Alara's health. Yet Wren felt the unspoken questions in his gaze, the lingering curiosity about her world, the grudging respect. He treated her differently now. The skepticism was gone, replaced by a careful deference, almost a caution, as if acknowledging she possessed a kind of power he couldn't measure or define. There was no romance between them, not in any conventional sense. The chasm between his world of facts and her world of echoes was perhaps too wide to bridge with ordinary affection. But there was a connection, deep and resonant, born of shared trauma, mutual respect earned under duress, and the quiet understanding of two solitary souls navigating a harsh landscape, each burdened by their own kind of knowing. Sometimes, sitting in silence while Alara dozed by the fire, Wren felt the quiet strength of his presence, the anchor of his pragmatism, as a counterpoint to her own sensitivity, and sensed that he, perhaps, drew a similar unspoken reassurance from her resilience, her acceptance of the mysteries he fought so hard to rationalize. It was enough, more than enough, in this place where connections were rare and hard-won. Crimson Gulch itself hadn't fundamentally changed. It remained a place of hard edges and harder lives, clinging to its precarious existence. McCann's conviction had provided a grim sort of closure, removing an immediate source of fear and violence, but the underlying desperation, the simmering resentments, the weight of secrets, these remained woven into the town's fabric. Jedediah still fretted over his accounts, his fear now a low-level hum rather than a sharp spike. Martha still guarded the hotel's threshold, her disapproval a constant, though perhaps tinged now with a reluctant acknowledgement of Wren's permanence. New prospectors occasionally drifted through, drawn by the eternal, elusive promise of gold, unaware of the deeper, darker treasures and guardians the mountains held. Wren watched them come and go, sometimes catching whispers of their hopes and fears, feeling a pang of sympathy but keeping her distance, respecting the silence the mountain demanded. She rarely ventured towards the higher slopes now, especially not towards the weeping rock or the hidden cave. There was no need. The answers she had sought were found, the immediate danger neutralized. The cave remained a place of profound power and sorrow in her mind, a scar on the landscape of her memory. She felt its presence sometimes, a cold weight on the edge of her senses, a reminder of the ancient forces slumbering beneath the surface, best left undisturbed. The gold, the artifact, they remained where Brody had left them, an offering to appease the guardians, a secret willingly returned to the mountain's keeping. Justice for Liam had been served by human hands. The consequences of the deeper desecration were left to time and the slow, grinding memory of the stone. One clear evening, as twilight painted the sky in breathtaking hues of rose and lavender, Wren stood looking out towards the vast panorama of peaks visible from the ridge behind Alara's cabin. The air was still, carrying the scent of pine and wood smoke. The first stars began to emerge, sharp and brilliant against the deepening indigo. The wind whispered softly through the trees, carrying the faint, distant sounds of the gulch settling down for the night, mingling with older, fainter echoes. The sigh of the wind across millennia, the murmur of forgotten languages, the quiet breathing of the mountain itself. She no longer fought the whispers. She listened, sifting through them, accepting them as part of the texture of her world. She heard the weariness of a miner trudging home, the hope of a young mother singing a lullaby, the lonely ache of an old man remembering lost love. She felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the ancient patience of the rocks, the resilient life force of the trees. And somewhere, very faintly, she felt Liam's presence, not as a distinct echo, but as a quiet light woven into the vast tapestry, at peace. She clutched the small wooden hawk in her pocket, its familiar shape a comforting weight. Her journey had been one of loss, terror, and profound transformation. She had come seeking a brother and found a horrifying truth. She had come seeking answers and found deeper mysteries. She had come seeking justice and found a complex, unsettling balance between human law and ancient forces. She had arrived lost and adrift, tormented by a gift she didn't understand, and had found unexpectedly a home, a purpose, and a quiet strength within herself. The future remained unwritten, stretching before her like the starlit path across the sky. There might be other challenges, other sorrows, other mysteries whispered on the wind. Her connection to the unseen would likely always be a part of her, a burden and a gift intertwined. But standing there, bathed in the soft light of the rising moon, feeling the solid earth beneath her feet and the vast, breathing silence of the mountains around her, Renelda Hayes felt a sense of quiet homecoming. She had faced the darkness, within and without, and had emerged, scarred but whole. The silence after the storm was not empty. It was filled with echoes, with memory, with the quiet resilience of the human spirit finding its place in a world far stranger and more beautiful than she had ever imagined. And as she turned back towards the warm glow of Alara's cabin, she carried the whispers not as a curse, but as a quiet promise. A guide towards a future written not just in dust, but in stars.